Tommy, are you there?
I'm here. I had to get something. I'm here.
You're in your workshop, it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty sweet. Well, I saw that Tom was starting to join. I think we're live on the YouTubes now. So, and Tom was trying to join or trying to get his audio running. Maybe he'll come back. Who knows? What are you building? You got to tell me what you're building.
A work stool. That's a workshop.
Well, I know you're in your workshop, but what are you building in your workshop?
A stool for the workshop.
Now, isn't there like a government regulation about having like you having an open flame with a cigarette and amongst all of your sawdust and what have you?
And not necessarily sawdust, but all my chemicals are locked up in a metal box. All my finishes and all that. Not necessarily with the truck. We used to smoke in doctor's office till the heat. You know, it's like 90s actually.
So everybody, I apologize. We started a little bit late. I was on the Unfiltered Gamer Twitch stream showing off Arcana Rising. So if you can, I would like Michael over at the Unfiltered Gamer. He's a good guy. I haven't seen him in a long time, obviously, since convention season hasn't existed for so long. But if you could, if you are familiar with the Twitch and you want to go follow him on the Twitch, he would appreciate it because he's trying to get up to, I think it's like 100 followers, something like that, because it'll unlock some things for his Twitch stream. So look at Barry. Also, your beard looks trimmed. What did you use a bet or something, or what happened there?
No. Well, yeah, I cut it.
So gray up top, and then just like you're the reverse Papa Pump, I think, as Travis Chance said years ago.
Yeah, it's what it is. I've been going gray up top since I was 18. So I'm used to that. I actually trimmed the beard up because of the mask. That's why I wore a goatee all the years. Because
yeah,
work I had to wear the mask.
On the Twitch, as I said. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, but yeah. Well, there you go. And you seem pretty mobile now. I mean, is that you're getting around a lot better?
Yeah, I actually got a grievance about that.
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to actually speak into your microphone so everybody can hear you, then yes, so, by all means. No, I actually have a grievance as well. That's a funny story for everybody. But go ahead. What's your grievance about getting around easier now?
So yesterday I was out mowing the lawn, and my neighbor came up to me and said, "You know, you're amazing what you've done." I was like, yeah.
I can't hear you. You're amazing. What?
From what I accomplished over the last few years or months with the recovery, you know.
Okay, I got you.
So I'm like, yeah. But the grievance is people go up to you and say that constantly, like you're expected to sit around or something, you know. It's weird. Like even in therapy, I noticed that. Like it's not talking down to you, but
it's so like when people say to you, "Oh, it looks like you're getting around a lot better." It like what it feels like. You know, what did I get around horribly for so long, and now it's like such a big deal? Is that like you take
it's not that. It's like it's repeated conversations with the neighbor. You know, you're doing well, and it's like, what do you expect me to do? Just sit around and you know, it's I can't explain it.
So what you're trying to say is my comment about you getting to move around a lot better was pissing you off. Is what you're trying to
say. No, it's not that. I think it's what people think about the handicap, basically, which I've been exposed to a little bit because I've been in this wheelchair for so long and all that.
Well, maybe you shouldn't try to play chicken with trains, and you wouldn't be in this situation you're in.
I didn't play chicken with trains, although that was the downfall of my career. It was a safety issue, long story.
Travis, the guy with the bajillion dollar Kickstarter, you got to be happy with how that's going right now.
Well, I'm not upset.
Let's see here. I haven't looked at it. Oh, only 675 grand.
Yeah, that's the best number-wise Kickstarter we've done.
People just handed over $395. Couldn't stop themselves. Just handing it over. Good for you.
Yeah, I think we offered some neat stuff and people were that appealed to the right thing and certain people. I mean, we offered some collectability stuff, limited numbering things that, that's the kind of, I mean, that appeals to me on a certain level. And I think there's a lot of people out there that it appeals to even more.
So I got to ask, I mean, so, okay, those of you that have no idea what we're talking about, I'm talking about Queen Games, Hamburg and Amsterdam, the Steffenfeld City Collection. It's the first two of an 8. It's going to be 8, right?
8+, it will be more.
Yeah,
than
as long as it keeps spitting out gold, you'll keep hammering away at the.
we have a list. We have a list. We haven't shared beyond 4 yet. There are some reasons. We know how many we intend to do, and we know what they are, but there are reasons why we haven't shared some of them. So.
Gotcha. All right. So basically it's you're gonna get like the collectability. So I mean, is this one of those things where it's like there's gonna be 1,000 and that's it? You're never gonna have more? I mean, like, what about this metal coin box? I mean, is that people can add on and still get the metal coins, right? It's that's one of those things.
Yeah, so here's what we did. We reserved, we're going to do more numbered editions than that. There's actually another 1,000 on there you can get, that where you only had to get Hamburg and Amsterdam. So those start at 2,000, and those will continue to, the number will go up on future campaigns, I think. But the first 2,000 are reserved. So let's say the Lance backs that collector's edition. Let's say you were the 50th backer. You would probably get a number right around 150, and it will say 150 of, we'll set an upper limit before we do the first print run. So right now it'll be 150 of 3,000. It'll probably be more like 150 of whatever. But those first 2,000 numbers are the only ones where you're going to get the same number not only on Hamburg and Amsterdam, but you're going to get it on New York City and Marrakesh, which are 3 and 4, and every game that in the series that you decide, yes, I want that. That's your reserve number. Nobody else will ever have it. You'll have all your games with the same number.
So, well, that's pretty cool. I mean, the same number. That's kind of neat. It's like I have the 392nd version of this, right, and all the other ones.
Exactly, right. That's the idea. So there's 2,000 of those. We kept the first 100. I can't say what's happening with those, but the shelf behind me will have one of those. Better have a single digit one of these days.
So what's going to happen with those first 100?
Feld will have one, and certain people will have them, right? I mean,
okay. Well, I mean, so to go back, what's going to happen to those first 100? No, he said, I can't say what's happening with those. No, right. I want to just give you the business on that one.
No, then we released 1,000 of the rest of those reserves on this campaign, and we will release some on future campaigns, but it'll never go over 2,000. And then the other ones that started at 2,000, those are also numbered, but say you backed one of those, you might get number 2250 on this campaign for Hamburg and Amsterdam, but on Marrakesh and New York City, you might get some other number. So you don't have a reserve number, and you can still get a numbered edition, but it's not going to be such a low number, and it's not going to be the same number for every game.
Yep. And basically, the way I look at it is, it's like, I was never the most huge fan of Bruges. I thought it was okay. I mean, I definitely enjoyed it. I didn't think it was like the end all be all, but I've always enjoyed the way Feld, in his games that include dice. I like the way he uses dice. I mean, and so I've always, I've always liked the way that he uses dice. I mean, as last time you were on last week, I said Macau or whatever was my number 2. My number 1 is In the Year of the Dragon, but I always loved Macau. And then years ago, I traded it away for something. I don't know what it was. And I'd be able to play it at BGG Con or something like that. And I'd remind myself how much I wanted to kick my own butt for trading it away. But I'm glad that you're re-implementing that, with with the next one coming up here, which is Amsterdam, which I
Right.
love. I love the spinny dial thing where it's spin. Oh, I get to spit the cubes out now.
Yeah, the windrows looks nice, right?
Yeah, it does.
We're pretty happy with that. We knew that in redoing that, we had to make sure that the windrows stood out. That's like the centerpiece of that game. He's made some changes to that. That one, Hamburg was first, and they're still working on a few things with that one. But I know that he's changed around some of how you deliver goods. I think there are workers, so you have to have like dock workers there to unload the goods. And
Mhm.
he's added a black market, and not only is there like deliver, but there's like a pickup and deliver element. So all these, I always explain it like this. I mean, if you're a guy like him who is, on some level a genius when it comes to designing games, right? And you design a game 10 or 12 years ago, over that course of time, you've seen so many comments and you think about things. And I'm sure he's thought, if I had to do it over again, these are the things I would change. And I think we're giving him the chance to do that.
No, I mean, I agree. It's go back and maybe change things up, or move that cube to there, or move that action to there, that kind of thing. So
Right, that and add new content as well. People can, like Bruges includes both the expansions from Bruges. Hamburg has both of them in it, so it's not just Bruges; it's City on the Zwin and Pets and a couple other things. I like Bruges. I always did, but the things that I like the least about it are the things he's changing. I don't know if you watched. Richard did a video. There was an excellent playthrough explanation. And the things he's changing in that game are, instead of having 2 stacks with all the cards mixed in them, so you're digging in the deck looking for the card that you need to do whatever it is you want to do, there are now 5 stacks, and each color has its own stack. So that removes some of the random element of hopefully I get the card I want. And then the other thing he did was, instead of the game having a random end based upon when one of the decks empties, it goes 8 turns now. So
out of curiosity here, so I mean, the next New York, and what's the other one that's the fourth one?
Marrakesh.
Now, are those redos, or are like this, or is it new stuff?
New York City is Rialto. Marrakesh,
really?
Yep. And Marrakesh is a brand new game.
Now, if I remember right, Rialto, that was a game my old company that I worked for way back in the day, when I worked for TMG. That was a TMG game way back in the day.
Now, did they do it originally, or did they bring it over for somebody from Europe?
I think Pegasus Spiel did it, but they brought it over. They worked with Pegasus Spiel to like do the American, like the English version of it, basically, or whatever.
Right.
So I do remember that was back in the day. The big stink about that was that the Rialto had the red box or whatever, and the logo or whatever of the I can't even talk, the dragon logo of the of TMG. People were like annoyed because it was this green logo on this red background or whatever, and so there was a big stink about it or whatever. And it's just like,
that's always the one constant, right? People will be annoyed.
Well, yeah, and I just just like, there you go. I mean, but whatever. What are you gonna do? Can't make everybody happy, and the surest way to fail is to try to make everybody happy too. So just focus on what you can do and whatever. So yeah, Richard did an amazing job with this one as always. So
yeah, it was great. I mean,
theoretically, he would come on. He usually comes on in the evening, and
he apologized to me for not being here last week. He was, and then I assumed he'd be here tonight. So
he will be. I know Scott said Scotty Alden said he would try to be on, which, I mean, if he's on, he's on. I know that If you follow him on the social media, his mother recently passed away. So I mean, but he said he was going to be on, and it was weird. Tom Vassell was like trying to log in and then failed. So I don't know if his computer broke on him or something, but who knows? It was just us. Oh wait a minute, there he is. He's right there. I wasn't even looking. I'm horrible. And he didn't have a hat on. I thought it was Ryan Metzler. You know how it is.
Yeah.
You always date yourself with your references.
You- Hey,
Hey.
Tom, how are you?
How are you, sir?
Good.
I'm okay. I was a little tired, but I figured I'd pop in here for a bit before I went to bed.
Well,
Man,
how
you
are you?
said
How
that-
have you been? Did you notice this ridiculous Queen Games Kickstarter, 700 grand or whatever?
No, I'm
Yeah.
assuming it's the burger the new line, right?
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look at Kickstarter's 2 weeks out, so that means it's not close enough to the end yet.
How often do you back a Kickstarter, Tom?
You mean Tom Vassell or Secret Dice Tower account?
Secret? Well, either, I suppose.
Tom Vassell backs a Kickstarter like once every 6 months. The Dice Tower account backs about 4 or 5 a week.
Oh, really?
Well, we want to make sure we get them in the library.
The Secret Dice Tower account.
No, listen, if it wasn't
Is that what it's called? Secret Dice Tower account?
Yeah, yes, we're very clever. The problem is there's been a couple times where I backed a couple Kickstarters and then immediately people said, why? What's so special about that? I got emails from people offering to pay me to back their Kickstarter. So I'm just trying to avoid that completely.
Yeah, that's
Well, I can assume that, and you would have a following, and if they gave you, hey, here's $150, go back our game, and then like, oh, people would say, oh, well, Tom Vassell backed it, because
Yeah, I mean it's not a big deal, but I don't know.
Well,
I
no,
don't want people to read too much into it. I might not back a Kickstarter because that I'm pretty sure they'll send me one.
people send you games.
It happens
What?
occasionally.
Hey,
Wait.
speaking,
I
hey,
would say some companies send me games, not all. There are some companies who very rarely do, and some companies only if I corner them at a convention, and that's hard to do.
I saw you cover Zen Garden. Who sent you that directly from their home?
I was very, very. I like that game.
Yeah. Did Ian send you games for their convention? He was just talking to me about it about 2 weeks ago.
So I mean, what?
Games for the show, for your show.
could you handle your business somewhere else? I mean, this is a
Are you airing it?
I'm sorry. Who invites their boss and future game designers on this thing?
Your nose is so brown.
So you gave me a list. Ian was going to send you what we had.
When is this?
You asked me back at like PAX, and Ian was going to.
That's like last December.
That's like
That was-
1,000 years ago now.
It's like yesterday. That in COVID time.
You have to email me about that. I don't remember.
So I will email you because a lot of the games you wanted, the children's games, I don't have in the States, but Rajiv will send them over. So I'll email you to talk to you about that.
Not a huge rush. I'm not sure when the next convention is.
No, I understand. I'll email you.
So I had a grievance, a very, very short grievance that I wanted to air. Just kind of like it was both my fault and also just it angered me a great deal. So I just wanted to say, I had an electric lawnmower. I loved it. It was like basically like pushing a box fan around my ears didn't ring when I get done mowing the lawn. I could like listen to a baseball game in my earbuds, and I wouldn't have to play them like super, super loud to be able to hear because over the drone. And then I ran over one of those big giant rubber dog toy because it was buried in the grass, because that's also my fault because I didn't mow the lawn often enough. So I ran over and it stopped working. I fixed gas lawnmowers before, I mean, when things like that happen, but I had no idea how to handle this. And then the thing was super cheap anyway. It was like $175, and the place that wanted to fix it were like, yeah, it's like it's $100 an hour to look at it. And I was like, well, I might as well just buy another one then. So, but of course, like I couldn't find one. And then my father-in-law, my wife reached out to her dad, and he had an extra lawnmower, and he brought it over. And I was like, all right, cool, but it's a gas lawnmower, not my favorite thing, but whatever, I can mow the lawn. Cool. So I was mowing the lawn, doing a few turns, and all of a sudden the thing just stops running. And it's like brand new. It's like, he's like, yeah, I bought this brand new lawnmower, and I like my old one, not this one. So you can just use this one. And I was just like, so I mean, the thing's like 6 months old. And I was just like, well, why is it? And so then I'm pulling this thing, trying to get started, couldn't get it started. I mean, I'm out there for like 20 minutes, and I'm yanking on this damn cord. And my wife finally comes out, and she's like, what is going on? And I was like, this stupid thing, it won't start. And I pulled on it so hard, like I was just like, because I was just getting so infuriated that I couldn't get it to start, that like I actually pulled a muscle in my thigh and my groin, and I haven't been able to walk really well for a while. And then and it turned out I had bumped this stupid little button on the side where it turns on or turns off the fuel line, which of course I've never seen it before. I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah.
And as soon as I click it on and I pull it, starts up, because of course the fuel is going to the engine and it runs. So I've been hobbled for like the last 2 days, just like, because I was just yanking on this damn cord, like some madman sitting outside in the front.
You're upset at a lawnmower that you do not know how to use nor look to use, and you got hurt.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
You're pissed off because you got hurt by machinery you don't know.
So Lance, I'm sure the physical pain's bad, but did your wife call you an idiot?
No, yeah, she did repeatedly, but that's a standard Tuesday though, so that was nothing new. Hi, Cassandra. Hi, Peter.
Hey guys.
Peter, take that ridiculous fake mask off. It's so weird with the background and everything else. You and your toys just can't stop. So before Peter tells us all about how the Marvel video game is and how much he loves it. Cassandra, you have, I don't think you've ever met. Have you ever met Tom? I think you're muted, Cassandra.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
No, we can't hear you. And Tom, she just started up a new YouTube channel, and she's like she is the daughter of my older brother's former coworker when he was a teacher. And she's like, and she works in she lives in Washington D.C. and she works in theater, but right now, of course, you really can't have theater, so she decided she'd just give a shot at a YouTube channel and review board games. So
okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Cassandra. I gave Tom Vassell. You might have heard the name of your. What's the name of your channel?
Oh my God.
It's right there. You can read it.
Yes.
Barely. It says a next dinner table. ANNEXED dinner table.
Well, I couldn't read the first word. Okay, thank you.
And for me, it's flipped inverted, so I have to read it backwards.
Oh,
I mean, you could just remember the name of your channel.
But I was not put on the spot.
You didn't name it at
And
all.
She was starstruck.
Like,
What it was.
my audio to work, it was just a lot.
It was that first impression with the Dice Tower is always important. So
Yes.
just like
Tom, she's so new to the hobby, she doesn't even know who you are.
No,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Speaking of which, Tom, are you free tomorrow for like a 5-minute phone call? And if so, what time?
Yes, and whenever. Well,
can you handle your business? So like
It's-
not during my podcast.
Hey, my business is more interesting
interesting.
than your lawnmower story.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
please.
Look,
I
it's
have
either
a question for Travis too. So it's not just Tom. 'Cause I also-
Pete, yes, I do.
All right,
Just
I'll text you.
just
tomorrow.
text me, and also got the mega stuff. Thank you.
Oh, you're
So
welcome.
look, Lance, it's either we talk to Tom or we listen to you tell us that Bigfoot is real.
And I'm tired of Bigfoot. Travis, are we
Next
playing
day on the
fantasy football
Bigfoot.
this year? I haven't seen any communication on that yet.
So I'm willing to do it, Pete. I canceled my real life leg, face-to-face leg, because
Okay.
I think if you do it, you pretty much have to go in making no allowances for.
NFL.com actually added you can have up to 6 extra reserve spots because of the uncertainty of players playing week to week. So I went ahead and ran my NFL.com league that I've been running for like 15 years now, but I think it's going to be wonky. I was just asking. I don't care if you run it or not because I've got my other league that I'm running, but if you are running it, I'd still like a spot. I just didn't know with this year being so weird if it was even worth it or not. So
Yeah, I'll fire up some messages in the Facebook group and see who all's interested. I'm willing to do it if everybody wants to. Of
Okay.
course, we never saw each other at conventions for some of the things.
right.
and all
That's
that,
why I
but yeah.
figured I'd ask you while I saw you on here. And that's all the business
Yeah.
I had. Sorry, Lance. Go ahead. and talk about
Cassandra,
your-
Cassandra,
Lance-
where would we go to find your channel? I'm searching for it and I'm not finding it.
Hi.
Well, on the YouTube.
Yes, Dad.
I can just put a link.
Yeah, she just post a link in the chat. Like I said, she's just started off, so she's like I said, if anybody, if
Right.
if
The
you could
YouTube algorithms haven't probably found it yet. That's all.
Yeah.
that's it. So I mean, it's one of those things where if we can just get her to that hump of like the 100 subscribers, where then it starts populating for people. I mean, that's the first big thing you have to hit.
It's a
So there you go.
horrible link.
Does anybody else have any business they want to talk with Tom? I'm glad I could be his meeting room for. Yeah. Does anybody else like have any sort of?
Shane's not here yet, so hang
No,
on.
I know.
No, me and Tom, that should be good. I just need a 5-minute with Tom tomorrow. And make
Oh,
sure
well, how about just now? We can all leave, and then you can have your.
just you, Lance, would be fine. I'm fine with the rest of the guys staying here. It'd just be you. If you want to take
I
a
mean, that
5-minute potty break, go
that
ahead.
would- That would work for me too. That would save me that email I have to send them.
He really left.
Who did he relinquish the meeting to?
No, he's here. He just put his picture away. He probably went to go get a drink or something.
Got it. Did you
funny
put the link in chat?
I tried, but I'm horrible at doing it. So I failed the first time.
But yeah, I don't know what fantasy football is going to be like this year, but I'm willing to give it a try. Even if it's horrible, it's better than nothing.
It's one word. That's why I
It
didn't
is
get it.
one
Yeah, I couldn't
word.
find it either, and that's exactly why.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to try it too, especially if it's just the like where we do it for fun.
You didn't fool around. That's 12 videos in a week. That's very impressive.
That's a good start. Yeah.
One every day.
You'll be
Don't burn
expected to
yourself out.
maintain that pace.
Yeah. Big.
It's possible.
Yes, it is possible that Bigfoot is real. I'm so angry. I'm going to drink one of my last Pib Extras, which are nearly impossible to find right now because of the shortage of cans.
Where's your can?
Oh, I can taste the extra. Oh, that's good.
I got something cool today. I got some Jaws coasters. Pretty cool. A little hard to see, but
You could
Okay.
just turn your background off. We'd see stuff easier.
that's boring though.
But then he can't have his fake Quinjet background.
I
or
know.
whatever it is.
I mean,
It's not even a little interesting after about
Oh.
5 seconds.
Oh, here's what's Cassandra misusing her mug for tonight? What are you drinking?
Squirt.
Oh, I love Squirt. Squirt's a great. There used to be
Squirt.
Squirt.
The grapefruit soda.
I
grapefruit
haven't seen one
soda.
of those in 20 years. They don't sell them around here. At least I've not seen one in forever.
They come to my grocery store, but they're very off and on. You can find them, and then they sell out for a month, and then you can find them again. So it's very.
What's your thoughts on Ruby Red Squirt?
I've never had it.
Oh, it's so good. It's like cherry grapefruit soda. Oh, it's so good.
I don't like cherry flavored.
Oh, you'd enjoy there used to be it was the weirdest thing. There used to be many years ago, there was a Mexican restaurant in Fargo, North Dakota that had actual Squirt on tap. It was an option to and there had to be some manager there who just really liked that soda, because I've never seen it anywhere in my life. Anywhere you normally go, it's oh, and what kind of soda do you have? And they go through and they oh, we have Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, Mountain Dew, whatever. And and like, but this place, they were like, oh yeah, we have squirt. I'd be like, when I got there, I'd be like, oh my gosh, it's so good. Grapefruit soda, it's so good. It's so good.
Speaking of that, Pete, are you a Cheerwine guy?
No.
Oh, Cheerwine is amazing.
I've actually never tried it though, so I can't say if I like it or not. I've just never had it.
Like what? What is tier 1?
Cheerwine.
Cheerwine.
It's a cherry cola sort.
It's a Carolina thing. It's like a cherry cola.
Yeah, I see people drinking them all the time, but I gave up on sugar sodas. So I quit drinking sugar sodas not long after I moved here, so I never tried one.
It's
No,
more cherry than it is Coke, though, for sure.
Yeah.
It's real strong cherry.
I like cherry, so I'd probably like it. I've just never tried it. And now that I don't drink sugar drinks, I probably wouldn't unless I cheat. So
I remember
really
like
likes it a lot.
I worked at a before cherry Coke was a thing. I remember like you go to places and you ask for a cherry Coke and they'd bring you a Coke and they'd mix in the cherry syrup.
yeah,
Yeah.
we used to
That was
make them
good.
from. You get
That
a
was
jar
back
of
in the
maraschino.
50s.
We used to mess around.
You're the same age as me, Tom.
You got it at the from the soda jerk. You know, he came and was like, "Here, sir."
Yeah, somebody's a soda jerk.
Best
I'll tell you
cherry
that much.
soda. If you take
And then
a
you
jar
took
of
your girl to
maraschino-
Lookout Point. Yeah, I remember those days.
take a jar of maraschino cherries and just drain the cherry juice into
Yeah.
a Coke. It's even better than the syrup.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
You know, I love Pepperidge Farm. I could eat Pepperidge Farm Dutch German chocolate cake all night. No, kidding.
But you cut the line at sugar soda.
Well, no, I said I could. I don't, but I love Pepperidge Farm cakes. I grew up on that stuff, man. I could eat
It's
those.
Pepperidge Farm cookies, sir.
I was never a big fan of the cookies. I love their cakes though.
A Milano
chip cookies
is
and
is the
Milano.
greatest thing ever.
Milanos are good. My daughter likes those. She gets
Gotta
those
get the
once
right
in a while.
flavors though. Some of the flavors are not good, but like
Raspberry Milano.
Just
Travis, your microphone's low. Go into
Yeah, you're a little low,
Zoom
bud.
and go into Zoom and boost up your output, or
I
get closer.
German chocolate cake, and I've always liked their. They had like a vanilla cake that was really good.
And all the while here, Barry, we're gonna watch Barry lose a finger at some point.
Yeah, but Lance, that would be really good for views.
It would
It
be very
would
good
be,
for
right?
views.
It would be, and we could include that.
And unless you want to start talking about the guy who finally won on Fall Guy, that will get you some hits too, because apparently that like completely blew up Twitter and Twitch for like 5 hours today.
Well, what
Those
guy finally
four
won on Fall
So there's
Guy?
this guy named Tim the Tattoo Guy. He's like a YouTube streamer, does video games, and he's been playing this Fall Guys video game for like 8 days straight. And it was a big deal because he hadn't won a game yet. And he's a really popular streamer, and he usually wins a lot of games and whatever he plays. So the Fall Guys Twitter account started trolling him because he had logged like 300 hours in the game without a win. And they started teasing him, and it became a thing. He was live streaming on Twitch with 330,000 live viewers watching him try to win his first game, and he won his first game at like 4:00 this afternoon, and it blew up. He actually gained 30,000 followers, or 30,000 followers and like 5,000 subscribers in today's stream alone. He's been averaging over like 1.2 million views on his videos since he started streaming Fall Guys. It's ridiculous how it blew up like
We're
this.
all in the wrong business.
I know, right?
Obviously.
Yes.
Those numbers are ridiculous, and they're like 10 times bigger than any board gamer.
Yeah,
like
well,
all of the board gamers combined.
Roy showed me this the other day. He said, "Come look at this," and he showed me this stream. I don't know who the guy is, of a video, and these super chats rolling by $50, $100 so fast I couldn't see him go by.
Yep.
And the guy was kind of like, "I'm sorry, I can't respond to all them." And I was thinking, if someone does $50, I like get on my hands and knees, and I'm like, "Sir."
Uh-huh. This
Sure.
guy got in the 30 minutes I watched him, he got a 600, a 300, and one guy donated 100 subscriptions to people watching his channel, which is $500 because they're $4.99 subscriptions when you gift them. So he gifted 100 subscriptions to people watching. It was ridiculous. This guy probably made 30 grand a day on Twitch
Nice.
streaming a dumb kid's video game. It really making me think my career choices.
But for every one of those, there's 10,000 who do nothing. So I mean, you got to catch lightning in a bottle like that guy did.
Well, that guy is lightning in a bottle, but almost every video game person that I watch is like 70, 80, 200, 300K.
Sure, but there's that many more streamers. though.
Sure, I'm sure. But it seems on average, those guys just like.
Actually, that's not true. The average for like most people is like 5. It's the average is really low
Really? It's
for
really
streamers
skewed
across
then.
the board.
It just seems like video game content creators generally have much higher numbers than their counterparts in the board gaming industry would
Oh,
have.
well, no, there's no question on that.
Mhm.
I'm just saying the average isn't that high.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
much better.
Amazing.
So let me tell you what told me we're in the wrong industry. I sent PAX an email to ask them if they knew what they were doing with their show. And he sent me back something saying, yeah, we're kind of holding out to make that decision, but we're doing a digital regular PAX. I'll send you the information. So I got the information for their digital booths, and I looked at the costs for some of the stuff. And that's what told me that we're in the wrong industry.
I can't imagine digital would be that expensive.
They had a 10 by 10 that was specifically for tabletop that was $3,000.
Digital.
Oh,
Yes, right. Right.
Why is it even 10 by 10 if it's digital? Like, is it?
Oh, it's I
10
guess it's all-
pixels by 10 pixels.
I guess
I
that's
guess
what I was going to ask.
I guess it's all about the size. Maybe it didn't say 10 by 10. I'm just using that as a reference point.
Okay.
But they had a small, right. And of course it's on some map somewhere, but some of the bigger stuff was like 200, 300 grand. And
Holy moly.
yeah, it was a lot.
That's
It's a lot of money.
You made
Yeah,
Aldi
and that-
leave.
Yeah.
That was
no.
It's like $3,000.
that was like 3 days after Gen Con online, where we had the Looking Glass directed all of about 60 to 80 people to my Discord server over 4 days. And I thought, yeah, $3,000, that's not going to happen.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot lower number than I expected.
I-
What were you expecting?
So we don't traditionally have a very good digital presence. We're just finally gotten regieved where we're doing it. We've got some games on Tabletop Simulator. I didn't submit any events because I wasn't sure anything would be ready, and you had to submit them by, a month ahead of time or so. So that probably hurt us, but we were in the Looking Glass. We ran a Discord server. We did tabletop demos the whole show, and they had 41. They said 41,000 people hit the Looking Glass, and we had a total of 80 join our Discord server. So that's
Yeah, I
pretty
guess
low.
that seems low, but I guess if you didn't have a big digital presence, maybe that's why. I don't know.
How many sales?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, how
if
many sales? Was the sales good at
sales?
least?
we got some. It wasn't really worth it. I mean, I think that some of the stuff went well. Like the streams went well. I'm sure Scott, your alls went well. And
We had over 1,000 concurrent viewers.
That's good.
what kind of? I mean, you don't have to give me specifics, but how were the sales through that?
Oh, we didn't do any sales. We directed everybody to the Gen Con store for this. We weren't
But
doing our own
so-
sales.
Which, by the way, still hasn't delivered.
Well, everything
Yeah,
was
I
a
ordered
pre-order.
something
Every
from
single
Gen
thing was a
Con too.
pre-order, right?
They sent an email out the other day saying that their shipping was backed up and they were expecting everything to be out by the end of this week. I think the 17th or 18th was supposed to be the ship date, but I still haven't got track.
What
I
did you
don't-
order, Tom?
Like those two new Haba games.
Oh yeah, the Hobble games are fiber finding and
No. The two new Animal animals, like the unicorn
yeah, those are
one
cool.
and the dinosaur one. A couple other things that I thought I might not be able to get somewhere else. Also, I was just curious to see how the whole process worked. This whole online con thing is fascinating to me because I don't know. It's just
I did the
I'm-
same thing. I did an order just because I wanted to see how shopping at a virtual booth and buying something would work. I didn't even want one.
we
I
made a
bought.
little money on VGC. Did Jeff tell you?
he told Kenny, who told me yes.
Okay. I mean,
No,
it
actually,
ain't- it-
I
it's
think you're-
like
I still think that you're kicking Gen Con's butt. I think you did a better job than Gen Con.
oh, thanks.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Scott, did you feel like you guys got much traffic from the Looking Glass?
I haven't checked. We had a big logo too. Like our logo was like second biggest, which
Well,
I
so
was not
the-
expecting.
For
I
me,
need
the
to look. I
Looking,
need to look.
the Looking Glass was my biggest complaint because do you know how they arranged everybody?
No, I mean,
So
it looked
everybody-
like there was like tiny microscopic little badges for sub publishers.
Well, so
It would have been better just to have a list.
Your
Mhm.
logo size was based upon how big your booth was at the show.
Okay.
So we had a decent sized logo, but outside of some people, like they probably put you guys close to the middle because you were doing a stream for them.
Yeah, we partnered with them basically.
Yeah, so they picked a few people who were doing things, which I have no problem with, and put them around the middle, and then everybody else was randomly assigned. So like if you go to the Looking Glass and can find us within 30 seconds, I might be surprised. We were
Well, there needed to be was there a search? I don't know.
there
I didn't
was a
really use it that
search.
much.
You could go off to the left and search, but it was very counterintuitive the way it worked, and you had to like scroll out using your mouse, your scroll button. Then you had to drag the screen around using the mouse button. It was all pretty counterintuitive. We were at the very bottom of this galaxy thing that they did, and you had to, if you didn't have a bigger oversized monitor, if you scrolled all the way out, you still couldn't see us. You had to drag the screen just to see us. And I mean, to me, that clearly affects the traffic, right? And the other thing that bothered me was they randomly assigned it, and there were people who were right beside the middle who didn't even participate. They didn't have any information on their promo card. Their logo was a stock Gen Con avatar. So
Oh, that sucks.
yeah, I mean, I sent them an email and feedback and basically said there were a whole lot of ways you could have done this, and you picked the worst one.
So I was told something back in the day when I did a web page when I worked at Nortel. Do not substitute style for substance, because that thing looked cool,
Right.
but it was totally useless as far as finding anything. Like, I mean, I kind of know a little something about non-sighted people using the web. That was 100% inaccessible to anybody who can't read, who could not see the screen.
Right.
By the way, if you didn't know, you can get sued for that, and you will lose.
Get sued for what?
Gen Con obviously didn't take that into account, but not my
Lack of
company.
accessibility.
Visual. Go Google Domino's lawsuit, and you'll learn a lot about non-sighted people accessing the web these days, and the number of lawsuits there are.
I still don't know how can they replicate me just wandering down a row and finding a booth. That just doesn't happen on a virtual
But
thing.
why try? Why
Right.
try? It
have you
doesn't
ever
make
used
up
it?
for it.
Have you ever used the Gen Con interactive exhibitor hall map? The one where you can click a booth. Why
Sure.
not just use that?
Yeah, that would
True.
at least give you that
It's
feeling
also
of hunting through the
not-
aisles.
It's also not accessible, by the way. But whatever, it's their website.
I think in order to make a virtual con really zing for
By the way,
people,
I have zero traffic from.
it's gotta have some form of exploratory options to it. Like half the fun of a convention is like finding these hidden gem booths or something you didn't know existed because you walked by and saw something cool and it caught your attention. I don't think you get that with a text list of distributors and publishers. I think you need to have visual cues for something.
They needed to recreate Pinterest.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
Let's
where
go
you just
back.
scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll, and you keep.
Let's
And
go
you
back
just
to the
keep saying
90s.
Game. Oh,
And filter. You can have
Let's
filters.
do a web ring with
web ring.
with a random button. You could just go to a random spot.
I got the numbers, Travis.
Okay.
92.
Wow.
92 people clicked from Spyglass to BGG.
So you didn't do
That's-
much.
I just
better.
Whoa.
clicked it. Is it too late?
93 now.
93.
93.
So considering your location, you didn't do any better than we did. So it just, they said 41,000 people hit that thing. Where did they go?
Yeah, if BGG only got 90, I can't imagine.
I don't know. I mean,
Was there
I mean, we
any
got-
really
so we got
new
referrals from
game?
Gen Con's website. I got 664 from Gen Con's website, but that is probably through the schedule, right? Because we scheduled all of our
Streams.
all of our demos.
Clapping.
We scheduled every single one of them. Yeah.
Yeah,
It could be.
well,
It could be better.
Yeah.
it could be better.
But here's the thing: did people play? Like, who played here? Did anybody play?
I didn't play anything, but my understanding is a lot of the events were sold out and were very happening, especially a lot of the role playing events.
Yeah, I heard the role. Anyone who did the role playing, there was very good response. I didn't hear anything about board games.
Role players do really well in the Discord world. But they weren't allowed. You weren't allowed to do a game on Gen Con's Discord. You had to go find your own. So
That seems very counterintuitive to the convention.
everybody does it a different way.
Yeah,
Gil
I guess.
Hova wrote a really long write up about it. That's pretty interesting.
Did he post it on Facebook or Twitter?
I think
It's
Eric
Twitter.
Martin posted a link to it somewhere.
Okay, it's on
I think
PG.
it's on his Twitter.
Okay.
It's interesting how everybody's doing it. By the way, we're doing another one in the fall, and we're doing another 2-day demo days in September.
So we'll
If you're not going to
participate-
Essen,
well,
you're not-
well,
and we're doing Essen, so
yeah,
we're busy.
So we'll be
But-
in that one. We'll participate in the one you did in the fall. We didn't do the last one, but you know as well as anybody, we are traditionally a pathetic digital presence, right?
It takes a lot to convince Reggie for sure.
So, well, I've been able to use the pandemic. I basically says, look, Rajiv, there are tens of thousands of people playing games online, hundreds of thousands of games, and none of them are playing our games. So,
Yeah, it's a problem.
yeah, so we've now, so Kingdom Builders in alpha, Board Game Arena, Alhambra's almost in alpha. They have about 8 other games they're going to do. And I've got 3 tabletop simulator mods up now. So,
How are those solo modes of Macau and Bruges coming along? I mean, Hamburg and Amsterdam coming along.
Stefan said Stefan said that he's got them. I mean, that
He can make them. Oh man, he's
yeah.
a genius. You guys lucked out getting him like locked down for 6 games plus two of his best games.
We prefer to think that it's Suave and Karma over being lucky.
Okay.
I would just like to point out that
buddy.
Forrest is alive.
Hey, Forrest.
Hey!
Haven't seen you in a while.
Forrest is alive.
Did you get the Rona?
No,
Okay.
now I'm homeschooling, which now means that I can
Okay,
actually make.
but you're
the
not
Alaboom.
working. I thought you might get it when you go back to work. When you went back to work.
It's a very interesting situation where we have 3 weeks to decide if I'm going to quit my job and we're going to have financial hardship, or if we're going to send our kids back. So we're up in the air right now, and I'm having a great day. I'm happy to be back. I miss you guys.
What do you have squirt in your mug?
What?
What's in your mug, sir?
Tea.
Oh, tea, a classic mug beverage. Thank you.
Is it not? I don't know. Is there
No.
a certain way you
No,
should
no,
drink
no.
tea?
Trying to make fun of me
It's
because
Crying. I am.
Orange Crush.
mugs for all beverages, not just hot beverages.
Mugs
Yeah,
are,
likewise.
Mugs
I'm
are
with ya.
amazing.
Forrest meet Cassandra. Cassandra meet Forrest.
Hello.
Hello.
I gotta
Forrest,
say,
tell us
Scott, by the
everything
way.
that's happened to you for the last 6 weeks.
all right. I have had to. I've chosen to work. So I work from 10 hours a day, 4 days a week, and other than that, just board games. Just playing board games, doing the digital present, doing the politics thing, trying to reestablish myself on Twitter a little bit with different personality. And the greatest news I've gotten in quite a while: going to refinance my house. And our interest rate was so high that we essentially are going to trim 8 years off of our mortgage and not pay a difference in price.
Oh wow.
And so that made my entire year right there. That's 8 years close to retirement.
Retirement, meaning like you're just not going to work anymore once your house is paid off.
Yeah, Lance, I'm going to get solar panels. We're going to go all electric, and I'm going to have enough money coming in from the YouTube channel for doing odd jobs and stuff like that, that I believe I will be able to.
So you're not really retired then if you're doing odd jobs.
Yeah, but the odd jobs will be fun stuff, you know? It'll be like, I don't know, PI, private investigator, or if the whole political thing works out, that'll be able to retire way earlier.
I know a guy who
Time
can't
out.
operate his
Time out. Magnum PI.
Oh, geez. Here
Why
we go.
not? Why not?
Can we just
smart
talk about
jobs?
Last Jedi, please? Let's just talk about Last
Jedi. I can donate plasma. I can donate plasma and do the Bowers Game Corner thing and do Kickstarters or whatever and get by, I believe. And retire like 10, 15 years early with using the word retire very loosely.
Yeah.
But
Like I've
Yeah.
retired.
yes.
But do you have a friend named TC who has the cool helicopter that can take you around, and your friend Rick that knows Ice Pick for all your underworld connections?
I should have went to bed early.
These are great references. I really miss these.
He's speaking to you in very old language. That is
Magnum
really-
PI was one of the greatest TV shows of all time.
So, Forrest, I know you've been pushing harder on your channel to set up tags and all that crap. Has any of that paid off? Have you seen incremental
Instantly.
increases and stuff, or what?
Instantly. I see.
Really?
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where switching over all my tags is going to take me. I have 3,000 videos,
Mhm.
so it's going to take forever. ever. And pretty much what I do is I'll do 1 or 2 a day, and I'll try and focus on like which videos are more popular. But the few times that I did tag over the last 8 years and I actually tagged something successfully, all those videos are way bigger than most of my other videos, just from 1 or 2 successful tags. And I've been able to push myself. Like my top video right now is a Clue card game, which it's on sale on Amazon. But I put on all the tags, and so now I'm like number 1 or number 2 on every single tag, and the thing has been my most popular video over the last few months.
What tags?
The main way to do it is
Best video ever tag.
No, because that stuff
Okay.
never pops up. You never get. So the way it works is really cool. I can share my screen if you want to see it.
Please.
We would all love to learn how YouTube works.
Okay. All right.
The YouTubes?
Right?
And
It's
then once
YouTube,
you get
right?
on with
And
the
I
10
must
years-
say, I give all full credit to Richard for recommending TubeBuddy, because without that, I mean,
Oh God, I can't imagine. Yeah.
it's
What's
insane.
TubeBuddy do?
Oh, I'll show you.
Well, I
It
guess
does
I
a
gotta
lot
learn
of
how to set-
automation. It
You
does
know,
a
I'm-
lot of batch
Oh, okay.
processing
Yeah.
that YouTube doesn't support natively.
All right. So how do I share my screen?
By the way, Richard, I think we discussed turning on the multiple ad per video thing. Remember that?
Yes.
It threw like 40 ads onto our 1-hour video.
Oh my gosh.
What is
It's
that? What
it
is
is
that?
terrible.
It's broken.
I actually
to turn it
spent 3 or
off.
4 hours today trying to clean it up. Every one of my podcast episodes, it puts an ad literally every 2 minutes for the first hour.
Oh
and then nothing.
God, that sounds terrible.
So broken.
Yeah. I originally I thought it had done pretty well, but the more I look, I mean, actually 3/4 or more of my videos, it just says, "Oh, we can't figure this one out, so we're not going to." And then for all the other ones, it occasionally does a really amazing job, but it seems like it's not ready for prime time.
All right, how do I share my my screen? I got it pulled up.
Lance probably has to let it enable
I
it.
gave him. It's got permissions.
There's a share screen at the bottom of the
Oh yeah,
grid
there
of
it
all
is.
of us.
Whiteboard. Oh, there we go. All right. So, wow, this is crazy. Okay, so I clicked it. This is actually the one that I'm talking about that went from nothing. So yeah, you see those little green numbers? So whenever someone types in Clue suspect review, I am the #1 video to come up in the entire world. But then I also realized that Clue is pronounced Cluedo in Europe. So I typed
Yes.
in Cluedo. And so that's opening me up to a whole different things. A lot of the times it'll be like when people, so this one, Cluedo suspect, people just forgot to put the space. So a lot of the times it's just when you misspell stuff. So I'll do like common misspellings of things, because you got to realize, there's billions of people on the planet and millions of them typing it in, and they make a spelling mistake.
What
I can catch that spelling mistake. I get
Throw-
bumped up the list.
throw your analytics up there. Curious to see how it
Let's see.
affected it.
Solid 50-60 bucks this month.
I meant for that video, but
Oh well, I
Yeah,
like
sure,
to
sure.
I like to lay it all out, but all right, here we go.
you're gonna retire on the $50 a month.
And
Once he's off the grid,
I know he's off the grid.
And
Wow,
here's
those
the
are high
thing.
views. Look at those view count, dude. Those are high view counts. That's amazing.
Yeah, a couple 130s. That's because I'm in the mass market. It's a whole
Right,
different.
yeah, wow, that's fantastic.
Our best video is the Adventure
What's
Time
the top? What's the top
And-
video? Let me see that one again.
Adventure
was-
Time card game.
Oh, it's close. It's between NFL Rush Zone and then Cut the Rope. But then this Rick and Morty is hot on the heels. But I'll tell you which one's going to beat them all. It's this Sorry with Fire and Ice expansion. And actually, I've got an idea that I want to run by you guys. That I'm planning on.
Sorry.
How do I get done screen sharing?
So click. Wait. I
On
need
the top,
analytics
you
here.
just-
Whoa. Time out.
Okay.
Time out.
Yeah.
time
What
out.
do you can see whatever you want. What do you
What
see?
was the one we were looking at? Clue. Look, go back to the clue.
All right, so this one I posted. Yeah, this one's only about 19,000, but
Click the little graphy thing next. Well,
uh,
good. Yeah, analytics. When did you add the tags?
uh,
Do you remember?
I don't. It's been. So let's see.
Oh, because you want to see?
Well,
if
I
they
see
have-
I see a little bump there, and yeah, I was wondering if there was a visible bump. But
In some of them, there is. There definitely is, and
whoa.
I
So people are only watching like the first 5 minutes of your video there?
yeah,
Okay.
Oh, that's the norm.
yeah. All right.
Unless you do a 4-hour video, man, people watch all of that.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
Here's my idea that I was
I'm
thinking about doing was doing my top 100 videos of all time, and going from the 100 and up, and just these are the top 100 videos I've ever done, and just cataloging like, oh, so this one was popular because of X, Y, and Z reason, and this one got really popular on this day because it got shared by this company, and this one isn't that popular because I didn't put any tags on it or blah blah blah. I was thinking about doing a video that was like that, where I'd really show people the analytics, completely pull back the curtain and show them how it all works and what I do. And I thought that'd be an interesting one.
That's how you have big breakthrough million-plus view videos. That's the
trying to
number
do-
one video. How to get rich on YouTube.
Yeah.
Always get lots of hits.
I make $50 a month.
That's great, man.
I gotta tell you, Barry, I love seeing you in the shop. You look awesome right now. That is awesome, dude.
So
I agree.
How many videos are you putting out for $50 a month?
I do probably about 20 videos a month, 20, 25.
How long does that take? Like, how long does that one video take?
You want to know if you make less money than
I will put it.
No, I just want to know.
Like this. So I normally was big on reviews. I have 1,200 reviews, but I'm starting to shift away from reviews because my game night has expressed an interest in getting more involved. So now we do what are called thoughts from the corners, where I had my friend Lucy and my friend Adam, and then maybe somebody else, and we'll talk about whatever game got played that night. And so we just shot 3 videos right before I got on, and probably about 30 minutes, and I could edit those videos and have them uploaded tonight if I really wanted to. Like, my editing process is just slap the intro on. Like,
So you would say like an hour total for video?
No, it's
2 hours?
Are you talking about from the time?
How long does it take to create a video?
For me?
Yeah.
If it's a 7-minute video, I can get it done in 9 minutes.
Oh, but that's like front to back time to upload, like all of it.
Oh, time to upload. It'll take.
No, I mean, not uploads time, but like the time from when you start a video to when it's finished. How long does that take?
It takes, however, I'm going to say less than 30 minutes on the overwhelming majority of videos. I don't do
so 30
editing.
minutes. Let's say a 30 minutes of video.
I'm a one-take Johnny. So when I sit down, like if I screw up at the 4-minute mark, I'm just like, forget this take. I'm just going to completely start over. Once I get the 9 minutes done, I slap the intro on. I go through my iPad. I connect my iPad to my computer. It's on YouTube. Like, I'm putting next to very little effort onto it.
So I've got you down for about 10 hours a month on videos. If you do 20 videos a month, they're half an hour. That's 10 hours.
If we're not counting the gameplay, yes, absolutely. And the thing is with the games that I review, so many of them are mass market. I know they're only gonna the more I get more consistent ones. Like most of my actual like hobby board game ones, they don't do that well. But like most of the old school ones, like I did one for Squiggly Worms, and I'm sure that's just gonna be one that's gonna consistently get me like 5 or 6 cents every day. Like it's a whole different market I've noticed that I cater to for the most part, which is why I'm trying to like strengthen up my Twitter game, and like I put out some weird videos the last 2 days on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter where I'm just like acting crazy because it's like that's my personality, I don't know. But yeah, I am very happy right now, and how long it takes me to do it, I don't ever foresee myself getting burnt out. I just don't. I don't put that. It doesn't stress me out at all at this point, which is amazing.
I mean, it'd be great. I mean, you're making $2.50 an hour, by the way. Just saying, but I'm just not trying to. I'm just doing the math.
And then the stool gets knocked out.
No, but like here's the thing. He wants to retire. He wants to retire.
Here's the thing. I'm considering my rate of growth is I'm going to be for the next 25 years. Like the next 25 years, I plan on continuing to make consistent content.
How old are you now?
I'm 35.
87.
So 25 more years of videos.
I also live incredibly frugally. I'm a very cheap person. So
I can attest to this. When I took him to the, it was like he hadn't eaten in weeks. When I took him to the trade show many years ago.
Oh, when you took him to Alliance, I remember that.
I can have all the food I want. Yeah,
he freaked out at the buffet. It was hilarious. He's like, "These tacos, I'm going to eat 30 of them." I'm like, what?
I was like, it doesn't work like that. You still have to eat the rest of the month for it.
That was the best Alliance ever. He was like a kid in a candy store, and all this food and drinks are free. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, and I never saw him the rest of the night. He just kept going to get food and drinks. That was great.
Three's
I
the
miss
best
shows.
price.
I miss shows.
Yeah, remember when we used to go places?
Do stuff.
Like out of the
Uh,
house.
This has been a
I don't per se miss conventions. I just kind of I miss like changing things up a little bit and like being, because like I've said to many people after I met someplace after like 2 or 3 days of being at a convention, I want to be home. I'm like, okay, I'm done. I saw the people I wanted to see. I'm out, but yeah, there you go. It would be nice to be angry that I was stuck in Columbus or something instead of like wondering what it'd be like to
Jenny's
go to
ice
Columbus.
cream. Mm.
That sausage place, that buffet. Oh,
The German place.
the German sausage place. Yeah.
Yeah, that place. Schmitz. That place is awesome.
Are you
Yeah.
ready?
I always
Autobahn of
I want to
sausage?
go there. I want to go there the next time that tuba band is there because they were hilarious. Every time anybody got up to leave, they'd play their exit music and it was different for every single person. It was excellent. But there you go. So anybody else? Anybody else got a grievance? I mean,
oh, I got a grievance.
I got plenty.
E-learning,
I'm not gonna say 'em.
homeschooling.
Uh,
I went off on one of my 7-year-old today. I've never been this angry at him before today. Like I legit think this is the most angry I've been in his life. He like his e-learning is just it's so bad. Like the school district has just dropped the ball so insanely hard. And so we're having to do like extra hoops and extra things just to get it all done. And today he had this assignment, like this really simple like he could do it. It was simple where you had to change like a word like cup to bat. And you can only change one letter at a time. So you might change cup to cap and then bat to cat or whatever. And I was like, we read the instructions together because that's what we do. I was like, do you get this, buddy? And he's like, yeah, I got it. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to go work with your brother, do some work. So he comes over like 15, 20 minutes later and he's like, hey, Dad, I'm not getting it. I was like, okay. So I go over expecting, him to be like half done or something. He hasn't done anything, like nothing. So the last 20 minutes, he's just sat there doing nothing. And I'm like, okay, buddy. So this is fine. And we go through the number 2. So the first one they had already filled it out for you. And the number 2 I helped him with. I was like, now do you understand it? Because he had to do 3 and 4 still. He's like, yeah, I got it. And I was like, okay, we're good. So I walk away for about 30, 40 minutes, another 30, 40 minutes. And he's like, yeah, I think I'm done, but I'm not sure I didn't get it right. It's like, okay. So I go back. The kid has erased number 2, which we worked together on. Like, it was done. And then messed up 2, 3, and 4. And I was like, dude, what? Like, no, keep that. It's like, we're good. You keep number 2. So then I sat there and we did number 2 again because he still got 3 and 4 wrong. He got 2 wrong. I showed him how to do it. We sat there, we did it. I was like, now you got it, buddy. You good? And he's like, yeah. So I walk away for about 15 minutes and I go back just to check on him. And I'm like, okay, this is going to be where I reinforce him and say, you're doing great. You got this all wrong. I come back and the fucking kid, he erased number 2 again. And he did it wrong. I was like, no, dude, I specifically said. And it was just like, there was like one assignment where his computer wasn't working, so we had to write it out. And I was like, you only have a little bit of space here, buddy. So you're going to have to make sure you do your best handwriting and write really small. And I kid you not, he comes out with a giant novelty pencil that's about this large, like one of those giant ones. And I was like, the rest of the day he's been using a tiny pencil, like a regular pencil. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why? He's like, I couldn't fit it all on there, Dad. I was like, yeah, you're using a pencil that is literally 10 times bigger than a normal pencil. Like, oh my God. It's just like, it's stressful.
All right, so does the apple fall far from the tree or?
No, he's really intelligent. It's just, he has this issue that I've noticed, and I've pinpointed it because I'm an education major, so I luckily can kind of figure it out. He'll get so excited and anticipating about starting an assignment, he will read like the first sentence or 2, and then he'll just start, and then I'll be like, well, buddy, you did like this really well, but you also have to do this completely other thing. And he's like, what? No. And I was like, yeah, you didn't read the instructions. It's just, oh. Well, yeah. Bye, Scott.
Please, Scott.
So e-learning for my kids in the spring, my daughter's still in high school. The e-learning they offered her was So we're going to make assignments for you, and if you need to improve your grade, you can do them. Otherwise, you don't really need to do anything.
Yeah, I worry about how long this stretches out, like the educational fallout for a lot of these kids, especially the low income kids who are already at risk of like not getting this education, and now they're at home, and there's I think we're definitely going to see some effects from this.
Yeah, well, those people don't necessarily have access to computers all the time.
Nope. Yeah, and yeah, my school district, I actually applauded them because I'm like trying to do a political thing. When they came out, they're like, every kid's going to get a device, and like not every device is internet connected, and it's like you have to meet like this certain threshold of making like money. It's like, oh, we're only giving it to certain people, but it's like, why would you assume that? Indiana is not the best place for e-learning.
West Virginia is doing okay with that. I think they're trying to make sure all the kids have devices, and the state is implementing 1,000 Wi-Fi points at like schools and community centers and state parks and stuff all over the state. So if you don't have access somewhere near you, there'll be Wi-Fi to where you can go and tap into it.
That's actually really great.
Yeah.
That's
Perfect.
my grievance, though.
Well, there you go. Tom, you got any grievances? Game companies?
There's that Roy guy.
Roy does an amazing job. No, it's good. Any grievances I have, it wouldn't be polite to air them here anyway. So
There you go.
I'll say this: I am, as a homeschooling parent, I must take some Schadenfreude glee at seeing people complain about one or two kids homeschooling them. That must be awfully tough. And I feel for you. Oh, I have a grievance. I'm taking my daughter to college next week, and I don't like it.
Oh,
There you go.
The oldest one.
No, Melody's already out. It's
Oh, is
Amy.
she?
Amy's
Okay.
going. So this is number 2.
You know, Tom, there's a trick to help you with your homeschooling issue. You have the older ones teach the younger ones, then you only have to teach the older ones.
No, that does. That's a good way to make the older kids resent you. They didn't ask. They didn't ask to be born a parent.
You've got so many daughters; they're eventually going to resent you anyway. So why just start early?
Yeah.
Thank you, Pete.
You're welcome.
That's my second grievance of the night. Pete's a killjoy,
Yes, I am.
but also correct.
Mhm. Yeah.
Tom,
I know, I've
has
got a daughter.
homeschooling for you changed, or is
No, nothing has changed for us, except that the thing about homeschooling is that if it's going to work well, your best bet is to get into a group and do activities with other kids. That way
Right,
they have
which
that
are
social
gone.
interaction. And that's the one thing that's gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but we actually started early. I said, you know what, let's start early. That way, if this thing ends and the school, we'll be done with school before everyone else, we can go do stuff.
Oh, that's genius.
Do you use accredited school materials?
Yeah. The kids are taught by pre-recorded video classes that they watch, and then my wife checks the homework and administers tests and stuff.
Yeah.
So I mean, we keep it pretty regimented, pretty strongly, because it's one of the easiest things when you homeschool is to be lazy, right? And the kid's like, I don't feel like doing this. You're like, I don't feel like making you, because it's work to make the kids work.
Yeah.
And it's really easy just to go, oh, you don't need to know that. Although there have been a few times where I said, you know what, you really don't need that. Like I make my kids learn what long division is, and then I say, and now you're done. Because I say no adult, when they have to do long division in real life, does it. They always use a calculator. Anyone who says otherwise is either really weird or they're lying to you.
I'm like, I totally do long division.
I do long division in my head all the time.
Point made, apparently.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That doesn't. And anytime I say a story like that, there's always someone who goes, "Bah." I'm like, yeah, people use calculators.
Oh, because we're
Okay, but I
idiots.
do
We're
want-
idiots. Brr.
I do want to
That's how
say
it-
something. I have a question for Cassandra and Lance. I also do long division, but that's because I really enjoy math. Like, is that the same category there? Like, I enjoy the sense of satisfaction from being like, all right, it's 23 point. Oh, I just got to figure out what the point is. Like, I enjoy that.
I just
but
I
it's
just like hammering.
inefficient.
I like hammering it
It
out in
is
my head.
completely. It is definitely inefficient. I'm not
It's
arguing that.
inefficient, and if you're doing math at all, I want efficiency. If you come to me and I say I did this in my head, I'd be like, yeah, get a calculator out. That number is too important for us to mess it up.
My long division is for me, Tom. I do it on me time.
Yeah.
Well, good, but that's not necessary for school. Also, we don't need cursive.
Uh,
Oh God. The fact
Up
we
here,
still
they
teach-
eliminated that.
Not every school has.
Indiana, it's still there. 4th grade. Waste of time.
I learned it in 3rd. I like cursive. I still use it.
Oh, I'm not saying it's a bad thing in general. Cursive is nice, but you don't need it.
To like survive, no. But
No, you don't even need it for anything. Like I literally scribble a scribble every time I sign my name, and no one has ever called me on it.
Yeah.
I signed a check once as Sharky McSharkerson, and they never called me out for it.
Really?
I spent a whole year doing that on receipts and stuff, just seeing if anybody would call me out. I used a different name, like, Barack Obama and all sorts of stuff, and nobody ever said anything.
I got called out at work with that, but other than that, I never.
And even online, we sign all these documents online. It does it for you. It just
Yeah.
like, are you happy with that? Like, what do I care? I don't care.
I feel like this conversation is just one more step towards idiocracy becoming the truth.
That's fine. If I mean,
You about to defend cursive, Lance?
I
Ooh.
think, I mean, I realize that I'm a bit of a curmudgeon when it comes to some of these things. But
No.
being able-
No.
No.
Not Lance. Never.
I think being able to sign your name and having a good signature is a mark of class. That's all I'm saying.
That's cool, Grandpa. Can I have $2 now?
Get off my lawn, Forrest.
You can make fun. You can make fun and fine when they put me in the ground. It'll be another person that of a dying age, But I think having a nice signature just is, like I said,
I hate to agree with Lance, but living with my mom now and having to help her sign quite a bit of stuff, she does have a really killer signature that makes me kind of embarrassed by the beginning of a cursive R that I have been using since I was 18.
I mean, I practiced my signature over and over and over again, and just to make sure it just looked legible and looked nice, and
Yeah, but the problem is, unless you're an athlete or a famous movie star or something, no one cares what your signature looks like.
I do.
You do. You would be the
Well,
only
yeah, well,
person.
and that's like the number one person for my life, which it mattered to, right?
Yeah.
So
when it comes-
Speaking as an athlete, cursive sucks. You just scribble whatever because you got to barrel through.
Oh, look at this. The counterculture NFL punter guy comes in and
I
and
gotta
has
go
it
and wait
signed.
for a punter's signature anyway. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah. Well, tell me of the 6 autographs you did.
No, my favorite was
Yeah.
my rookie year in Seattle. Everyone confused me with Joe Juravicius, who was one of their tight ends. Like they thought I was him, and they would ask me to sign his stuff. I
Damn,
can
they
do
don't
it,
even have their own team.
but yeah, no, it's signing stuff sucks. You just scribble it, get out of there.
Lance, how many autographs have you given?
Maybe a half dozen.
So Chris,
And
is
that's
up
just
on
people
you.
that wanted me to sign the game for some reason, which I thought was
Chris
stupid.
is up on you.
Well, I mean,
Lance, when you spent all that time practicing your signature, did you think you were going to be like a pro wrestler, or something?
no, my dad has a really nice signature, and after I saw him sign something and I realized mine just looked like a bunch of gobbledygook scribble, I decided at that point that I was just going to learn how to just make a really nice signature, and I just trained myself to do it. And now whenever I sign anything, it's you can read my name. I use my middle initial. I have a little flourish to it, the whole 9 yards.
There's nothing wrong with being proud of the simple things, Lance.
No, and here's the thing. I think
Well
that's fine. That's just as fine as being proud that you can play the piano or do many other things. I'm just saying it's not necessary for kids to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the math.
Tom, it passes the
Well,
time.
hey, to be fair, I can remember Mr. Masterson, my 6th or 7th grade reading teacher. Like he like the very first week of the class, he handed everybody, remember those lined sheets for where you would do your signature
With the dotted
Yeah.
line halfway through.
Yeah, the dotted line and halfway, and this guy looked. I mean, this guy he was just this grizzled like angry guy. This guy would always say if he caught you talking, he was a big fan of like, if you get done with your work, leave me alone. And if you got done with your work, he had Archie comics up at his desk. You come up and grab one, and then you could read it after you were done. So it was like he
Lovely
wanted to get
teacher.
done with your work. But he would he said, "All right, everybody, get your pencils out. We're gonna get all this cursive crap done in the first week, and then we never have to touch it again." And the first week of reading was just doing our cursive, and then we got it done, and he was like, "Great, you all passed," and he threw it away in the garbage. Threw away everybody's book in the garbage. You all got an A. All right, who wants an Archie comic? I mean, to his credit, that guy was pretty forward thinking to what Tom is saying. So that was that's 1970. Well, it's a long time ago.
I will say my only strong feelings on cursive are don't put it in my board games or my video games, because I do not want to have to spend the time reading it. Just print it. Like, give me the information.
So what do you supplement with, Tom? Like what do you teach that's not taught in schools?
It's not taught in schools.
Like, do you teach computer skills and stuff?
Well, I make them all learn to type. I think that's
Typing's
typing.
good.
Typing is not optional, just like I think consumer math is not optional. I don't understand why so many schools make it optional. You need to know how to do your
Like making
taxes.
change.
No, you need to know how to do taxes. You need to know how to pay bills. You need to know how a credit card works.
Yep.
Yeah, that's way more important than the quadratic equation. I'm sorry. You know, I make them learn statistics. I don't know, not too much more than that. You know, they get a lot of good stuff. It's just that I'm just sometimes I think sometimes some schools major on minors and they make kids hate things when they don't have to.
Yeah.
Standardized tests. That's what they do. The
I love
teachers have a super high burnout rate. Between 33% and 50% of teachers burn out in the first 5 years. And those are people who go to school for one of two reasons. You don't go to teach to be rich. You don't go to teach to be famous. You go to teach because you either love kids or because you were touched in an amazing way by a teacher as a child. And by using standardized tests, we are eliminating those teachers. And it's terrible. It's because it's kids.
I'm going to stop you right there because I know a lot of people that are teachers. My dad was a teacher for 40 some years. My sister-in-law is a teacher. My older brother was a teacher. And a lot of them say what you're saying, but a lot of them also respond with June, July, August as the reason why they're teachers.
Yes.
What
yes.
that mean?
And that's what a lot of people use that argument. But here's the thing. When people tell me that, I spin it because that's one of my big political things. I want to do everything about education. And it's like, yeah, those people, they get those 3 months off. They get the 2-hour delays. You get the winter break. And yet still, despite all those perks, we have between 33 and 50% of those people who absolutely love this profession quitting in the first 5 years because we're not treating them right.
Well, no, I'm not arguing that at all. I'm just saying that, like, you're trying to present these people as these noble creatures, and I'm saying yes, there definitely are noble creatures that teach. But there are a lot of people that aren't doing it for the nobility of the profession.
Lance, I'm sorry.
Likely to stick around.
Profession now. I mean,
Lance, I've been in the teaching world, and I would say a vast majority of teachers are that way.
I'm curious, Lance, you're suggesting people go into teaching because it's an easy job?
No, but I know a lot. Well, it depends on who you talk to. I mean,
Sure.
like, I grew up with teachers in my dad's house all day long. I've known teachers my entire life, so I'm not just some rube coming off and, well, they got it easy, June, July, August. You know, I'm not that.
Rube.
Yeah, I'm not, so I understand.
He's in an old person mode today.
So I mean, I would go on fishing trips for a week every summer with a bunch of teachers, and all they basically talked about was how shitty their job was. That's all they talked about for that entire week, between the fish aren't biting and how shitty do I have at teaching, because they're all teachers and they all wanted to complain about how shitty their job was. And
what profession have you been in where people don't do that, Lance?
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I'm just I don't know, the Grand High Poobah of all existence. I think he's got a pretty good
who
job.
invited Archie Bunker to the stream?
Yeah, but here's the thing. That's not a profession that should think that. Like, this is one of the few professions. Like, if my waiter hates his job, I don't care. But when you're taking care of children and you're
so
in
when he
charge,
spits in your food, you just chow down.
You're never
Yeah,
gonna
I
get
love it that he
someone
hates
to
his job.
always be happy though, either.
yeah, but we could make them a lot happier. Like,
So the thing is, if you make it so the job is unhappy, the people that are going to stick around are those who are looking for those 3 months off versus those who want to help other people and do it for the love of the kids. Because they're going to be like, what the hell am I doing here? Like, I can't, I'm smart enough to know I can't make a living doing this. Like, why am I putting myself through this? Which I think speaks to Forrest's point of how so many people burn out so quickly. Is that they
You're
understand.
talking about teaching.
Yeah,
You're talking
yeah,
about
yeah,
teaching.
about teaching. Yep.
Former
Yeah.
teacher. Former teacher here.
So that's the thing. Like,
How many years did it take before you quit?
5 years, which is usually the dropout rate.
Yeah.
I believe that's what we heard just a few
that's the
minutes ago.
statistic we were just talking about.
That's the first
5
thing.
years.
Yeah.
Why did you go into teaching, Jeremy? That's the question.
Oh, because
Why'd
I
you-
love children. I love
Bingo!
to teach. I love to learn. Oh man. I
Wow.
love
You're
Wait,
making
no, didn't you
Forrest
do it
look
because
super
of
smart?
That's because I went to school for
God,
education,
just
Pete.
What about
spin
this
it.
on
Just
vacation?
spin
I
it to
tell
like
you,
I'm the
you know
a-hole.
how much
Okay,
I love
fine.
kids. I teach 7th and 8th graders. You understand that?
Oh wow, that's
Oh.
brutal.
and I taught math. Let me tell you, I was a target.
Yeah.
I was a target. I had
Math
beef.
teachers
I had
forever.
beef walking in. I had beef walking in every day. So,
Wow.
and hormones, new hormones walking in.
Yeah.
Every day. There's nothing crazier than watching kids like 7th and 8th grade. Like you could tell, like they're starting to hit it, and they're like looking weird. They come back from Christmas break, like whole another set of, just a whole different ball game.
So did the job just
great.
wear you down? Was it or
You
was
know
there
what?
like any particular big thing that pushed you out the door?
Well, the thing was that I worked at a charter school, so there's a little bit of a different ball game there because they're contingent upon funding. They get a lot of pressure from, like, if they got a charter from from a big grant or something from the public school. So there was a big pressure under that, and because of that, they do a lot of things they shouldn't be doing, like on the seat of their pants. Like I got a license to teach high school for a year when I wasn't qualified to do that. But they wanted me to keep my job, and they wanted me to stick around for another year, and they do things like that. But ultimately, even though I taught like in one of the worst school districts in the United States in South Carolina, it's just the adults, man. I mean, it's just
100%.
I mean, like the kids.
Wow,
I
not
had
the
some-
kids. The
I
adults.
worked at a military school where I had a last stop school where I literally had to like detain kids every day. I worked at that school. Then I worked at the one of the worst school districts ever, where they stole my laptop every other month.
Really?
Broke into my car, stole my laptop, all this stuff like that. It's never the kids. Like, I can deal with the kids. Like, I know the kids. I understand with the kids. I grew up like that. But the adults, man, some of the things they did, and like some of the things they do in desperation, now I'm 40-year-old man, I can understand like what they were doing and why, but like, then I was like,
There's
why
also
are
a
you guys
lot of
doing this?
there's also a lot of paperwork involved.
Yeah, a
You
lot
fill out
more.
paperwork for paperwork.
Yeah, then that licensing stuff that they started to do, I was new into it, which is fine. Like the portfolio stuff they had you do, which is great. I mean, I'm a teacher, I do my damn job. But the like the other stuff with the standardized testing, I mean, it just taught people to teach to the test only.
Yep.
And education has deteriorated ever since, unless you can find a way. And I feel like you have to have the experience to do this. Is really find a way to break through that and try to get in that extra connection. And I think that takes time, because a lot of teachers struggle with classroom management, which is the biggest thing for the first 3-4 years, and then that curriculum, trying to hit those test scores, and you could be buried before you even get started because of test scores. So
And then, well, you're not mentioning it either, and it's just, you see the poverty firsthand. It's like, oh, so this kid's come in, he doesn't have sleep because he's got lice. He doesn't get sleep because his dad got arrested last night for beating up his mom.
I
And
had a girl.
Guys,
This
is it's important conversation. I appreciate. I gotta run though. I'm going to bed. Jeremy, I'm glad we crossed for like a minute.
Yeah. Did you get your hats? Did you get your hats?
I did not, but I'm looking.
I think they'll come back tomorrow.
I got a package from you, Rado. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy them.
It
They were
really
in
threw
the
me
back
off.
of my car for 3 months.
Yay.
I'll call you tomorrow.
What's
Tom.
the expiration date? No.
Yeah.
Tom,
Yo,
thanks for,
You
thanks
might
for
want to
stopping
eat those
by,
gummy
brother.
bears, Tom. Put them on ice first. Yeah, man. Man, it really hurt to be. Oh man, it hurts so bad. Oh, it hurts so bad. I love children. I love working with children.
Is there anybody in the
it hurts so
education
bad.
system that is pro standardized testing? Anybody?
I've never met anyone.
No.
Other
Yeah.
than politicians who just pretty much have to defend it because, well, we thought it was a good idea at the time.
I saw a kid. This is crazy. Like, I actually didn't even believe this was happening. I wanted to call somebody on the school district. There's this kid. He was 15 in the 7th grade. And he was an accelerated math student. So he was doing like sophomore year high school math, right? But he could barely read. Mm-hmm. And we work with him. Then I work with him, and he was getting into all kinds of stuff because, of course, he's puberty. He's like trying to, get with these girls. And I'm like, oh my God, you got to get him out of middle school. Like, get him out of middle school. It's not fair. It's not fair to him. It's not fair to him. No. Like, he can't. I mean, he can't not be around girls. I was like, you got to get him away. Like, figure out something. Don't educate him in this building. Like, don't educate him in this building. It's not safe for anybody. And one of the craziest parts about that is when it got down to it, when I finally stayed out of my own business and just tried to figure out what the heck was going on. Dude, this kid, he said, do you know that so-and-so teacher told me that I read at a 4th grade level? I said, wait, what? She said, yeah, she showed me my test and told me I read at a 4th grade level. I'm like, you should never tell a kid that. Like, you should never tell a kid that age that he's like a 4th grader. Mm-hmm. And because of that, like, he just didn't give a shit. Like, he didn't care no more. Like, he didn't care about anything anymore. He cared about what 15-year-olds care about. And that's it. Like, that was it. And it was unfortunate. And he eventually got kicked out of the school, and he probably got arrested for, so it's just like these school systems, man. I understand what they're trying to do, but it ain't working. It just ain't working.
And so you thought, I'll get out of that because that's crazy, and I'll go into healthcare.
Well, guess what I do in healthcare though? I train. So I'm a curriculum writer, and I train people. So yeah, at least I get to do that. I didn't want to do adult stuff, but I mean, it's a good turn. I develop low-skilled workers at my job. So it's kind of really, really nice to kind of hone in people who, barely got out of high school, haven't been to school in 15, 20 years.
Oh, wow.
And then help them get like rounded skills. And then I also teach mentors. So like I get people with mentors and things like that. So really soul-fulfilling job when it's going. But with COVID, I'm just checking people and saying, hey, do you have any symptoms today? So
what's your temperature?
Yeah, what's your temperature? Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to give you your temperature. Sorry. No, I'm just getting back to classroom stuff. So I'm very excited about that because that's what I love. That's what I do.
Never be a teacher.
Yeah, man. It's so fulfilling, man. It's so fulfilling to help other people like that. So
kids. I hate kids, and I hate teaching people. Like that whole thing. I struggle with them not understanding it when I say it the first time. I have to repeat myself.
Imagine how I feel. I keep telling you that mugs are for warm drinks, and you just don't listen.
If you ever have kids, you'll get over that in a hurry.
Yeah, I just love watching. I like watching minds develop, and I also like listening to ignorance. Like listening to someone who is like completely. You're like you actually understand. You have an understanding of stuff you actually don't understand at all. Like you're saying
that explains
something.
Why he's on the show.
Yeah, like you're actually saying something that makes sense. You have no idea what it means. It's like it's so interesting to start there, and then have that conversation. That's why I like middle schoolers because they just think they know everything. Yeah, they're amazing. They are amazing.
One of the coolest things I've ever gotten to do since I've worked at my work for 10 years, and we have it's a daycare, so we're from 0 to 9 years old. Is I'll get to actually see numerous like humans like form. Like I was like, I knew you when you were 2, and now you're 9, and you're exact same fucking kid now. Or like you're like it's fascinating because. And they know you your entire life, so you actually get to like really know them. Like once you've got a kid's trust, they will tell you everything. Like they will dump it on you, and it's really cool because you normally only get that with your own kids if you're lucky, and to get it with 15, 20, 30 kids.
Yeah,
I love it.
You get a 6th, 7th, 8th grade, man. you just see it. You just see everything, and you have some big moments. You got some big moments. You're gonna get in the car and cry a lot. I tell you right now, like it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to let kids go home sometimes.
When you know that they're gonna go home and there's no dinner, mom's
Because
not
when I
gonna be
went,
doing there.
because like I was that kid too. Like I felt that. Like I felt that energy when I was going home. Like my mom wasn't gonna be home. She had to work, till 9 o'clock, and then whatever we had left was left. And then thankfully, when she got remarried, we were all right, right? But like, I mean, man, at least when we got to middle school, a little bit later in middle school, I was good, but I was dirt poor. So we, whatever I got, I got. Whatever bus tickets I got. Whatever school lunch tickets they gave me, I kept that stuff. School money they gave me, I kept it. I stored it, or I'd eat at my, suburb friend's house before I went home if I could. Try to get an extra snack or two in and then go home, what I'm saying? So,
I was in that boat. I have attention deficit hyper disorder, and I think I'm committing a felony here, but I used to sell my Ritalin. I found out the middle schoolers, they'd buy my Ritalin. The high schoolers would buy my Ritalin. So I was selling it every day.
Just cementing that political career even better for us.
I am going to lean into that, good sir. I am a man of the people. I have lived a life. I have dealt with addictions.
Of course you are. You're the Ritalin supplier.
He said, my name is I'm your pusher. I'm your mama. I'm your daddy.
I actually had my first interview with a guy who runs a little local union radio thing. And it was about a 45-minute interview. And after I was done, I was like, this is my first time ever doing something like that. Because I went into like my whole story, like my history. My mother was murdered. My parents were divorced in like a really traumatizing way. My dad's a pedophile. He's in prison. And like I spun it into like weaving this story of how over the last 10 years I've completely changed my life and committed to education. And I was like, how'd I do it then? He's like, dude, that was spectacular. Like if we can get this to the people in Fort Wayne, like this is really good stuff. And I was like, fuck yes. So like I am excited for that.
Yeah. All I can tell you is good luck to you, sir, man. I'm glad you're doing this stuff, man. I love teachers. I was there. I really wish I could have done it for longer. But yeah, thankfully I found a niche where I can still teach people. But man, cheers to you, man. Cheers for you.
Well, hopefully I get to keep doing it. Right now with COVID, I'm homeschooling my kids for 3 weeks, and that's all my PTO for the rest of the year. And after that, it's either, okay, we're either going to send our kids to school or I'm going to have to quit my job and we're going to have some financial hardship. So it's like, cool, fun times.
How are the schools in your district handling it? Are they?
I don't know. This is actually all speculative, and I want to say that before I hear it. But one of my neighbors is a teacher, and she was talking to a nurse, and apparently the nurse said that, there's a lot of fucking COVID going around in our high schools and middle schools, and they're not going to say anything until after 3 weeks, because after 3 weeks, parents have to decide for sure. It's either you're going to homeschool or you're going to be here. No decisions. And apparently they're staying completely quiet about any of their numbers until after 3 weeks, because F them. So, yeah. But I'm not worried about that. That's in 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks.
That's 2 weeks. That's 2 weeks.
I don't got to worry about that.
Baby, we one pay cycle away. One pay cycle at a time.
My mother teaches 7th and 8th grade history, and she's struggling a lot with it because they've decided to go all online. And she's older now. And she's like, I trying to like do videos and they want me to like upload all these things, and she's just like, I'm struggling, I'm all stressed all the time due to trying to figure out how to best educate people who aren't going to want to sit in front of the computer and watch a video of her teaching about geography. They're like, I don't care, this isn't.
Guess what, those kids are so ready for that versus what the teachers aren't ready for. And I'm serious. Like when I say this, I realize that like we need to change the way school is anyway. That's my theory of already, like, I don't even think we even need high school. I think we need specialist school. Like we just need to go to specialist school at this point. But I really feel like virtual school is school. That should be school. And we should just kind of go and do activities at school that like nurture and help us grow and like make us contributing adults like they used to, like make us well-rounded as contributing adults, and activities like we used to have that nobody has anymore. But like this electronical virtual stuff is what we should be kind of moving towards anyway. It's just that our lifestyles aren't made for that anymore. Like we don't have people at home all the time anymore. Like we don't have people to like supervise kids anymore. But like it's optimal. It actually makes sense. And then parents can reinforce it, but we don't have that kind of stuff anymore. It sounds so ridiculous because we don't have that life anymore.
Well,
but it works. It does work. And unfortunately, some teachers are going to get left out of that.
Well,
the biggest issue is reading, because she's also at an at-risk school, so they can't read.
They can't,
And
they can't
so
read.
she's like, they can't read. I'm trying to teach history, geography. They need to, and when they're at school, she can do things to help them. And then their parents also can't read. Mostly can't read English. They're native Spanish speakers, and she's like, how do I can't teach them to read, unfortunately, at the time. And so she's like, they can't learn because I can't be there to step by step walk them through it, because it's not a virtual classroom like this. It's
I want to say ESL students, special needs students, even advanced students are going to suffer. They're going to suffer because they need that very specific and attention to detail. I mean, I was a very, very bad reader. I was in remedial reading forever. And shout out to Pam Ryder, long live her. She taught me how to read. I love that woman. And I just think to myself, like, if I was this time, it'd be such a big struggle, that kind of stuff. Thankfully, my son just reads he's probably in bed reading right now. Should be asleep. But yeah, man, that's going to be tough this school year for that. Like if you're in that second, third grade where you really have to get the core of your reading down, especially if a kid's like just behind, that's tough. That's tough. Man, that's tough.
And Cassandra, you brought up a really interesting point that I hadn't even thought about. Like my kid's teacher, my 7-year-old, I almost feel like going all one way or the other would make it easier, but she has to do half and half. So like half of the class is digital and half the class is still in the classroom. And it's like, oh my gosh.
How do you feel about like activity school? Like I always tell you, like the thing that's missing is that we kind of cut out all the other stuff, like all the other enrichment stuff. So I'm like, if we go to school virtual for 3 days and we go to school 2 days and we literally just do activity, you could actually have a science class, but it's all activity. You would actually have an art class, like an hour-long art class, not like every other Wednesday you have art class, like an actual music class. You can validate budget for that if it's actually being used, or even rented if you know that's going to be used.
That's what they're doing here. My daughter's going to school 1 day a week, and it's all like it's going to be like art, reading, PE.
Yeah.
And then the 4 days is just virtual, which is going to be all like the math. And
I swear to you, that's exactly how you do it. And then when you get to older ages, you focus more on skill-based stuff. Like, I'm serious, like economics, geography, or even just tech stuff. Because I just feel like at the age of like 15, 16, we need to have kids ready to like know how to, run business or how to set up marketing accounts and all kind, like just literally know how to be an adult instead of like knowing how to be average book smart.
Learning how to
average book smart,
instead of
it's like
their checkbook.
I don't want a smart ass. Like I want a smart ass that actually is smart. I got smart asses. We got smart asses everywhere. I'm talking about smart kids that I got to go, hey man, shut up. You actually know something.
The thing is though, is that like your job is going to teach you, like whatever job you end up getting, like they will teach you how to do that job. Like the most important thing we can be teaching our kids, especially in our current information age, is how do you recognize source bias in an article? How do you cite your sources? Because like that's such a huge problem when people I hate to say the words fake news, right? But like people go look at stuff online and they think it's real because, someone said it online, it must be real. They have no idea how to track that back to the primary source and be like, okay, if, you know, it makes a huge difference if this is like an accredited professor with, you know, actual like medical journal degrees versus the My Pillow guy saying, let's eat oleander.
Like, but I would say, don't you find value in like, and this is not for everybody either. I know there's schools that specialize in it, like schools of the arts and things like that. But like, I just feel like people should be way more well-rounded and like focused. Like I'm saying, like
learn musical instruments.
What you're saying is like even more intense that I think, and it can be applied in some classes, but like to me, like even business, not everybody's business oriented, but what I'm saying is like, you also want people to know these things going into adulthood. When they're going to get 18-year-old, they're going to get credit cards right away.
Right. Yeah.
You know, they're gonna buy a car the first time they get approved for 36%. You know, but also I don't want that to be the only thing. Like I want it to be like trade skills, like plumber, welder, you know, fixed car, you know, like those things, because people do not understand the importance of those. Will never leave. My friend, dumb as rocks, he's a welder. He makes more money than I'll ever make. They won't even let him retire. Like they won't let him retire. They were like, hey, we'll give you another $20,000 and we'll give you overtime. Don't retire. Go back and weld right now. Like, you know, so it's like, you know, like he's not gonna have any hands, but he's gonna have a lot of money. But you know, like
I don't think people realize how much the trades are not only hurting for people with skills, but how much they actually make. You know.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Our society, American society, places too much emphasis on getting a college degree as if that's somehow going to fix your
getting money.
Life.
Getting money. What is that? What does even that mean? Getting money.
Like there is absolutely, we should be teaching people actual trade skills, because the current generation, or the previous generation, sorry, the previous generations, the way they learned, you had sort of the, you know, master apprentice system, right? You signed up for the job, someone who knew what they were doing taught you what they knew, you got better at it. But that's not how kids learn things today. Like they hear about something, they go look and search on the internet. And so if they're looking up wrong information and they don't know that it's wrong information, like it doesn't matter if you're, you know, teaching a kid how to weld through an online course. If he is like, oh, well, I'm just going to go on you know, welding. But
here's the thing, like it's hard, and it's harder to like build a society around it too, because we're in a weird like separation. Like my dad, my mom, our moms and dads, depending on how old you are, like actually like I'm 42. I just turned 42. So the year I was born, more than likely, within that last couple years, I live in the Midwest. Factories, right? You could literally, you could actually leave high school early and go work on a factory and make great money, and then you would retire by the time I was probably like 20, 22, because you can retire early because you're making so much fucking money. You're making old school money, right? And then those people retired. Like in our city, like black folks had money because they had A.O. Smith, and they could just go to work, make a lot of money, get overtime, and then retire. Well, they can just talk crazy about us all day because they don't think we have any work ethic. And I'm like, dude, you were just pressing buttons the whole damn time. You ain't smart. Like, but the thing is that like they have a disconnect from people now because they think that we're like other people are lazy. And I'm like, no, it's just because the world is so ever changing that there's nothing to like say, hey, like this is the basic essential job that you can go to, like, and make $25 an hour. This is not the basic essential job you can go to and make $17 an hour. And it's like, well, I will go flip burgers. I'm like, well, you actually lived in a time where $3.25 was actually worth something. Like $3.25 was a lot of money. Like it was $5.25 by the time when I was working. And it was barely enough. And I'm thinking people survived off that. You got to be freaking kidding me. Like I think since we don't live in a world with baseline jobs that actually keep people just above the poverty line, we just don't. You can work 2 jobs and still be just above the poverty line. That does not make sense to me. That does not make sense to me.
Have I mentioned my thoughts on capitalism?
So it's like, you know.
Well, all right, I used to work on the trains, and I trained people. I even got...
My grandpa worked on the train.
Did he?
Yeah, he worked on the train. Great job.
It was. But what I noticed was people coming in, we had a hard time hiring because of drug tests, which, most of them failed. 95% failed on the drug test. But the ones that came in just really didn't have a work ethic. It was like, I understood they were coming into a new world. Some of them never touched a tool in their fucking life. They were bringing them up through cleaners and stuff like that, which I had no problem with, but they didn't want to learn. They just wanted the money, because it was a $10 or $15 an hour job.
Right. That's nice.
But, I think it was 10 back then.
Yeah.
But they just didn't want to learn. They just wanted the money. And I'm like, yo, that's fine, but this will kill you. This is 700 minimum volts of electricity.
But that's the thing. That you're always gonna have that. Like you're always gonna have that because it's like I said, when you get that good money, you start getting fat off that money. I always say when you get fat off the money, you start talking shit. Right?
That's why I got into the board game industry for that fat cash.
You know what I'm saying? He said, man, I got money tucked behind those paintings back there, man. There's so much money, man. I don't even know where to hide it, bro.
Look at that. Sweet board game money.
I got 20s in my slippers, baby.
What I'm saying is 95% of the people who apply for the job were like, I don't think people want to be outside and move around. They want to sit behind the desk. And I understand that because when I was growing up, I got drilled into my head, go to college, go to college, go to college. And I'm sure everybody else my age did.
This shit don't work.
Yeah.
This shit don't work. Everybody's either go ahead.
I'm sorry. I've noticed now people went to college my age and they're going out of like business into trades or food or whatever,
So people walk around with graduate degrees that's working at fucking at BW3s. You know what I'm saying?
There's more college dropouts working at Publix and Target than you probably admit.
Not dropouts. People with psych degrees, psych degrees. Like I worked at. Okay, so the was it Cheeseburger in Paradise I worked at? Yes, Buffett. Yes, I worked at a Cheeseburger in Paradise. It was my second job. We had one person with a psych degree. We had one person that was pre-med, and then there was me with my master's degree in curriculum. And I was thinking to myself, like, why the hell are we here? Like, why the hell are all of us here? And I just feel like we were told to go get this paper. Mm-hmm. And then when we go get the paper, this is the best part. This is actually how screwed up even our parents are, or other people's parents that would probably be our parents and tell us the same thing, is we'll get a psych degree or get a history degree, and they'll pay for your school, by the way. Parents will pay for your school. You're going to school for history. And then look at you and go, why did you go to school for that? You didn't know what you're going to do with it? Or I'm like, well, why did you pay for it? like it's so screwed up. And then I hear other dudes, talk about like, well, these people go to school. They go to school to be a lab rat, or they go to school to be a librarian. I'm like, it's because it's that competitive, man. It's that competitive to get this low of a skilled job. I remember walking across the stage with a bachelor's degree in 2005, and I was just like, there's no way, like everybody in my class, I said, more than likely, almost all of them are going to go right back to school right away. They're not ready for the world. And they're either underqualified or overqualified at the end of the day. So it's like, we're not matching up what we're asking for. Our parents, they just wanted better for us. That's why they said, go to school. My mom just said, Jeremy, I don't care. Don't fail out of high school. Just get to college. We know this. We know you're smart. Just stop. Don't get anybody pregnant. Just get out of high school. She begged me. She's like, get out of high school. Don't get anybody pregnant. I'm like, I promise you. So, dude, that's the thing. It's a screwed up system we've created in a sense, or a mindset, I should say, we created. And the payoff is not there. The payoff is just not there anymore. It's different. Different set of rules.
And they were more stubborn back then. Like my mother, I worked my ass off to get out of the city.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring her with me, and she would not move. She's like, my house is paid off. I'm like, Mom, we're in the fucking hood. We're in Kensington, the heroin capital of Philadelphia. It's time to get the fuck out.
Barry, what the hell are you building back there? What are you doing? What are you cooking up in the lab back there?
A bench for the shop. so I can
Box
get rid of
to
this,
put his fingertips after he cuts them off.
Said the back, a box.
I'm sorry, Lance. I've been working with power tools for 25 years. I still got all 10.
But you started with 11.
I was so hoping you were showing 8. So,
I thought about
That would
it.
have been hilarious.
like, oh no,
actually.
Barry, no.
I did get next one for the
Like
bandsaw.
half a hand.
Yeah,
I've got all
just-
10 fingers, but I can't count. So there's
I
only
got 'em
8.
all, baby.
Oh, anyway, I'm making a stool for the shop so I can get rid of the wheelchair.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Well,
That's awesome.
I gotta make a bench for out front first when I walk. But I throw that out my car in the wheelchair.
What's going on, Travis? What's going on? Big money. No, hold on. Big money, Travis over here.
Yeah, big money, Travis. I like
Hey,
how.
Travis is
Oh.
funded. He's got his hair down.
What if they don't hit 700K and we don't get
What
the
if they
solo
don't?
games?
Oh my God! What are you gonna do?
I think that's just hilarious how it's like, oh, if we just hit 700K, then we can release these solo rules that we've already written that we would throw in the trash otherwise. If we don't.
I didn't. I
Yes.
never said. I
Don't
never
let him
said
get
they
you,
were written.
Travis. Don't let him be
They're
jealous.
not. I never said they were written. He said he could do them. So, and he will.
Wait a minute.
He
Wait a
will.
minute. Travis, are you saying you're honorable and upright and you're not a filthy liar like all of Kickstarter? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. I have to say our campaign would not be nearly successful without the great video from Rado Runs Through.
Oh, I did not mean to call attention to myself. That's quite all right.
Here, hold on.
You know what? You know what? He's right. Today I was watching your video.
Oh, you shouldn't. Do
And
that.
I actually no, I was watching your video, and then like I actually stopped, and I went to the Bruges video, and I was trying to like match things up. Like I was just trying to make sure I was matching things up correctly, and I was just like, okay, because I played the original Bruges, and I wanted it really bad. Right now, I'm trying to find the most classic games and add them to my collection. And I was like, I think this is the one. I think this is the one I need. I played that game with Ryan Metzler. I don't know if you remember that guy from
I remember Ryan.
I haven't seen him in forever.
He introduced
Into
me
my
to-
house in Malta.
He introduced me to the game. Actually, I talked to him right the week before he went to your house. Yeah, I was talking to him. We were playing together the week before he went there. And I was like, I have to have this game. And you reminded me. I was like, I have to have this game. Yeah, so I watched your video today, and it really did help me figure it out. Informed backing, okay?
That's what you get when you get good content creators to make a
exactly
video for your game.
What I want, as I tell people, I want to make informative backing. I don't care if it's super entertaining or not. Like, I want you to be informed. All right, you do what you want to with your money. I want to inform you.
Lance, did you make a video for that game?
No.
Way to go, Travis. Way to make the host feel bad.
I'm fine. It's fine. I don't care.
So Jeremy, now you know you need to have Hamburg instead of Bruges. Is that the moral of that story?
Yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah,
I backed Hamburg. I don't know about Macau, so I have to I'm doing some research.
Macau is fantastic. Dude.
Macau is arguably his best design.
No, In the Year of the Dragon.
I said arguably. I'm not saying definitively.
Now,
but it's 1 and 2. It's 1 and 2 for the one is In the Year, and then a slight little tick down is Macau.
Yeah. So this is debatable.
Just because In the Year of the Dragon is just brutal. It is just a brutal.
Never even heard of In the Year of the Dragon.
That sounds so attractive to me.
You never heard of it?
No,
never heard of it.
So In the Year of the Dragon, basically, like, you have to try to plan for these events that are just going to absolutely smash you into the ground over and over again.
It literally takes a year. Every round is 1 month, and you can see right from the beginning of the game, oh, every month a terrible thing happens.
Well,
and
not
you
every
can't
month.
possibly
Sounds like
prepare
real
for
life.
all of them.
Yeah,
pretty
this is
much.
my life.
You get 2 months of fireworks.
Oh, fair enough. I stand corrected.
Yes. You get fireworks. Woo! Fireworks. Oh, back to
That's
famine.
right. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's the first 2 months are fireworks just to get you warmed up.
Oh,
No,
my
Then
God.
it's just nothing but shit for the rest of the game.
The first 2 months are nothing, and then there are 2 fireworks mixed in: the Mongol hordes, the plague, the drought, the taxes, and all the other horrible things.
Yes.
Yeah. Year of the Dragon's right up there with 2020, really.
So even though we have multiple field games, in the Year of the Dragon is actually my favorite field as well.
Okay, hold on a second. Is that the stuff you're doing? Is that going to be in there? Is that re-implementing, or is that
that was just reprinted along with Notre Dame a couple years ago. It's still
okay. I'm just wondering. I'm like,
still
okay,
available.
okay, all right. So okay.
For me, the best thing about In the Year of the Dragon is playing with new people and just sitting there and watching. And just
Note
watching
to
the
self,
band.
don't play a game with Travis of any sort that I don't already know. Good to know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Then check that out.
That's
Year of the
good.
Dragon. Actually, I'm gonna go look at that right
So
now.
how is the campaign going, Travis? Have you run into any particular problems? Any unexpected responses?
Yeah, I seen some.
Well,
I seen
I
one of
mean-
idiots in there.
So,
Not that you
I mean,
can say that.
the success is great. I mean, I can't say that we expected to sell through all the collector's editions that we offered, in a day and a half or whatever it was. So that's been great. I mean, all Kickstarters have their own personality, I think. I guess the thing that's kind of caught me off guard is, I'm sure a lot of you know, we run a lot of Kickstarters, and generally our products are pretty close to done when we get them to Kickstarter, right? We have art, we have rule books, we've been able to do some production copies.
This time.
Right. It's a completely different story. So I mean, instead of having all those things and people yelling at us and going, "Oh, you're just using Kickstarter as a pre-order system," which they complain about. Now we're getting complaints because, "Oh, you're not ready to do this. You're earlier in the process." So you just can't. I mean, you can't win sometimes, but overwhelmingly, I mean, I think overwhelmingly Kickstarter users and our backers are great. Everybody here's the vocal minority, right? That's just the nature of
of course.
the internet. It is Reddit. It's everywhere. It's all like that.
I've actually heard so much rumbling in the last 2 weeks on Kickstarter related stuff, and I was like, I don't know why y'all run into the content creators. We're bothered by y'all too. Like, I'm serious. Like, it's crazy how many people come. Like, don't you guys relate? I'm like, no. Backer comments, YouTube comments. Sometimes, man. Sometimes, or community managers, like people like me that go out and do community stuff. It's like, some of you guys, you just don't get it. Like, there's so much stuff to be dealing with at a Kickstarter, and some of you have such specific issues.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Sometimes you see the complaints, and it makes you wonder. Well, I mean, if this product isn't for you, you didn't need to type out 4 paragraphs about it. You could have just chose not to be involved.
Right. Yeah, it's like, why did you join in to tell me you don't?
I think for some people it's therapy. They go on those comments and they get all their frustration out right there.
Man,
gives them a bit of control in a life they feel they have no control.
Yep, it's a voice for them if they just want to vent frustration and they know that they'll get the wave of people jumping on that train to go with them, so they feel like they're unified, even if it's for something stupid.
They can't shout at their asshole boss, so they'll shout at Travis.
Exactly. Like them finger gangsters, man. I'm telling you, man. Ooh, boy, thug life fingers, man. Thug life fingers.
Richard, you'll find this interesting. So I have a contest up on BGG right now that we put up. It went up this morning, right? I wrote if you have a chance, take it. I wrote the questions because we don't have a lot of rule books. The rule books aren't out, so there's not a lot of reference places to write questions.
Oh, of course.
The questions at 2 in the morning, and they are mostly to entertain myself.
Oh no!
So if you get a chance, read them.
I'm gonna go check it out right now.
Like I saw your hamburger joke the other day. I have one of the questions where one of the answers is robble, and
I had no idea what you meant by that, but now I understand. Okay.
So anyway, all the prize packages get a copy of Dribble Fever. And I thought,
are you serious?
Yeah, I thought the Feld fans in the house would be going crazy over that. And I haven't seen a single person say anything about it.
Wow.
Wait. Are you saying you have just like a warehouse of Dribble Fever?
I don't have a warehouse of them, but I have some of them, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I remember I had to work very hard to get a copy of that back in the day, so that I could have my 100% Feld coverage.
It's a soccer Feld game that was done. It's called Spiel with what's his name?
Spiel
Richard?
mit Lucas, Dribble Fever.
Lucas. Right. He's like a big soccer player in Germany now, but it's a game we had, and there's only like 40 copies in the BG database owned. And
What?
so yeah, I'm throwing a copy to everybody that wins on the contest, and I thought that would be a big deal. A hard to find, rare Feld game, and nobody said anything.
Super hard to get. Although, I mean, it's all in German, of course, because you never did a English version.
Rajiv tells me there are English rules there, and if not, before we disseminate the ones we have left, that we will make some.
I had to go get somebody on Board Game Geek to translate them for me. Those are the only ones that are available on the site, are the ones that I had made, so I could cover.
Well, maybe Rajiv's talking about your set of the rules then.
Maybe. There you go. It could be. They were pretty good. How do I find this contest?
It's on the front page of BGG under sponsored content.
Under sponsored content. Okay.
You probably ad blocked it.
You don't see sponsored contests if you ad blocked?
Yeah, ad block it. It's possible.
I don't see.
That sounds like a glitch.
He ad blocked it. I know. If he doesn't know where it is, then that means.
I do not see this. There's In Focus sponsored, but nothing. All right, I will have to edit my homepage.
I'll send you the link.
Wow. I think I got a copy from Rajiv a couple years back.
Hey,
it's the Feld collection.
Hey, Richard.
Yes, hello.
I am okay. So I'm on the quest to find these games, classic games, all-time games, previous to 2015. Now I have a whole bunch of games. Okay, a lot of good ones, very good ones, some great ones, but most of my collection, honestly, as I was culling like 100 and some games here, I was like, man, I need great. I should be able to walk across my 5 calyxes and go, oh, I'm not even touching this calyx right here. Okay, not even touching this one, and I don't have that. Not yet. And I'm trying to find these games. So one of the ones that was on the list was one that you had. I was watching a lot of you today. Was Caylus.
Caylus, huh?
How do you feel about Caylus now? Because it seems like a very much a first worker. It just feels like the first worker placement in a sense. Like it feels like that.
I would say it has actually a fairly modern feel to it. But it's just a game for assholes.
Yeah.
Who
play the card game.
rejoice in
Wait a minute,
causing
hold
pain to
on.
others.
I think Lance would like to say something right now. Lance, would you
Lance
like
is
to?
that guy.
If you'd like to
moves
make
that-
my point for me,
He looks
sure.
like he's absolutely ready to say something.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next TED Talk person. This is Lance.
All right, Lance, go ahead and get it out now so that we can continue the
Caylus
conversation.
Caylus is a beautiful design in which you can crawl over the dead bodies of your enemies to victory. So, and that's the kind of stuff I enjoy. I believe that not letting I can enjoy a garden game. And a garden game, as I've said,
That's a
many
big
times-
breakthrough for you to admit it.
No, I can totally enjoy a garden game. I mean, the garden game is like, okay, everybody, we're gonna play. There'll be maybe some slight interaction, but all of us are gonna create our own little garden here. And at the very end of the game, we're gonna see who did the best job of making a garden, whose garden looks the best. And that's fine. I mean, like those can be challenging little puzzles and
Sounds lovely.
And we can have a lot of fun doing that. Now, the garden game I like is like, instead of like me working on my garden, I jump over the fence and I go and smash your roses and I salt your earth and throw slugs into your turnips, and then I
Is there
go
a way
back.
to dry out people's land on the other side?
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
fence?
exactly,
Is
yeah.
there a way?
Breed rabbits to eat all their carrots.
Right. Yeah. You like.
Well, no, and it's like the old Simpsons had the line where it was like,
asymmetric.
like Homer, did you have to put when he says something like, Homer, did you have to tear up all of my shrubs? He's like, did you have to take all my shrubbery? And he's like, I needed them for my lawn. He's like, oh, I get it. Did you have to salt the earth so nothing would ever grow again? He's like, yeah.
So Jeremy, Caylus should be pretty easy to find. I think somebody just reprinted it, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it's an updated one, so it's not original Caylus anymore.
So that's Caylus 1303 is what.
Yeah.
Card game's better in my opinion. I once I played the card game or whatever the other version of.
That's Kalis Magna Carta.
That would be.
That is really good.
You'd be
It's not
so
the same,
wrong.
but it's better.
Yeah.
Hey, actually, I was waiting for Scott to come back. Scott, you're not going to vanish anything on me, are you?
What?
You've had to like be right back a couple of times. You're not going to vanish on me right now, are you?
No.
You're going to hang out for a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
He's a busy
And
man.
Richard, you're not.
Sounds like a trap.
Richard,
does.
I'm going to tell you right now, you're not allowed to disappear because I did.
Oh,
It's a
no.
trap.
I did this
Crap.
special. I did this special because I did it for Keith when his mother passed, and I have initials for Sandra Scales in memory
Oh.
of Scott
Thank you,
Alden.
Lance.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
I have. So I mean, Scott, you were very. I mean, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here, but as I told him earlier today, I said I didn't know your mother, but she raised one of my best friends in the whole wide world, so she must be pretty awesome. So
Thank you, Lance.
I have
Wow.
a lot. We haven't had an initials game in a long time, and I remember
We
I
have
did
not.
it for. Yeah, it's been a long time, and I have. Scott's mother her name was Sandra. Her maiden name was Scales. So these are gonna be the initials SS. And I'm gonna turn the table over to Scott if you want to say anything. You want to tell us a favorite story about your mom growing up or anything like that? Or is that gonna be too?
Put me under pressure now.
Is that gonna be too much?
I'll think of something, but I don't know.
All right. Well,
It's hard.
I was kind of, yeah, I understand. It's totally hard. Like I said, I said goodbye to my stepfather a few years ago, and that I still think about him a lot. So I'm not trying to put Scott in it. I'm not trying to get him emotional or anything. But for those of you who never played the initials game, I'm going to explain it to you. There are 15 people, places, things that have the initials SS. And these things, I'll give clues. There'll be 5 clues for each one. If you think you know what this person, place, or thing is, you simply say your name. Kabuki Kid is the arbitrator of reality. So if there's any discussion as to who or what, like if somebody said it or didn't say it, then we just wait till I call on you. Don't just blurt it out. You will make your guess. If you get the guess correct, you get a point. If you get it wrong, you are out for that particular topic. Then we have 15 of them. I guess I should go 14 and have one tiebreaker in case you have a tiebreaker, but we'll see what happens. I have 15 of these, and like I said, like you just have to think it's S and S. So that would be like, as I said, Sandra Scales. And Chris isn't back yet. I don't know where he went. Oh, my boss just showed up though. Maybe we can wait for him to come in here.
Wow.
Yeah, there we go.
Bigfoot himself.
Yeah, Bigfoot is arriving. He's logging in.
I also would like to say that Kevin Sussman, a famous writer, has been invited.
Kevin Sussman, what did he write?
He's a board game geek.
He did
he's
Ugly
on the-
Betty, Stuart Bloom, The Big Bang Theory. And,
He's been on the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, he's invited. He was last active about 3 hours ago on Twitter, so I stalked him a little bit.
I still want Dax Shepard and Kristen Stewart. Where are they?
I need to line up the hours. I try and make sure they've been on Twitter recently.
Can you get Matthew Lillard on the list too? Get him on here at one point.
Yep. Put him on.
Shoot for the stars. Can you get us William Shatner?
I'm kind of
too?
excited.
I got you, Chris Cluey. What more could you fucking people want?
It's true.
And now, like he does all of my streams with me. He does all like the live streams on Grey Fox with me, and
you owe me a beer, Lance. There we go.
I owe you a Coke.
Coke?
I owe you a Coke. Yeah.
Make sure it's not a bottomless Coke, because I hear you will just sit there and drink it over
Yes.
and over. And over.
Like that bottomless taco bar at Alliance, man.
If Shane ever sends me to the Alliance trade show, I'll try to get you to get to go again, so you can just have endless nachos.
Oh
you did
God,
before.
yeah.
That'll never happen.
We'll never go to the Alliance trade show, or you won't send me.
No, I've never gone, and I probably never will. I've only gone to one distributor's trade show, and it was only because they had free alcohol.
Well, Alliance trade show has free alcohol.
Was that Southern Hobby? It must have been Southern Hobby.
Wait, is Alliance?
Yeah, you got it.
Is Alliance the one we have in Wisconsin?
No, it's in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
No, Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's ACD. That's in Wisconsin.
That's ACD. That's
So here's the selling point. If you send me to that one, I think like I could just crash at Forest South because he lives in Fort Wayne. So you wouldn't have to pay for a hotel. if you go to that trade show.
When you say you wouldn't have to pay for anything, and you say I'll also be working as well as going to the trade show, then maybe you can go and get all those nachos. But until that day, highly unlikely.
I worked the trade show.
Is that stuff
Forrest was
actually like
Forrest was
business
Forrest
or
was
what?
the man. He was the man at that
No,
trade
it's
show.
not.
That's what I thought. It's not business.
He was demoing games to drunk retail game owners, and I was just like, how do you do this? I remember I spent 15 minutes explaining dungeon roll to this drunk guy, and I was just like, I wanted to reach over the table and just shake him. I don't care if he was going to order like 8 cases of the game. I was just like,
But he wasn't.
wait, so I roll the dice? Yes. Yes, you do.
90% of the retailers that go to those shows are just there for the free swag bag and free food and drink.
How many did you say?
90%.
Oh, I think it's higher than that.
It probably is. Trying to give some of them benefit of the doubt. There is a little bit of education.
I can't imagine. I can't tell you how many names and numbers and cards I took, and every single one of them followed up on, and not one sale. So I was like, all right, you know what?
Yeah, it's he's not wrong.
I'm done.
They're
what? Isn't that the point of the damn show?
Most of them, yeah. You either go to sell or you go to make your products known, so they buy through distribution. But the amount of actual feedback and the amount of actual sales that come from there, it's tough.
I'll keep that in mind when I'm hired to do so. So
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for a splash of red blood to hit Barry's wood that he's working on.
What was that giant blade you had there, Barry? What was that thing?
Was that a saber?
Like a big knife.
He was.
It's called a number 4.5 plane.
Planer.
Yeah, it makes things smooth.
Planer is.
Hold it up. Hold it up. I mean, it looks like a knife.
That's
no, not that. You had something else before.
You're doing it the hard way.
Yeah, you had like a blade, like a knife.
Isn't there like an electric one you could use?
Yes, but
you were carving the top of that thing out with it.
Do you want me to run a fucking electric planer at 12 o'clock at night?
He has a point there.
He has a point.
Where's the knife thing you're using now?
You can do it either way. The knife?
Yeah, you had like some knife or something. No, it was huge. It's like a big giant chop, like a chop knife.
Like this one?
No,
that's a shit. No,
it was.
You're like a crocodile.
It was at least a foot long blade.
Yes.
Yeah. What is that?
Jesus Christ!
I thought it was a blade.
It's a Japanese handsaw. Like an English one, you cut on the pull. This one cuts on the push.
Oh, okay.
Those are the best saws ever.
Yeah, they are pretty nice. This is a cheap one. It's an Irwin. That's why I'm going to get a real one.
He could castrate Lance with that in under 3 seconds.
Oh wow!
Under 3 seconds.
In like 2, 1.
That blade on the plane are sharp enough to do it in 1.
Can you do it in one stroke?
One stroke.
Nicely done.
Ding, 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 ding,
ding.
Penis.
Even funnier.
All right. So Shane, you just popped in. We're going to be playing initials now. So this is the initials are SS. If you think you know the person, place, or thing I am listing off with the clues, you shout out your name. If you get it right, you get a point. If you get it wrong, you're out for that topic. There are 15 of these things. 15 of these things. Whoever gets the most wins. We were thinking Chris would come back, but he's not coming back. And this is
not until it's over.
Yeah.
The topic is names. This is a name.
No, person, place, or thing. It can be anything.
It's a easy mistake to fall into, to just like focus like hyper laser on names, and then it turns out to be some mineral or
Chatty Cathy.
Or a concept.
CK
or
Chatty Cathy.
Anyway, and as I was saying earlier,
of a song, and you did or whatever.
That I haven't done this in a long. We used to do this every week. I haven't done it in a long time.
Wow.
But it's in memory of Sandra Scales, who is Scott Alden's mother, who recently passed away. So that's why we're doing it. So anyway, here we go. Your name is your buzzer. So Cassandra, what would be your buzzer?
Cassandra.
Or Cassandra? Or Cass? Or Coss?
Apparently Lance doesn't know what it would be.
I even knew that, and I was just trying to call her out. Peter, what would be your oh geez, now he's back. I gotta explain the game to Chris.
Wait, all I heard was you ruining Cassandra's name again.
Yep, pretty much. You didn't miss anything. Continue.
Mr. Cluey, we are playing initials.
Okay.
So the initials are SS. It's a person, place, or thing. I'm gonna list off the clues.
Okay.
And also you have to close the chat window because the chat folks are playing along and they often get it sooner than any of us.
Yeah, so don't look at the chat. Don't cheat.
It's true.
Yep.
And then Shane's camera just went out, so I don't know if he.
Well, I'm getting a beer, and so I was just.
There's no shame in getting a beer.
He wasn't wearing pants, so he didn't want you to see.
Oh no, I'll
stuff.
definitely show you that. I don't care.
Okay, so
can we yell at other people's names to put them on the spot?
Yes.
no, you may not. You can only say your name. This isn't like Jack Attack or whatever it is, where you had the screws, where you could make somebody else answer the question.
That might be a good fun.
Let's not make this complicated.
No variance.
No variance.
Makes it last longer.
All right, so here we go. This is
He's gonna win, I predict. By the way.
This is the first out of 15 of these
Richard.
things.
No, I don't think so.
Number one.
In all this time, I've thought of two things. So I've got two things I'm waiting for.
Yeah, so okay. So number one, or clue number one for item number one. Monolithic in design at first.
Pete.
Go ahead.
What a jerk. He won't play my mom. Thanks, Pete, for to play my mom's initials.
Okay,
I will give Pete very good credit for that one. He did get me. He got me on that one. Whoever.
It took me a couple seconds.
The next clue is Russian in origin.
Barry. Space satellite.
And number three. Eventually became modular. Chris.
Space station.
Space station
Nice.
is correct. Yes.
All I can think of was Sputnik.
That's what I was thinking. Sputnik.
Yeah, so was I.
Went international in 1998, and will eventually perform lunar visits. That's like
And Monolithic for 2001. Right.
Yeah. All right, so here we go.
Clever.
Yeah, here we go.
My prize. What do we get?
You get it. You get the joy of getting it right. Here we go.
Get through it faster. The fewer.
Clue number one. Originally postulated by Aristarchus of Samos. Soon after, suggested by Copernicus.
Aldi.
Damn it.
Solar system.
Solar system is correct. Yes.
So the SS is a continuous thing throughout the entire thing?
Yes.
Yes.
The term was first used in 1704, and then it was conclusively proven in 1838, though it was not recognized till much later, and then composed of the sun, 8 planets, the asteroid belt, 4 planets, and comets.
Pluto's still a planet.
It's a dwarf planet.
Are we going there?
It's a dwarf planet.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oldie one, Mr. Cluey one. Clue number one. Native of Cincinnati, Ohio. Clue number two. Flag bearer at the torchbearer. I don't know why I wrote flag. Torchbearer at the 2002 Winter Olympics.
Just some athlete. I'm never gonna get it.
There's always athletes.
In 2001, was accused of being in a satanic conspiracy to control mines in California.
Susan Sarandon.
That's a good one, though.
Yes.
Good one.
And
thank you for giving me a
now
third.
Everybody has a name for their pocket.
Yeah. Clue number four. Played a tax assessor in the movie Blues Brothers?
A what?
A tax assessor in Blues Brothers.
Forrest.
Stuart
Scott.
And
There's another SS for us.
Final clue. The director of Jaws.
Oh, Rihanna, it's Steven Spielberg.
Steven Spielberg. That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
And that was one of the two names I had right from the get-go.
Yes. He was accused by a stalker of being in a satanic conspiracy with Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Doth I hear Richard laughing at one of Lance's games? Did I just hear that?
Yes. But yes, he is the guy that accepts the money at the end of Blues Brothers when they show up. He's the guy that it says gone to lunch, and he has the sandwich. He goes, "Can I help you, fellas?" And he's the tax assessor.
Wow. I have to go back. I haven't seen Blues Brothers in years. I don't remember that at all. I remember Jaws at the beginning.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Invented in 1798. Clue number 2. Is heat resistant.
Barry. Stainless steel.
That is correct, Barry. Well done.
Nice.
Prevents oxidation, has a minimum of 11% chromium.
Oh, I would have got it there.
Some metals.
All right, here we go.
Chromium
Here we
pizza
go.
in the house.
It's anybody's game.
Anybody get a
Clue number 1. Starred opposite Ernest Borgnine in Deadly Blessing.
Oh, that guy.
Oh. Clue number 2. Clue number 2.
Clue number 2.
Clue number 2.
Nominated for 4 Golden Globes.
Forrest.
Aldi.
I heard Forrest.
Forrest.
Susan Sarandon.
Aldi, do you want to guess or do you want to wait?
Nope.
You're gonna wait? Okay.
He was gonna say Susan Sarandon.
Clue number 3 is 62 years old.
Doesn't help.
Clue number 4. Although it had appeared in several movies before, rose to prominence after their role in Total Recall.
Oh, Rado.
I got it.
Rado, go.
You gotta call your name, Jeremy.
Stone.
Darren Stone
Oh, Jeremy.
is correct. Yes.
Oh.
Rado's winning now.
Rado was ahead of you anyway.
Yeah. Consider this a
Is
divorce.
that 2, Rado?
The divorce. Yes.
Yes.
Consider this a divorce.
And then, of course, the final clue for that one was going to be blockbuster moment was Basic Instinct.
Basic Instinct.
Yeah. Ha! I got it. All right, here we
Any
go.
of these movies in the last decade?
You're
There's never anything.
No.
You're not getting those
modern.
references.
No,
You're
this is
screwed
not.
to say
You're the
it.
wrong
Lance
place.
screwed.
You're on the wrong.
Sorry,
I don't even know if
Cassandra.
you watch movies most of your life. At this
Have
point.
another
Like,
drink out of your mug.
do people who grown up
Actually-
do millennials actually watch movies? Like,
Do what?
As long
Are they
if they're,
on
if they're
I
6
think it
minutes
depends on the
long
person.
and
no,
they,
seriously, like, do millennials like watch movies? Like,
I
we
think-
watched a ton of movies.
Yeah, and the thing
Like,
is,
do they
is that
watch
they'll-
movies?
It can if they
I
can
don't think
follow
they watch
if they can
the
follow the
show.
movie while being on their phone at the same time.
No, I'm serious.
then
I'm
yes.
serious. Like
I understand what you're
think
saying,
I think
Jeremy.
millennials watch more shows like we watch movies. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
they
I-
digest it a lot more. Yeah.
They have
Watch
more
a
out there
lot
for
of
them now.
I don't watch a lot of movies. I watch
Watch a lot of
older
shows.
movies, but
Watch
I
a lot of
definitely
shows.
watch a lot of more shows because
Yeah.
you only need like an hour here and there instead of like
Yeah.
3 hours.
Even though you watch for 8 hours straight, it's just that
Yeah.
the way you're describing it to me is that I only have to watch for an hour. That's why I tell people, like, it's so funny when people say that. They're like, well,
I
that
think
movie
it
was
is-
long. It's like 3 hours. I'm like, you
What
stay
I
up all
think-
night on a Saturday and watch the entire run of a season.
But on the flip side, like if I'd had Netflix as a kid, I absolutely binged the shit out of it.
Yeah, we had
I can
5 shows a
remember.
night. You know?
I can remember when DirecTV was trying to like originally like satellite TV was starting to like first come to prominence. They suggested the idea that you'd be able to watch whatever show you wanted to watch whenever you wanted to watch it. And I thought that was like, that's a cool idea. Then it wasn't until like 10 years later that like Netflix was a
Funny.
thing. Yeah.
I would love
Yeah.
to have seen anybody have a satellite where I grew up, and I would have counted the days until it got knocked down.
How many of you guys were
And I mean,
Netflix
like,
members?
I mean, not even in the dark of the night. I mean, like
Yeah,
broad daylight with a
daylight, yeah.
bat, like with a bat, laughing like gremlins.
My hood was the same way.
Hey,
Moving
how many
on.
of you guys? How many of you guys were Netflix members when they sent you DVDs?
Yes, right here.
They
right
still
here.
do, I believe.
They cut it
know
off.
they
I think.
still do.
Oh, did they?
They cut it off.
Yeah, they still do it.
No, yeah, they still do it. I was a Netflix member when it first launched, and I carried around my $10 subscription for years.
I did too. Yeah, I had to talk them into it because somebody stole my account. I had to talk them into keeping it at my same rate, and they didn't close my account. I thought I had to close my account. I was so angry. I was so angry because at $10 it was like what
Exactly.
$8?
Yeah.
$8.94.
I moved to Europe and I just gave it to my parents so they could keep using it at that rate.
Grandpa Jeremy,
Crazy.
tell me more stories.
Oh my God! Let me tell you about John Wayne throwing a kid in the
Tell me
water.
about the Die Hard movie and the Lethal Weapons.
But Cassandra, most of these are going to be before you were born, let alone within the last decade. Okay.
Well, stainless steel was before all of us were born.
Yeah.
Yes. Solar system was around before us. Anyway.
Never mix.
So,
that was a great defense.
Here we go.
Solar
Here we
system was
go.
around before us.
Zit. Zit. Here we go.
All
That
right.
was petty and good.
Next, so I believe this is number 6. This is number 6. Founded in 1865.
Rotto,
Go ahead, Rado.
Secret Service.
Holy cow! On the board for a single clue.
Kobe.
I was just about to say I would like to meet the person who gets this after a single clue, but now
It's been done.
Done.
So, Richard, I'll ask you this as a follow-up. Do you remember what it was originally created for?
It's isn't it mail or something?
Counterfeit.
It has nothing to do with the president.
Rampant counterfeit.
Counterfeit. Yeah.
They didn't get shifted into bodyguard duty until 1901.
Yeah.
And since 1960 have lost only one of their charges.
The
Which is
Pinkertons used to watch the president back then.
Yep. Yes, they did.
I mean, that makes sense.
The Pinkertons failed with it because the guy went to like go down the hallway or something and like for Abraham Lincoln or whatever.
Yeah, I forget exactly.
Anyway,
Shout out to Nella Brauber for using wowzers. I love people who use wowzers. Little Inspector Gadget for you. Wowzers. go Gadget.
I got nothing.
Okay, we're old. We're older now.
Wherever he is, I'm sure he's very proud of me for that one.
Go Gadget.
all right. So here we go. Next, this is number 7, I believe. Was created under the guideline of using a format that contained a strong visual style, fast-moving action, humor, and music.
Chris,
Yes.
slapstick.
And
Oh, that's good.
Good
Though.
guess.
Want to come back to that one?
has lasted
Words.
decades worth of seasons. Consisting of 4,561 episodes. Forrest.
Sesame Street.
Oh.
Can you tell me how
Nice.
to get
Nip, 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 nip. Uh-huh,
number
uh-huh.
27 of the greatest TV shows of all time? And last clue was everyone can sing the theme song unless you don't have a soul. So
Yeah.
there you go. Sesame Street.
Sandra, can you sing the theme
I was going
song
to say
for
this
Sesame
because Sandra
Street?
know the theme song.
I do not know this theme
you go.
song.
Oh, you
Why did
never
everyone know
watched
that?
Sesame Street
Oh
growing
my
up?
God. I have so many Sesame Street things that, I mean, man, go to the
Oh,
wondering if people
Ernie
know
and
that
Bert
growing
are
up.
like
quarter
Ernie and Bert.
milk, stick of butter.
Yeah,
I was
think
more
about
of
it.
a 3, 2, 1 contact guy myself.
I enjoyed the
Yeah.
3, 2, 1 contact.
3, 2, 1 contact.
I was
is
an
the
electric
answer,
company.
is the reason
To
why
make everything happen.
happens in
Contact.
Contact. Yes.
Yes, 3, 2, 1 contact.
We're all very
was
old.
great.
Yes, you are. So
Wasn't that the-
Cassandra,
was that-
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
am I saying your name right? Is it Cassandra or Cassandra?
Cassandra.
I'm sorry. What shows did you watch? Like educational shows did you watch growing up as a kid?
I remember
Barney.
the
SpongeBob.
bus.
The what?
The bus, and then
Magical
Yeah,
Bus.
the bus, the
Magical
magical bus.
and then the one with the lemur.
Bonkers.
Dora the Explorer.
Yeah, it's not Dora.
No, it's not Dora.
No, it was like these two guys, and then they had a real Zaboomafoo.
Zaboomafoo.
It's a boomafoo.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, with the lemur.
Yeah.
If you search two guys at a lemur show, Zaboomafoo comes up.
There you
There
go.
you go. Never want to be described that way ever.
Google
Guys in a lemur.
Shout out to Google. Shout out to
I know,
Google.
right? It auto completed too.
I'm serious. Yeah, yes, the word smart. Yeah, complete it.
Those guys did 500 episodes and now they're boiled down to two guys and a lemur.
What is that guy?
Two guys in a lemur. Sounds like a really bad.
There were two ways that was going to autocomplete.
You know, one thing that Google replaced was the guy who knew everything. You know, like that one guy who just seemed to know every story to everything, and you could ask him anything, and he would just know. Now it's like you're like, no, dude, you're full of shit. This is what it is. But I liked his stories though. Like I like that person's stories.
Well,
you know,
in
it's like,
actuality,
you guys don't even know what
created.
You don't even know that.
To
Y'all don't know. He leaned
combat
back.
terrorism.
He always lean back. Y'all don't know nothing. You know, tell your whole story, or like lean over all the time. I got something to tell you, boy.
There are a lot less uncles working at Nintendo now that Google
That's so
No more Cliff Clavin.
That's so untrue. That's so true.
All right, here we go. Next one. Clue number one. Originally, blanked the surface. Clue number two. Later, had moving objects.
What was the first clue?
Oh,
Originally, blanked the surface.
Rado.
Screensaver is correct. Yes. Prevented burnouts, later decorative. You are looking at the thing it puts to sleep right now. So there were the other clues. All right, here we go. Cassandra, do you have a screen? Do you know what a screensaver is?
Yes.
Oh,
okay.
I just wanted to make it more patronizing.
I want to make sure that
Never coming back here again, are you?
Cassandra, why do you show up?
Now, so
Why do you come on? Why do you bother?
For some reason, I thought it would be fun.
I'm sure it'll change. No, never mind.
All right, here we go. Next one. Origins can be traced to Augustus, the Emperor of Rome.
So it's not Susan
Sarandon.
Sarandon.
Two words.
No,
Maybe.
it's not.
You never know. Imperial Germany used this in 1889.
I'm just gonna guess, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Sanskrit.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna guess.
I know one of the words, but I didn't know it was two words. Anyway, go on.
The United Kingdom began using it in
Chris.
1913. Chris.
Sterling silver.
What?
Good guess, though.
The United States of America began using it in
Chris, can I answer again,
1935.
Chris?
Barry.
No.
Barry.
Damn it.
Social Security.
Social Security. Augustus of Rome said that those without bread shall be given bread. And he made it a decree.
Wow.
Germany.
There's actually a board game on this topic. Praetor. Why didn't you mention that?
Well, because why would I give it away like
More
that?
meaningful to this show.
Anyway, yes, and then it's constantly targeted for reform every election year.
Yeah.
But there you go. Let's see here. We are at, let's see. So there's 6 left. Anybody's game still. It's anybody's game.
Anybody's game.
Anybody's
Come
game.
back for me.
Not mine.
Well, no, because Richard is in lead with 4. So I mean, somebody can make a run
Guys,
here.
big
It has
turnaround.
happened.
Big run.
Lance,
It
can I
has
get a quick
happened.
clarification on the rules? Can we buzz in again, or is it just one buzz in?
You get one buzz in per topic.
Gotcha.
So,
And then
that's
you
why-
realize it 30 seconds later.
Yep.
And you realize how much you hate this game.
Yep.
all right, clue number 1. Born June 25th, 1954.
Forrest.
Rado.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Susan Sarandon.
That would be wrong
Yeah,
again.
she's way older than that.
No, wait,
That's
Richard, do you
wrong.
want to answer? Do you want to answer still?
I'm ready to answer.
Go ahead.
Sylvester Stallone. Oh, that was my other name, and I just gave it to everybody.
That was a
God
good
damn
one.
it.
I'm using that one next time.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Number 2. Diagnosed with diabetes at 7 years old.
Ooh, shit.
Number 3. Lifelong fan of the New York Yankees.
Okay.
That narrows it down to
Who
15
isn't?
Okay.
Number 4.
Good job on that one.
Number 4 of Puerto Rican heritage.
Chris.
Chris.
Sammy Sosa.
He's not that old.
Yeah, I realized that was a second.
He's Dominican too, I think.
Yeah.
I failed on every respect.
Final clue.
Your own sportsman.
Associate Supreme Court Justice appointed by Barack Obama.
Damn it.
5,
I don't know her first name.
What?
4,
Rado.
3. You can't.
Rob,
Two.
fucking no.
1.
Rano.
And
Sonia Sotomayor.
Sonia Sotomayor is exactly correct.
I didn't know her first name.
You could have gone with Susan.
name.
You would have
Yeah.
gotten
I
partial
was going to
points.
say
Yeah,
Sarah.
close.
Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Your civics teachers would be so disappointed in you right now.
Oh my God.
Not
My
me.
civics
On
teacher.
all of you.
Yeah,
My
somebody I haven't seen in
civics
30
teacher was
years.
probably fired. Screw her.
Shame.
I don't think they fund civics anymore.
No, they don't.
Really?
Nope.
No.
And I just got a point because nobody got it. Anyway, here we go. Clue number 1. Stars Mark Harmon.
Aldi.
Aldi.
Summer school.
Summer school.
How do I know that?
Only
Worst
with
movie ever.
age.
Worst movie ever.
Only with age.
Oh, what are you talking
Where-
about? 1987 Summer School.
Only with
It's not
age.
good.
Only
It's-
with
it's
age.
like-
Not a
it's
good
like-
movie. Not a
to,
good
Not a
movie.
good
to,
movie.
to
Not a good
this
movie.
day, whenever there's a contest on Board Game Geek, I always just because I don't even bother looking anything up. I just answer C for everything. And I think of when that kid gets to the end when he's got to finish the test, it's like C, 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 C.
See.
So I just whenever I answer, I'm not gonna look everything up and just C, C, C. And sometimes it's like most of the answers. And whenever I've done a contest, like on Board Game Geek, when I did it for TMG, I made sure none of the answers were C. I always avoided C because I'm a firm believer in people just go C, C, C when they want to. So
I feel like
high
only
school.
people of a certain generation are older because I don't know this reference.
Okay, well,
I
how
didn't
about
know
this? How about this? Like Cassandra with this give it ruins vacation was the second clue. Number 3 was can be used to get ahead.
Wait a minute. Are we on a new clue?
No, I'm just telling you because she thinks because like the first clue gave it away because it was a very, very like
Oh,
big thing.
Yeah.
Clue number 4 was can also be used to take things over.
That
the
one
final
might have
clue
gotten
was
it. I don't think I ever realized that you could take summer school to get ahead until
Yes.
this year.
Yeah.
My nephew did that. It
And?
pissed me off.
I don't know. I had
I
a
would have
very
finished school way
strict
earlier if I could have
schedule
gone to
that was like you have to take this and then this and then this.
I always took summer
wait.
gym.
Yeah,
Can we
I thought summer school
pause?
was a punishment, actually.
I
Yeah.
want to know why Barry was pissed off at his cousin for doing that.
No, it was my nephew because he was failing. That's why. And they let him go with he was behind a credit and a half, I think it was. And he went to this after just recently, after March or whatever, and they pushed him ahead with this the pass.
Yeah, they probably pushed him ahead because he had certain curriculum requirements that he could they could put him ahead in certain parts.
No, it was he was failing. He did this to graduate. He was failing.
Oh,
You know, straight out failed. They just pushed him through the system, and I blame. Well, I'm not getting it, but yeah.
Rado's dying over here. We got to finish.
Yeah, I know. He'll be fine. But also, then the last clue was going to be education in June, July, and August. So
There you go. Oh, wow.
I took summer gym because you get gym over with.
You were one of those people. Oh my god.
You went to gym for 3 weeks. You got to play softball for a week. You know, you just like
have to take gym.
Well, you had to do sports. Oh my god.
Yeah, sports
I did
ball.
sports, but I never took gym as a class. It just wasn't.
What?
I'm not sure if it was I took sports instead of gym, but
we had to take the fitness test.
Yeah.
The physical fitness test.
Climbing them fucking roofs.
Oh,
National shuttle run.
Oh, the shuttle run. I hated that damn thing.
Push-ups, sit-ups, shuttle run, and mile run. Yep.
Yeah.
And rope climb too.
First clue.
Feels kind of funny. Like
before you go on, my health teacher signaled to everybody in the class, if you don't know the answer, just write C. He said that at the beginning of the semester. like what? Why bother with going to the class if you're gonna pass it by getting with C's?
Yeah.
Anyway,
there you go. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. 76 years old.
Rado.
Got
a 50-50 chance here.
He's older than that, I think.
5.
I'm gonna go with Susan Sarandon.
Forrest.
Forrest.
Sylvester Stallone.
God damn.
He's older than 76.
Yeah.
Sure. He's
Clue number
old.
2.
Well, what is he? He was in his 20s in the 70s, I guess.
Yeah.
With
he was
Rocky.
28 when he
He's
made
in his
Rocky.
Yeah, he was.
Right.
He was in his 20s. Yeah.
Clue number 2.
28.
Attended Lutheran schools and grew up Christian.
What the fuck, man?
Oh, you know, padded question.
Clue number 3. Was born in Jerusalem.
Whoa.
Clue number 4. Has been a prisoner for 52 years, but claims no memory of the crime that they committed. Final clue. The convicted assassin of Robert Kennedy.
Oh, Rado!
You already guessed. Sorry.
Rado. I get to say it when its timer's done.
Anyone else?
Go on, guys, help me out.
Aldi.
Is it Sirhan?
Sirhan,
That is correct,
yes.
sir.
He
Came to
says
me at the last second.
he says he remembers the morning, and he remembers because he was like a waiter or something like that, and he went to a darkened room where he was hypnotized, and then the next thing he remembers is being wrestled to the ground. Because he says he doesn't remember.
He probably took a lot of meth.
How convenient.
Yes. There you go. Yes, Sirhan. They did a recent.
All right,
there was
Susan and Sylvester are still in play.
They're still in play.
Still there.
You got a 50-50.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Started in softcore pornography.
Forrest.
Forrest.
That is totally Sly Stallone, baby.
It is Sly Stallone.
Yes.
Man.
Gave you that.
Now I'm
I'll say I never
scooping
gave you
this-
nothing, Forrest.
Oh, I'm scooping up Susan next.
I bet there was.
A
He's
date
pretty
at
cool.
Kitty and Studs, I think, is
Yeah.
the
By the way, that was a terrible poker face, Lance.
He tried so hard to get it out.
let's see here. Robbed Woody Allen in the movie Bananas. He played a thug that robs Woody Allen. Was robbed by Jack Lemmon, a very, very like unknown like dark comedy. Jack Lemmon, like I forget what the name of the movie is, but he thinks that Sylvester Stallone pickpocketed him, and he chases him down and like tackles him and beats him up and takes back his wallet, and he realizes that and then he takes his wallet and goes back, and then he realizes that his wallet was in his other pocket, and he actually just went and robbed a guy. And then Small Breaker Role in Death Race 2000, and hit it big as the boxer that wouldn't stay down. So, Cassandra, do you know who Sylvester Stallone is?
No, and you mentioned another guy who I just Googled.
Jack Lemmon.
Woody Allen?
Oh,
Woody
wait.
Allen.
You know,
Don't worry. Willie Allen would love you.
Yeah. He would.
Love you.
Oh, topical.
He would.
Very
He would
topical.
hook you right on up.
Don't go digging into Woody Allen on the internet.
Cassandra, you said you lived in Philly for a while.
I lived outside of Philly.
Did you ever go to the art museum?
No, I was in
Okay.
school.
There's a statue of him right there. Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone, not Woody Allen.
Yeah, not Woody Allen. Yeah.
No statues of Woody Allen anywhere.
There's no statue of Woody Allen going, you know, I often like you. Yeah, anyway, so let's.
There is definitely a Woody Allen statue, so you're gonna have to Google that.
Is there?
A statuette de Woody Allen in Calais, Melasties, Nacionales, Spain.
Oh, yeah.
So the scores right now are Chris 1, Aldi 3, Richard 4, Barry 2, Forrest 2, Lance 1. There are 2 questions left. So Aldi can take the last 2 for the win. If Richard gets this one correct, he wins flat out. If Forrest or Barry get the answer, they have to answer the next one, and then they tie. So, and I don't have any tiebreakers. So we'll just have to share victory or something like that.
Susan Sarandon.
Shush. Quiet. All right. Let me see here. Yes, there's 2 left. All right. Clue number 1. Mutated.
Nope.
Clue number 2. A friend to echinoderms.
To a what?
To what?
A friend to echinoderms.
I hate this game.
Clue number 3. Hated by cephalopods.
Travis, is that Susan Sarandon?
Harry. I wish it was, but no, you're wrong, Travis. Thank you for reading in.
Thanks for playing.
Clue number 4.
Barry.
No, Travis. Thanks for playing.
Second source is one word.
Oh, yeah.
Clue number 4. Employed by crustaceans.
Rado. Seashells.
Seashells.
All right,
Whoa.
I didn't think so.
The final clue. An animated sea creature on
Forrest.
Nickelodeon. Forrest.
Aldi.
Shane.
Chris.
Okay.
Aldi.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yes.
Of course it is.
SpongeBob
Oh,
SquarePants.
I'm such a noob. I was like trying to
I
think
get
of
that,
what
Forrest.
his actual
Watch that
name
like all the
was.
time.
I have never watched an episode of SpongeBob.
None of those
I've
ever
never
please
seen an
made sense.
episode, but I watched the musical.
I watched like
Oh,
2
there you go.
Oh my
episodes.
god.
I've seen more of it than me.
Yes, there is a musical.
I didn't get it on that one.
The reason why that they are alive and can talk is because they are at the Bikini Atoll, and the designer did confirm that's where the nuclear tests happened, and the radiation has mutated everybody at the Bikini Atoll.
Hence
that's
the
why-
mutation. Gotcha.
That's why.
Origin
That's
story.
why.
Lance,
What?
those
Final question. Tiebreaker.
Finally.
Yeah. So technically, this is Aldi and Richard. So we could just leave it up to them. You know.
No. We all get to answer and then we keep going.
No, all night long.
And we all lose.
Another game.
All right. So here we go. Final clue for the in memoriam Sandra Scales episode of
Scott, did any of this have to do with your mother? Like,
Sandra. No, no.
does
Sandra,
she
sorry.
like any of this?
Cassandra. Sandra.
No,
I
it's
said, yeah, I
Sandra.
apologize.
It's Sandra.
It is
Sandy.
Sandra. Okay.
Just the worst.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, nothing, right? Lance isn't my mom.
I know, but story. Good.
Clue number 1. 68 years old.
Force.
Rado.
Forrest, go ahead.
Susan Sarandon, baby.
Oh, come on. Oh, nice. Saved Rado.
She's like 80s, Forrest.
She's not that old, guys. She's
Whatever.
not that old. Look her up. Scott, can you look her
Really?
up real quick? She's not that old.
I can't look.
Yeah,
Clue number
she's not that old.
2 has released 2 albums and is the lead guitar of their band.
I have no fucking idea. Music.
2 albums?
Yes. Clue number 3. Granted Russian citizenship in 2016.
I feel like
Chris.
I know this.
Chris.
Chris.
Steven Seagal.
Steven Seagal is the correct answer.
Wow.
Nice one.
Yes.
Share the
Star
victory
of
there,
59 movies and an official reserve deputy in the state of Georgia for his self-titled reality show.
It
I
was
would've
the,
got
it was
that,
the Russian
totally
thing that
thinking.
gave
Never
it
would have
away.
got any. What was the gimmick?
I was so deep in. All I could think of is Steely Dan over and over again. It's like
He's an official reserve deputy in the state of Georgia for his self-titled reality show, Steven Seagal, Lawman.
Fucking lawman. Yeah.
What's the gimme clue?
The
That
last
one?
one. That was,
that was the-
where I actually gave his name in the clue.
Well, there you go.
Steven Seagal.
Seagal, Lawman. There you go.
I'm disappointed there wasn't a Seattle Supersonics question.
Yeah.
It can be. I mean, there's all at the end. Everybody's like,
There's
"Oh, why
always a
did you use
disappointment.
this? Or why didn't you use this? Or why didn't you have Susan Sarandon in there?"
that was kind of an oversight.
I mean, she was on my list of possibles, right?
I was kind of hoping for System Shock.
We
But
got
if
Sir
you-
Hans.
well, I thought about that one too, but you know,
That's too oblique. That's too.
yeah, it's like if you know
That would have
it
been
was-
me, you, and Aldi.
Yeah,
I mean, System Shock was a
first clue.
fantastic game.
It probably would have. You would have got it, Richard, because I barely remember that game.
Oh, yeah.
First clue.
It's a really good game.
I'm no better.
System
at
Shock
this, no.
2. It's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, System Shock was.
Yeah.
The gimme
Shock
clue
was-
would be Shodan.
What was the game? What
Well,
was
I
the
had
video-
thought of one more person, which was Sarah Silverman, so I kept waiting, but all the dates.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she was on my list as well.
Okay.
Cassandra, do you know who Sarah Silverman is?
No.
Oh, jeez.
Cassandra, do you know how to say "fuck you," Lance?
So,
okay to say
so
it.
Rado, you might know this. What was the first-person shooter game where you were a spaceship going through tunnels?
Descent.
Was that what it was called?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was the first one that allowed you to have like three-dimensional
Yep.
movement.
It had mouse look by default. It was full 360. It was Descent.
Yeah, I
Most
remember-
important forgotten video game in history.
Well, I remember
Maybe
playing
buy a
it.
3D graphics card.
Yeah, and I remember
Yeah.
playing it, and then I remember like somebody like saying, "Oh yeah, it's like you gotta use the mouse look," and I was like, I don't know, this is crazy. I can't do it. I have to use strafe buttons. Yeah.
It was just preparing you for Quake.
Yeah.
when
It was
I
Quake. It was
started
Quake.
playing,
Yeah. It
um,
was safe. I mean, it's Quake.
when I first started playing Doom on my computer, I didn't know how to do mouse look, so I went and got a joystick at Fry's, right? You know, just a crappy 2-button joystick. And I tried to return it because I thought it wasn't working because my character would just spin in circles, and I had no idea you had to actually calibrate the joystick.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Yeah, but I remember playing a lot of Descent. And then there was a game called Rise of the Triad we played a lot of too.
That was a 3D Realms game.
Yep. That's from another Texan title.
Yep.
That
Before your
was
time, I'm sure.
Yeah, Rise of the
Guys,
Triad was
who I worked for made
crazy
it.
weird.
Oh, Scott, I'm
There,
working
there
on
was,
something.
there was one I played. It was almost like a Doom clone, but it had persistent elements. It was called Strife, I think.
Yeah.
Like
Redid it.
just- yeah, I don't know why it stuck with me, but like there was like actual like NPCs in it and shops and stuff. It was yeah. As a kid, it was just like, wow, you can do that in a first-person shooter.
I remember Hexen. Remember Hexen?
Yeah.
Hexen was good.
Hey, Richard, do you that one new game, that Relics of Rava, whatever? I don't remember what it was called, but it was like a puzzle, like solo puzzle type game that I just played.
Relics
recently.
of Raja Vihar.
Yeah, didn't that? Okay, it's not like this, but it's one of my favorite video games of all time. Do you remember Intelligent Cube?
I do.
That sounds familiar.
Where like the puzzle's moving towards you and you're like just this guy and like it's all cubes and stuff and it's just kind of coming towards you. And I was
Oh gosh, yep, I recognize this. Yeah,
which is one of my favorite games ever. And I wish somebody would just mimic it and be done with it. But I just thought when I
Honestly,
saw
it
that
has
game,
been
I was
done.
just has it?
Maybe like a PS4 like indie title
Oh,
kind of
you
thing.
got to be lying to me.
Maybe.
Tell me you're
I
lying.
feel like
Oh, I'm sure somebody.
Please
must
tell
know.
me you're not. But
yeah, Relics is basically just a remake of the old classic NES puzzle games. I mean, I talked.
Yeah.
And he was he was of that age. He played a lot of Adventures of Lolo and Kickle Cubicle.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yep.
Yeah, because it just felt like this is like getting all kinds of stuff for me. Yeah, Scott, don't tell me that. If you tell me Vagrant Story is coming back, I'm logging off right now. If Vagrant Story is coming back, I'm logging off
Vagrant
right
Story?
now.
You can get that
Yeah.
pretty much anywhere.
Yeah,
I would kill
you gotta. Yeah, I would kill for Vagrant Story to come back now.
Chris Cluey, I'm curious. When you got just some random out of the blue message from some guy named Forrest Bauer and said, "Hey, do you want to come be on this live show?" What were you thinking?
I don't have shit else to do.
Okay.
Come on the show.
All right.
I would like to say this. I do think you remember.
Although I had met Lance before.
Okay. All right. So there was a way in. It wasn't.
Well, I didn't know it was Lance's show.
Oh, really? Okay. So it was a surprise.
Yeah. Just hey, come on the show. I'm like, sure.
All right. Okay.
Boris, did you check your Twitter account? Remember the last time?
Yeah, I remember the last time. He got back to you, and then you were like, "Oh crap!"
Nope. I invited Matthew Lillard as well, but he hasn't been on for like 8 hours.
Such a creeper.
Yeah, you gotta be.
Well, I mean,
That was my
we haven't
response.
really truly asked any questions about games. Has anybody played any new games lately?
That's
I haven't played a new one. I played 10.
That's what we do, man.
Played the Shadow of the Obelisk.
Every day.
Yeah, how is that Shadow of the Obelisk?
It's good. It's a ticking right.
Yeah, ticking right.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's simple, right? So you're building. You have the obelisk. It's a Tetris-y type game. So when you tick a worker, it will reveal a Tetris piece. Polynomino.
Easy for you to say.
Polyomino. So then you have to put that either in one of three places. You either build your obelisk up, or you carve a symbol onto your obelisk that's already there, or you scribe a scroll. So depending on what you do with those three things, then you can score points. You want hieroglyphs to either be all in the same column, the same type of hieroglyph. So let's say you're going for onks. You want a lot of onks in the vertical column, but in the horizontal columns, you want one of everything. So you want diversity, and you get more points. So it's interesting. It's like, and then as you grow your obelisk, the shadow casts onto the hieroglyphic board, which eliminates those from being.
Yeah, it's just like Tikenu.
It's like
Tikenu. Yeah, like Tikenu.
So it's great. It's like 20 minutes.
I got to play this.
It's challenging.
Like, is it single player, multiplayer?
You could play it single player. It's just you would just get a score. Yeah. But it's a race game if you're multiplayer. So the first person to build to this level gets a bonus points.
Right.
And then if you get higher, you get more bonus points. And then if you get all the way to the top, you get more bonus points. And then there's a little more to it than that. But
I was gonna ask, so you're not necessarily interacting with the other players. It's more just you're trying to.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. When whoever gets to the top first ends the game, so that's the interaction. But no, you can't be like blocked or stolen.
Right.
Although there's kind of a weird subtlety where you like, when you choose your action, everybody else gets the action on the bottom of that card. So it's like a little triangle or it's a square, but it's in a diamond form. So you get the top of the diamond, and then I'll get if you choose the top of the diamond, I'll get the bottom of the diamond. So
what is the deal with the distribution of that game? It's only print and play?
Yeah,
it's $5. You can get it.
So just Rainer I was talking to Rainer about this. I'm like, what do you do with this game? It seems weird because I'm like, if it hits, it could hit like cartographers hit. Like, like if it hits, so why don't you just make it a game? Well, it is $5, but I think they're going to possibly.
They'll probably print it.
Right. I mean, when you say $5, you have to send them $5 and they'll send you a PDF?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
That's the case?
It's the print. They'll send you the print and play files, I believe.
Yeah.
Because you can download the print and play rule book. And I'm just looking on the site, and you can actually. There's a picture of the page,
I don't know
too. So
maybe the $5 is for real pieces then.
Yeah.
I wonder.
I think they're going to actually print a board game because you do have pieces though, right?
So the workers are printed on square tiles, so they rotate, right? And then you've got a pad of paper, of a sheet that you draw on, and you're building your obelisk.
Okay.
Is it Obelisk or Obelisk?
Obelisk.
Obelisk.
So I played Tammany Hall. Panasaurus sent me the new
Such a good
version of
game.
it.
There's another one?
And yeah, there's a new version of it.
Keeps coming back.
And I never had played this game before. So like this game, like this is like some of the games that just show up, like they just show up. And I'm like, I don't even know what the hell this game is. And it was
Cat, or are you a laborer?
And I was like, I read the rule book. I was like, this actually sounds pretty interesting. And a couple people had played it our game night before. They were like, dude, this is going to be totally you because you just want to snake everybody to death in the game. I'm like, yep, let's do it. And yeah, like before the end of the first round, we were at it. Like, we were like, I was talking people out of all kinds of stuff. We're trying to like negotiate over the smallest thing. That's a very intense game.
That game always makes me want to watch Gangs of New York.
It's such a vocal game, you know, like it's a very vocal game. You can't like just sit there and be quiet. You have to talk and negotiate and yell at each other and pick on people for not being part of it or trying to give up that
Chinatown?
You know? No, I haven't. No. Yeah.
Same kind of feel. I would put Chinatown the same kind of feel. I would also put what's that game with the aqueducts? The water.
I remember which one you're talking about. That's an older
was it
one.
Via something?
Via Aqua or Aqua Roma?
No, it's the game, and like you can decide if the water goes to the people's spots or not.
Yes, it's the Z-Man game. It's the most boring artwork in the world.
Most boring artwork, but it's absolutely cutthroat.
No, it's like one of the best. Santiago,
yes. Oh my gosh, I've had fist fights over Santiago. Not literal, but like literally like throwing cubes at somebody across the table because it's just like it's like because you count on somebody. Like you've had a deal the entire game.
Oh yeah, no, it's ruthless.
We will continue. We're both able to like water our crops. Let's just continue doing this. It'll be fine. You get to like the penultimate turn. They're like, yeah, I'm just gonna turn the water off. You're like,
turn the water off.
You're talking about you're gonna turn the water off. Yeah,
Only ever played that
I need it over here.
Nice
instead.
people, Lance.
Yeah.
Only ever play that with nice people, Lance. That don't turn off the water.
Oh, you got to turn off the water.
It's a very like Care Bear game.
This other game.
Hey, so Jeremy, I was intrigued by your list of games you must play. I made a list of 100 games that I think everyone should play. Do you want to go through it?
Let's do it.
Can I talk about one game that is not? It's not a board game. It's a video game. But I think I just want to talk about like when a video game can actually like there's been a few video games that like The Last of Us or something like that actually like emotionally affect me and things like that. Like then they can tell they're telling a good story. They released a game on PlayStation that like it came out and nobody even knows it exists kind of thing. If you've played games that are like the kind of like the habitat games where you just kind of like in a way Animal Crossing is a habitat game where you just keep
Stardew Valley,
yeah, the Stardew Valley, that sort of thing. It's a game called Spiritfarer. And it starts off
on the
basically
front page of Steam today.
No, it isn't. It's like a PlayStation game.
Is that the same one?
Well, maybe it is. I don't know, but it just released on a little bit ago. And basically, in it, you are a young girl who's taking over for Charon. You're going to be the person that spirits the fairy, the spirits of the dead. You're gonna ferry them to the afterlife, and it is like she like becomes emotionally attached to them, and she like gets them to be fine with the things that happened in their life that they feel like they didn't do right, or the feeling that they didn't, or if they're scared of moving on and everything like that. And it's like the same thing where it's like, oh, it's like a lot of the same stuff where it's like, oh, you go and you cultivate crops so you can have certain types of food that you can feed to people that are waiting, to move on and into the afterlife and stuff like that. So they are comfortable, and you basically you get to expand the ship that you have, and you kind of have to Tetris make the ship to make sure everything fits on it. But the cutscenes where she has to say goodbye to these dead souls that she's like, that they've anthropomorphically made them into like people or animals or whatever. It is heart-wrenching. I played it for a little bit, and
what is this called?
Spiritfarer is what it is called.
I'll buy it.
It is on Steam. Okay, I don't know, but it is. Yeah, it's
I'm a child. I'll buy anything.
Yeah, I know, but
I almost bought it. And then I read a review. It said boring. Beautiful to look at, but boring to play. I was like, okay, well, I'm not gonna buy it.
No,
That's the worst review, right?
I don't know.
That
I
is-
don't know if
you know what?
I'll
That
go
is-
back
that-
into it.
I'm
That's
worried.
like BG
that's
that's
the
like a
worst
BGG.
true review. That's
like the worst
true
true
review.
review, right? I'm sure it's
That's
great.
the worst true review ever.
No, see,
Almost-
because
well,
I
now I'll
dig
buy
games
it.
like that where I
Mine's
can
good.
tell myself, okay, I'm gonna like try really hard
Uh.
to like make this type of ship, or I'm gonna try really hard to like make a thing that does this, right? And that's like important to me when I play a game.
Oh,
But
this is
like
the
I
type
thought
of
this
shit
would be
I
a
like,
game
though.
that my daughter would like to play. I mean, like I
Yeah.
can remember watching my
This is
daughter
like some shit
play.
I like.
I remember like my daughter was playing the Telltale Hearts Minecraft game, and there is a extremely emotional moment in that. And like, I mean, I looked over and my daughter was like crying playing a video game, and I was like, maybe we should put this away for a while. She's like, no, I gotta finish the game. She's just like, through tears, she like got through it. And I was like, oh, my daughter might like to play this. I was like, yeah, no
Oh
shit.
no, these people made Sundered. Oh hell no, I'm definitely getting this, dude. Oh no way.
No,
This,
no,
they
it
made
is.
Sundered. They made that Sundered game. That game is awesome. Oh my god, was that awesome side scroller?
No,
Okay.
so I'm just
I'll
gonna
give it a
tell
run.
you right now, this game is it's if it's your type of game, if you like these kind of like cultivate the world kind of game, go chop down trees so you can make this, and you'll
I'll rock
enjoy
with
it.
it. Try it. I have Gamevo, which is like a site where you can go to and get little discounts on games and stuff too. So it makes things even lighter. You can jump in some stuff for cheap.
And you can play it 2 players, and one person can play her cat, and so you can work together to do things. So you can play
nope.
2 players.
Oh nope. All right, so Scott, this is the thing.
Scott's
I have-
100
I
must
need
play
defended. I need definitive
I've
games.
never
I don't
published this list, but I wrote
definitive.
it
Let's
like
go.
5 years ago, and I meant to go back
Definitive.
and like add commentary, but I never got around to it.
Well, we're gonna
I'll
do
get
it now.
This is for everybody. This is for
I'll
everybody.
get my card out. I got my card
I
out.
thought maybe I had to
got my
turn
card
things
out.
off and and make sure that like okay, it's for
Taking
everybody.
notes.
The what? All right, it's alphabetical order.
Let's go.
I
We got
think.
it.
All right, number 1, Acquire. Played Acquire?
Yeah, I got it. I'm looking for one right now. As of today, I was looking for one.
I don't like Acquire, but I think everybody should play it.
No, I think everybody should play it. I think
Number
I
2,
need it.
Age of Steam.
Age of
Played Age of
Steam.
Steam.
Another good
That's
one.
a tough sell for a lot of
Yeah.
people.
Age of Steam
Yeah.
as
Is it
opposed
though?
to Steam
Is
around
it though?
the world.
Is it a tough sell?
Yeah.
Why?
A lot of people don't want to play a
It's a
train
time
game,
thing.
train route economic
Man,
game.
this game blew my mind when it came out. This was, I mean, obviously this was.
Yeah, but there was 6 games a year that back then.
I know. It's definitely old fuddy duddy list, right?
Yeah.
Whoa,
2002,
dude.
by the way.
Cassandra, have you played Acquire?
No.
Have you heard of Acquire?
No.
I think you're
It's a really
better-
good game.
Just tell us to stop when you've heard of one of
This
these
is an
games.
education. This 100 list is an education. I went through my entire history and figured which games I want people. I think
Are
people should-
people going to be able to get these games?
I think these are most all gettable, or
Yeah.
everything's
everything.
gettable, right?
Everything he said is gettable. So
Everything
far,
is
so.
gettable.
Well, all 2 of
Everything's
them.
gettable. Yeah,
All 2.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything, all 2.
No, I'm serious. I'm so
That's what I'm
excited about
basing
this because
everything
I've been doing a big time search.
I just don't
I'm
know
like,
about Age of Steam. I mean, that that's so deep into it. You're so much better
Yeah.
off starting out with Railways of the World, and if you like it, then dive into the deep end. Don't you think? All right, then. Your list.
But here's the thing,
Your
Richard.
funeral.
I was only a few years into this when it came out, 2002.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not like a devotee of Age of Steam, but I liked it a lot when I played it.
So,
Or
Scott,
felt
what
it.
is
some-
Now it's probably been
There's
improved.
some-
Devotee.
It's you're right. It's pro-
Age of Steam will teach you some great lessons.
Yeah.
Right.
Some
You-
valuable
first
life
time you
lessons,
play,
yes.
yeah, first time you play and you're out because you screwed up your finances and you're out after round 2. You learn
Yep.
something.
Yeah, you learn
it's-
something.
You
Yeah.
get thrown.
Don't want to play that game again.
It's a good game.
Ah!
Really good game.
Number 3.
Number 3, Alhambra.
Alhambra.
I know that game is dry as toast.
It's so good. What are you talking about? All right.
All right, let's go.
We're gonna get criticized. All right.
Hey, you're
Amon
just
Ray.
jumping all
Amon
over the
Ray
place
is
here,
number
Scott.
4.
Yeah.
Amon
No.
Ray. Right.
No,
The first one.
Yeah.
no,
Ramen Ray is so great.
That's such a good game.
Lance is gonna be like negative on half of these. So here's another one. This is a weird
that's
one. You
surprising.
can't get this version of it, but I think you can get a newer version. It's called Attica. You guys remember that one?
Yep.
Yes, there is a newer version with a completely retheme.
It's Telegraph, U.S. Telegraph, I think is the name.
There you go. Yep. Telegraph Road.
I love it.
Telegraph.
I don't know why. I may or may not take this off the list because I don't remember. I remember it vaguely, but I remember liking it.
It's
when
the
I played
game
it.
where we start on either end and we're laying tiles trying to get to the other end. And
You're trying to connect sides, but normally you would just build your whole entire city, but to win. Sometimes you can sneak in a win.
Yeah.
Ave Caesar is number 6.
This is an old list.
What's that?
This is an old list.
This is an education, right?
There
You have to learn the math to get to the advanced.
All right.
Ave Caesar, super fun. Had some great games with that. Number 7 is Bang.
Bang, yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's played Bang, right?
Well, and Bang is a game that like there's one guy that like it became it was a meme basically of my friend Jason. Like we would always make sure we killed him before he had a turn.
Oh, fun. So he never wanted to play basically.
Now, Scott, did you prefer the dice game over that, or?
I never played the dice game.
Oh, dude, the dice game.
The dice game is
that was the first time I played that, and it was a dice game, and it was fun.
Wow.
It was really
I
fun.
think it is.
It's
a
really
point
fun.
clicker.
It's ripping your list apart.
No, this is good. This is great.
I
this
don't
is
care.
great for me.
The dice game is better.
By the way,
number 8.
two out of the games that you said already, I'm already need to buy. Like I just forgot about them. I don't
Bargain Hunter was the name of the game. I forget what the original name is. It's a German name. Schnappenjagd. You guys remember that game?
Oh, Schnappenjagd.
The old Schnappenjagd, that old.
Yeah, the old Schnappenjagd. I once paid good money to get a Schnappenjagd.
It's an Uwe Rosenberg game that no one talks about, and it is fantastic. And it's
get
hardly
it for $8.
Okay. Bonanza. You got to give me Bonanza, right?
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bonanza Das Duel is
great
excellent.
games of Bonanza. What's
the
the deal with
Bonanza
Bonanza
Duel?
Yeah, the
Duel.
2-player one that he did a few years ago is fantastic.
Never played that.
I'll have to get that. Can't Stop is number 10.
Yeah.
Sure.
Can't Stop is. I love Can't Stop.
Number
Is there a
11
version that I should have?
No, just the basic. You don't need it. You don't need any of the fancy stuff.
Yeah,
just
that's what
try
I
to find. And if you really want to be OG, get the stop sign one.
Yeah.
The red stop sign. You know that one.
Oh yeah, I have that one, and man, I Can't Stop for me is just trash talking universe. It's so much fun.
It's just such a simple, stupid game.
Yeah.
Carcassonne number 11. You probably
no Carcassonne.
I have that game.
There. Yes.
Oh, okay. Right. Let's have Cassandra's review of Carcassonne.
Lance, not every.
What?
Nothing.
No, am I allowed to have an opinion or no?
Yeah, you can. No,
you're not. On my own show, am I allowed to have an opinion?
You can have your opinion.
This is America,
you know what?
Scott.
Bigfoot is real. That's my opinion.
How did you get into this hobby?
Hold on, guys. I think we should take a vote before we let Lance have an opinion. I vote now.
Well, I want to hear what Sandra says about Carcassonne.
I liked it. It was one of the first ones that I got, and we got it for Devin's youngest mainly to play with her because she was, I think, 6 at the time, and she was really upset that she couldn't play with us, so we got like that one. But it was really fun, and Devin hates playing with me, so we don't play it often because he's always like, I'm winning, I have all of this stuff, and then we get to the end, and I'm like, I close that road, and I close this road, and this is all me with this farmland, and he's just like, fuck you.
All right. And then Carcassonne the Castle is also on my list.
Thank you.
As number 12, which is like
the
best Carcassonne.
You're forgiven. Well done,
that's
sir.
Awesome. That is a great 2-player game.
Unfortunately, I think
Carcassonne the Castle, also
almost
known as
impossible.
the only Carcassonne to play.
The city's pretty good too.
Yep.
Because that's number 13 for me.
Carcassonne the city.
Carcassonnes. The city, the castle, and basic Carcassonne. Also,
the Holy Carcassonne Trinity.
Holy Carcassonnes.
But what about Star Wars Carcassonne?
I never played it. Is it any good?
I don't know.
Yeah. Number 14 is Catan.
Right,
but I only really recommend it with Cities and Knights. I mean, if you
I
obviously
have
play Catan basic, but Cities and Knights makes it a game.
They sent me this Conquerors, Cities and Nights. Yeah, Cities and Nights. There you go.
Cities and Nights is
Cities and Conquerors,
amps it up.
Cities and Nights.
I love
Okay.
it.
All right.
Kalis, I put on number 16, so I guess you should play Kalis.
Yes.
How about that, huh?
Chinatown is number 17. That's a pure
Chinatown.
pure negotiation game.
Yes.
You do nothing except negotiate, pretty much.
If you can't find Chinatown, what was the Z-Man there was a re-release. What was it called?
I think it's just Chinatown.
Yeah, it was just Chinatown.
It's Chinatown.
Chinatown, Jake.
I thought it came out as something else at one point. Maybe not.
It might have come out as no, I don't think
There's
so.
a website that'll tell you.
It doesn't say.
Hey, I got this new website here. I think it's
set collecting game called Circus Flaccati. Anybody heard of that one?
The
Yes.
flea game?
The Flea Circus.
The flea game from Reiner Knizia?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They
These
got
are some
re-released
deep
a couple of
cuts.
years ago.
This I'm questioning now because maybe in 5 years since I wrote this list, Citadels is on here, number 19.
I like Citadels.
You guys,
Yeah, Citadels
I think
is
everybody should play it at least once.
Oh, I agree with that. More
And
so
if
than
you,
Age
and
of
if you can
Steam.
get it, you have to get the old Fantasy Flight one that had the butterscotch tokens, the butterscotch
Yeah.
candy tokens. I always wanted to eat them. I'm like, oh, yummy. Nope, they're not real. Dang it.
I don't know why I put this on here. I might take it off. Lachita. Do you guys remember Lachita?
I played
Yes.
it. It's
I think I might-
utterly forgettable.
I
is
think
what that
it's
game is.
aged out of my list. I'm gonna have to update this list. I wrote this list 5 years ago. So, Code 777 is on number 21.
No, God, no.
Oh, that's a good game.
It's fine, but there's so much better games that do.
Lance,
that.
Lance, here's the deal. Play it, right? Just playing it. Like say,
I
hey,
have
like,
played it. He
I'm just
hasn't
saying,
listened up.
no, but Lance, like, okay, so even for someone like me, you just like, hey, like you should at least play these just to even learn mechanism or like, hey, this is the twist, but somebody implemented it better. Like that's where I'm at. Like I'm at that point where it's like I didn't even play games really that much before 2015. Like is it that?
The argument that if you want to study film, you should go back and watch Birth
You
of a
should
Nation.
always go back. Yes.
Even though it's a terrible thing, you
Yep.
still should watch it.
Yes.
Cosmic Encounter, number 23.
Yes. I'm buying that one. I'm looking for the specific one here. I'm looking for the 42nd edition of that one.
I have a very, very well beaten.
But
copy
none
of
of the other nonsense in it. Just play
Jeremy.
bare minimum.
Jeremy, I got a copy for you.
Yeah, or message me on Facebook. I can hook you up too.
Okay.
Yeah,
Of what game?
Cosmic Encounter.
Oh, yeah.
It's too many players for me. It'll never get to the table.
Crude the Oil Game, or as I know it is, McMulti.
I really like that game, but I am definitely.
I don't think I played that one.
It's an oil trading game. It's an oil market simulation game. Really,
Yeah, it's available again, or you can probably find a copy. You won't find a copy
in
in
print
McMulti.
again. It came in print, but it's easy to get. Diamant is number 25.
That's
also
such a
a
good game.
classic push your luck game.
Push your luck game. Yep.
Classic push your luck game. But in my opinion, if you're gonna play a push your luck game, then you should play Deep Sea Adventure instead.
Yeah, Deep Sea
So
Adventure.
if you want, if,
Why do you
But
need
Diamant
that
is-
and Can't Stop?
But because
they're all-
Can't Stop, I mean, they're all kind of the same. But Can't Stop is different because Can't Stop is total, for me anyway. It's total trash talk. It's like, yep, I'm gonna roll 11. I'm gonna win the game right here, and like talking yourself up. And then if you hit it, you're like, you know.
It's crap for gamers.
Scott once said something. It was very, very kind compliment he gave me. He says, "Nobody is a better loser than you." And like as far as
I remember that. I said that.
yes,
And
nobody
he's regretted it ever since.
So great.
It was a very
Jeremy,
nice.
Jeremy, if you want Diamant, look for Ink and Gold.
Ink and Gold is.
That's it. That's it. Ink and Gold.
Great
Yeah,
game.
I like that.
But no,
game.
no,
Yeah.
so I mean, like when I play games and like it's and we're playing it, like I'm the first person that like totally says, oh, I'm gonna totally trash on you. You're all gonna lose. And then if I win, then I'm totally like, oh, I just need to do my stretches now, just like And then if I lose, I then blame everybody but myself for my play, just because it's the
love
character
this.
I play at the table and people enjoy it. So.
It's fun to watch.
I love this
I'm
chat
sorry to-
because I just love push your luck games. I love them. I love all kinds of games, but it's just I love every damn game. But God, I love push your luck games. Ugh, I
This
love that
one's
stuff.
probably
fun.
the hardest to get, although I think I heard it's coming back. It's Traumfabrik or Dream Factory. It's a auction.
Oh, yeah,
I think
yeah.
It may be the only Kinesia that I ever maybe had a glimmer of enjoyment while playing.
Yeah.
Because it was a
If you
decent
get the
auction
Triumph
game.
for Break one, it has all of the real actors and movies and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's also came out as Hollywood Blockbuster, I think is the other name of it.
That was an old whatchamadick game. That publisher that had
Kabuki.
Tanga. God, why can't I think of that company?
Dream Factory.
No, Uberplay. Yeah, there you go. Uberplay.
Kabuki Kid, I'm sorry. I do not like Quacks at all. Sorry. Very sorry.
Well, Quacks is not on my list.
And I
Probably because you're not good at it.
And I like to push my luck, and I love types of games like that, but this one just didn't work for me. It didn't work.
Go buy a copy of Quacks and go give Scott his blood money for the upgraded components.
No.
So the next one is number 27. It's called Edelstein and Reich. You guys remember that one?
Oh yeah.
Edelstein and Reich. Yeah.
Oh, Edelstein and Reich. It was from the Elia list, the Elia games, but you can get it as Basari. But Edelstein and Reich twisted it a little bit and made it a little bit better. I don't know. You can get Basari easily. Edelstein and Reich's a little harder. This is one of those outguessing your opponent kind of games where like you all choose something simultaneously, and if you match up with somebody, you have to challenge them. So something about it stuck with me all these years. 28 is Elfenland. Alan Moon game.
Yep, that's.
That one?
I mean, I enjoy that way better than any Ticket to Ride game he ever made.
Interesting. Number 29 is Entdecker. You guys remember that?
Very good. I like Entdecker is super good. But this is golden age of board gaming, though. I mean, honestly,
at one point you had to get these titles in German because they weren't printed.
Yeah,
it's got old.
It's so Entdecker is it's about exploring the sea, and it's super cool, and it created the board as you played. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I think I played the remake of it, which was
not good. What was the remake called? I think it was
Exploring New Horizons. I think was what it was called, or something like that.
It added too many things to it.
Yeah.
Number 30 is Fairy Tale, and I can't remember why I put that on the list. I think it was like the first drafting game I ever played.
Yeah, it was the first drafter.
Take a card, pass type thing.
I don't remember.
For Sale is
hard to
35.
believe that it's the first since it's not that long ago.
I know this is when is Fairy Tale?
For Sale is like one of the quickest, best little
2004.
fillers ever. Here's a definite thumbs up for Sale.
20-minute game.
Not
Really
even. If everybody knows how to play, you can bang that sucker out in less than 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, you
I
can
have
take
Formula
5 minutes
Day on
in.
the list. Only that you should play it.
What are you laughing about, Shane? You dirty pervert.
Nothing. I just had a comment that I just decided not to.
Yes, I'm living old school Kabuki. Frank Zoo is 33. Do you guys remember that one? Frank Zoo.
These are all old. I mean,
I told you
that's
education.
It's already been established. Do you want to keep saying that every third game he mentions?
Can't you?
This is
make
great.
him stop?
This is great. I don't. I'm.
Glory to Rome, number 34. You'd probably have to.
Oh,
you'll never get that one.
Best card game ever.
One of the best card games ever made. Yeah.
One of the best card games.
Come up and visit sometime, Jeremy, and we'll play it.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, come and visit me.
trust you.
I have both the upgraded version and the old school one. I mean,
You live in that Seattle area, right?
A few hours south of there.
Yeah, you know what? My dad lives out there, so yeah, if I do,
am?
I will definitely come on.
We're actually just north of Portland, so it's a bit of a drive, but
you're worth of a drive. You're worth a drive.
Glory to Rome is that game is so good.
We talk about this game all the time.
That game is an app so bad.
Who owns the game? Why didn't somebody reprint this game?
That's the problem.
Because it was
wow.
It was
wow.
designed in part by Ed Carter, who probably maybe said, well, maybe we should move that thing over here at some point. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he had a lot.
I don't know. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt because Shudik has never been able to hit that height again.
Well, once you make a perfect game, how do you make
a
perfect game without making?
But he keeps trying.
No, I know.
He keeps going back to that well.
Yeah.
Well, every designer does that.
Why does he just make the same game and call it something different?
Because he
Here's the
can't.
thing.
That's a fair
Can't
question.
legally. I don't think
He could. He
But he
could.
can.
Like,
The
can't you just
Bang has
retheme the
been-
game and
Bang
also
has been copied 100%. Remember this whole lawsuit
yeah,
that
yeah,
they
yeah.
faced down,
Yeah.
and Bang was not, and they won. The people
Yep.
who copied it won.
I don't remember that.
Goa is number 35. Does that
Goa
hold
is-
up?
Yeah.
I have to play that again and see if it's
So
Oh, from
can I?
from Dorn, from
Uh,
Dorn, Stefan Dorn,
is it Stefan? No, it's Rudiger.
Rudiger Dorn.
Rudiger Dorn. Thank you.
Dorn.
Yes, yes.
So-
and yes, definitely a must play.
So Goa has been out of print for 1,000 years.
Is
Yeah.
it? I thought it was
No,
back.
that's not true. It got a reprint.
No, it didn't. Because I can tell you why it hasn't had a reprint. Because like, go and look. Like you got basically to get a new copy, you got to pay about $100. And you can find secondary copies for $60, $70, $80. So I worked on the Kickstarter version of the deluxeified version of Goa. It was one of my last projects I worked on for TMG, and I believe they still have the rights to it.
It was
Yeah.
reprinted in 2012.
Yes,
Okay,
so that's 8 years
that
ago
was
now.
way
Yeah,
years
yeah.
ago.
Fair enough.
I
That
think
was
so-
what I was
find it.
thinking
But-
that one, but you're right. That's
That was one of the
That-
last projects that I was working on when I got the call that I was no longer employed.
That game,
So,
when it,
In
and I don't,
2000
and I'm guessing the rights probably reverted back to Rudiger or Hans
by
Zimmer
now, sure.
at this point.
that game blew my mind. I think it was like the first tech tree upgrading game I ever played in the Euro world. You know,
Could
like
be.
because you keep increasing your tech.
I mean, the game looks so bland
Yeah.
by today's
That's about
comparison.
spice trading.
So that's why, like, we were working on all kinds of at TMG. We were working on all kinds of different ways to make the game look
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
snazzy.
All right, meanest game ever, El Grande, number 36.
That is not the
I
meanest
don't know
game ever.
about that.
It's pretty mean.
But
Pretty mean. It's pretty mean.
for you, yeah.
It is pretty mean. It is pretty mean, but there are definitely meaner games now.
Yeah.
Still, it's a great game.
37 is Hansa. You guys know that one?
And
Oh, yeah.
recently reprinted or reskinned by
You're t-
what was it, Columbia Games or what was it?
oh yeah.
Traders of the Air.
Traders
Yep.
of the Air.
Traders of the Air recently.
cool thing about this
Compass Games.
If everybody knows this game, your turns take like 5 seconds.
Oh yeah, and Hansa was also published by Uberplay back in the day, and it was like fantastic game. Like when I got it, like I got it like on a $5 Tanga Trash thing. I was like, what the crap is this? When I got it, and I was like, this looks horrible. And then I played it, and I was like, oh my god, this game is amazing.
It's like a pick up and deliver game, but
Oh, and it's like bam, 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 bam,
Yeah,
bam,
very
bam,
quick.
bam, bam, bam.
It's the impact of Tanga on board game. It was amazing there for a while.
I know, right? He did so many games. He came like 30 games the first year he came out. Heron Tortoise is number 38, and it's also known as Hasse und Ingel, or Around the World in 80 Days, I think is the current version. You guys know this one?
Oh,
I
I know.
know. I mean, I know of all
these.
these games you're mentioning, but I mean, it's just like yeah,
Sure.
whatever.
Around the World in 80 Days is great.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. It's Heron Tortoise.
All right, I'm writing that down.
Anyway, I'm trying to remember the mechanism was basically like you had to pay. You're trying to get around the board with your money, and it's like there's a weird math formula in it that makes you think very hard. I remember like brain burning on that game. All right, 39, Heimlich and Company. Nobody knows that one.
I remember the game. I don't remember.
You're a secret agent, and no one knows who you are, and you have to move pieces around the board without people catching who you are. So it's like a bluffing and kind of like hiding your identity game.
Ooh, that sounds like it needs a reprint.
And it's a classic. I mean, it's from like
Yeah, it sounds like it needs a reprint.
70s or the 80s.
Sounds fun.
1984 is when that game came out. High Society, another Reiner game.
Gotta have that game.
You bid
have to
your
have that
money,
game.
but if you bid too much money, you automatically lose.
Have to have that game. Everybody has to have that game.
Another Snoresville. But anyway.
Oh my god, you are a snore. You gotta be kidding me. That game, that is a must-have game.
Well, I played it.
Have it
I mean,
just to have it around. Just
I think
I'm aware. I'm aware of the game.
You know, like some games I've literally like that is a game you have to have around for other people in a sense. Like it just because it's just that kind of quick fun. Yeah, everybody has fun that playing that
If
game.
other people need high society at my house, they can go to a different house.
Oh my
Hive is number 41.
I want to smack that out of your hand. Jeez.
My beanbag 27
Yeah,
dimes.
I actually just wanted to see it fly back in the background. Just that's all.
Hive is a cool game.
Yeah. It has a learning curve though.
It does.
Hoity Toity or Adele Verplik. I don't know how to pronounce it. You guys remember?
I've played Hoity Toity.
This one I'm not so sure if will stay on the list.
All right. Yeah. Cross it out. Cross it out.
I'm the Boss is on number 43.
That game's
Fantastic game.
And that's a mean game. That's the negotiation game where you're cutting deals. And
What's between High Society and I'm the Boss?
Oh yeah, nothing.
High
Nothing.
Society is a bidding game. Like you bid your money in High
I
Society.
know, I know High Society, but I just stepped away. What did I miss? High Society.
Hive.
Hive. Sure.
Hoity Toity.
Sure.
I'm the Boss is number 43.
I'm caught up. Sure,
Okay.
sure.
Kingdoms is number 44, or Off Heller und Pfennig. I've been Reiner was my he was my go-to.
Is that the one with the fields and all that?
Well, it's a crisscross thing where you're intersecting you're placing tiles down and like scoring points. I'm trying to remember the actual mechanism.
Oh, I was thinking of Kingdom Builder. Sorry, Scott.
Lord of the Rings is number 45.
Sure,
first co-op game I ever played.
Lord of the
Doesn't
Rings.
make it good. It
Lord of
doesn't
the
make it good.
It's
the newest one.
You're so hard to Lord of the
It
Rings.
is good. It is a good game. And
they're reprinting it.
Yeah.
They just announced it that Fantasy Flight's reprinting it.
Oh, thank
any
God.
changes. Because it could
Lost
use
Cities.
a freshening up.
Yeah. Well,
it is a little old fashioned now.
Mm-hmm.
But still very good.
I don't think you can change it though.
Yeah, I suppose.
Maybe a little. I don't know. Lost Cities, number 46. You probably played that. Everybody's played Lost Cities, right?
He's great.
Cassandra, have you played Lost Cities?
Lost Cities?
Definitely get Lost Cities. No, if you haven't played it, just buy that one. That's really
buy that one.
Yeah, just buy that one.
That's a winner.
Oh, Cassandra's not here anymore. I maximized.
No, she is.
That's a winner. Yeah.
My window isn't big enough. I see.
That's an instant buy game.
Another
There
weird
you are.
Rudiger Dorn game that people
Easy
don't
for
talk
you to
about.
say.
Louis the 14th.
Over and over.
Oh yeah, that's a great game.
Louis the
Oh,
14th.
sure. And that got remade too, didn't it?
Yeah, Mafioso.
Yeah. Oh,
I never played that
right.
one
Of
either.
course.
But it's all animals, which makes it I think weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Weird.
The remake everybody was waiting for.
I may take this off the list. 48 is Lowenhertz. Remember that one?
The when that was supposed to be part like
That was it was the trilogy of Catan games, right? There was
because he had one big game and he split it all up. And
it was
then,
Entdecker, Lowenhertz, and Catan.
and so
all
then
one
and then
game.
so all three of those were originally one game, and then he broke them apart. And Lowenhertz is like
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was one monster game.
It was
So
one
what it
monster
is,
game.
it's
And he
like-
broke them apart.
Is it like Catan and then Catan with an extra step and then the other games?
No, it's completely different.
Is it?
You're building a castle and you're like
Yeah, it's
claiming
the
land.
walls. I played Domain, which was the
Domain
remake of it.
is a remake of it.
Wow.
D-Mocker is number 49.
What's so
What's up,
good about that game?
If I planned for DMocker for DMocker, like I was going to a convention and I knew I was going to sit down with people that know how to play the game, and I would say I would plan for that 4 to 6 hour game because DMocker is
It's a simulation of the German parliamentary system.
and it
That
is
sounds terrible,
Pass.
right?
it
Pass.
sounds
But it is
it sounds
Sublime.
Pass.
One
my
of the
goal
best-
is to get Shane to play a game of
You
DMocker
guys
with
gotta play
me.
it. Yeah. We're gonna do it at BGG-Con.
I'll bring my copy. Also game number 1 in the database, right?
It is the first game we ever entered. We were obsessed with DMocker. back in the day. Medici is number 50, or Medici.
Not horrible.
With some very lovely looking reprints recently.
Yeah. Oh,
Gorgeous.
interesting. I chose Merchant of Venus as number 51. I love that game. Pick
Ugh.
up and deliver in
Really?
space kind of thing with a really
Really?
cool.
What is that? What is that game
Command
about?
system.
Like what goes on that game?
You roll the
it's
die,
a-
you move around, you pick things up, you take
It is
them
a
other
roll and
places.
move.
Random shit happens to you. It's a garbage game.
Oh,
He really
Eric
feels.
Summers
Oh
too.
well, Thanks for coming down from the mountain there, Moses, and laying some truth bombs for us.
Do you disagree?
I enjoy Merchants of Venus, but I used to play it like when I like that and like Talisman were like the games I played when I was a kid.
Okay, it's right up there with Talisman. Gotcha. Good stuff.
I have some epic, amazing nights of playing Talisman, of like just having an absolute blast playing that game.
Sure.
So
Yeah, but that's
Sure.
the game was garbage.
Of course you did. You were 12 years old.
The game was garbage.
no, like, but I mean, but to I'll say this about Talisman. I remember one time, like, we couldn't get everybody together to play D&D, and we were like in our 20s. We'd play a game of Talisman. I remember I like got knocked out after playing it for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, and like instead of restarting as another character, I said, you know what, I'm gonna leave. And as I was leaving,
you were the lucky one.
Yeah, I actually turned around and I was like, just so you guys know, I may have been knocked out, but I leave right now as the winner.
Yeah,
and then I found out later that game had lasted 8 hours of that before somebody finally pulled off the win.
It's not a good game.
No, it's not.
Talisman. But when you don't have Gloomhaven at hand, like back in the 90s, you played Talisman.
I'm not saying there aren't interesting things to learn and understand about the evolution of the art form, definitely. But
okay, number 52 is Metro. I don't know if is that still in print there.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Why are you not listening to me? I said yes.
Okay, there you go.
Can anybody hear Travis?
Your mic is a little hot.
Yeah, it was already going.
I'm giving him the business.
I was doing something. Sorry. Yes, it's in print.
All right,
we
Modern
did a
Art.
a couple of years ago that has all the expansions with it.
Modern Art is number 53.
Yeah.
For artwork.
So good.
The only problem with it is
people
if a player doesn't understand the game, they can basically throw the game to another player. Mew and More. Anybody? This is a weird one. Like when I talk about it, no one knows it. It's a trick taking game, but where your partnerships change every turn. You bid for partnerships, like Bridge, but not as hard.
I thought you were talking about Mole and Money.
No, Mew and More.
Yes.
No Thanks is number 55.
Classic.
Number 56 is Liar's Dice.
Sure.
57 is Power Grid.
Sure.
You guys have you played that, Jeremy?
Zero.
You got to play it.
Interest in Power Grid.
It really does auction.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hold on a second. I will play it. I will play it. I will play it.
You have to.
But I
put
am
in
done
the
with
time
Freeman Freeze games. I'm done. I'm done.
Now, this is not
I'm
like
done.
most
And it's probably because I came later into the hobby. But I'm going to tell you right now, I have played at least 5 games, and 5 of those games in a row. But I'm like, I'm done with this designer. Like I don't like it's actually
That's a
so
problem.
backwards. It's
Isn't
so
that an
backwards.
interesting problem? Because now you won't play his best game because you.
That's what
played
I'm saying. Like that's exactly what Tom told me. He's like, you got to play his best game. I'm like, boy, did the mighty fall after this. Then apparently the mighty must.
Power Grid for me is top 10.
Yeah.
Did you play his recent games, Jeremy, or older ones?
I played basically all his recent stuff. So like anything
that's
from
why
2015 forward, I played it.
Yeah.
And I just been hoping.
Been that 502 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Futuropia broke me. It broke me. That was it. I was like,
I think I might take
man.
this off the list, but it really blew me away when I played it. Primordial Soup.
Way too long now.
1997. It was
it
from
takes
1997.
so long to play that game now.
Yeah, but it had all those mutation genes, which was really cool because you could get all these weird, interesting combos going. The Princess of Florence is number 59.
Another great game.
Anybody play that anymore? I don't think
I've
anybody
heard
played
of
it.
it.
It was so we played it non-stop, like just over and over and over. Puerto Rico, number 60. Played Puerto Rico, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm not trading brown cubes. Sorry, man. No.
Okay.
No.
You never played
Raw
Puerto Rico?
is number 51.
No,
61.
I'm not playing that
Wow.
one.
You don't like Raw?
What?
You don't like Raw?
Yeah, I like Ra. I like Ra.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lance Man.
Like Ra.
Ricochet Robots is number 62.
Another
Ricochet.
classic.
That's a real-time puzzle-solving games, like the quick.
Oh.
It doesn't work for everybody because usually the person who's like the fastest thinking will win every time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's like a
Isn't
real
that
time.
how it should work? If you're the fastest thinker.
Yeah, I know, but then
all right.
if you want to just play to lose, right? I mean, I don't know. I
Bash
put
was
Robo
like that
Rally on
one.
here as number 63, but I'm gonna take it off because I think Robo Rally for me has not aged well. I loved it back in the day, but not anymore.
There's different games that do that.
Well, if this is your student of the hobby, then that's your programmable
It's a
movement.
programming UI game. Maybe I'll just leave it in.
Yeah.
Roma, number 64. I think that's the first Stefan Feld game Queen ever did.
Yep.
It's great dice
So what's Roma? Oh, hey,
Roma and Roma 2.
Roma. Yeah,
Roma is basically lost cities with teeth.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah, you're attacking each other.
Ooh. Yeah.
It's very good.
It's a give and take, right? I mean,
yeah. Wait a minute, time out. You
Give
said
and
a game
take.
where
No,
you attack
you roll,
each other.
you just
it's
win.
Really good?
You just roll. You just win.
That's not for me, but I can appreciate it. It was
Roma's
very,
a
very good.
two-player. Yeah, it's a 2-player. He actually has a 4-player Roma he's been working on for years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell us more.
I just told you.
That's all you got?
All he knows. That's all he knows.
You just blew your one Feld factoid?
The thing about Roma is got all kinds of cool special powers.
Yes.
Each troop has a special power, and using them to get the advantage, and that's the fun part of it.
Yeah, it feels very modern. It was ahead of its time.
St. Petersburg, number 65.
Excellent.
I never played the redo of it.
That's better.
Only played the original.
I think I played that one, St. Petersburg. Wasn't memorable.
This one's impossible to get. Samarkand. I wish it would come back. It's a Sid Saxon game, like a pick up and deliver type game.
I have that. I used to, or at least I did.
Yeah, that's impossible to get. Although it's for 15
It might be in my
bucks,
pile somewhere.
so maybe it's not that impossible. I thought it was harder to get. Reiner Knizia appears with number 67 with Samurai. Played that one?
Yes.
Yeah, I played Samurai. But it seems like well regarded though. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
San Juan is number 68.
Yeah, San
Great card game.
Yeah.
It's a Race for the Galaxy card game.
That one that one I don't own though. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to put that on there.
This one's impossible to find. San Marco. It's the I split you choose mechanic.
Yep.
With a worker placement or a area control. And another Alan Moon game, which nobody talks about, and I think just it's gone out of the world. Santa Fe Rails, which I love it. Loved Santa Fe Rails. More complex than Ticket to Ride. Lance, Santiago made 71.
Santiago is so good.
Santiago. The JIP project is 72. So all the JIP games, if you like abstract strategy games.
Nope.
This is a bit of a cheat. The Mask series.
By the way, San Marco, somebody has a copy for $49.
Oh, I would snatch that up.
Santiago, $120 in Amazon. I don't have a copy.
Did they reprint? No, it's still from 2001. It was nominated for Spiel des Jahres.
Wow, I'm gonna read the rules real quick too.
I really liked it. And it's 3-player only.
Yeah,
no. You know what? Is it 3-player only?
San Marco is 3 to 4 player.
3 to 4, but it's 3. It's really you want to play.
Oh, that's perfect though. It's my game group. That's pretty much our game group in a nutshell.
Bass trilogy from Kramer and Kiesling, which is Tikal, Java, and Mexico.
That's cheating.
I know.
But I guess you cheated with gift.
I cheated a little bit with JIP series as well. 74 is Shadows over Camelot. Hidden Trader game. First one I ever played. Show Managers, number 75. That's another Queen game. I don't know if it's still in print.
Yeah, we did a copy about 6-8 years ago. You can sort of still find them, and we're actually talking about doing another one. I'll list that as my favorite Queen game. Actually,
it's pretty.
Wow,
it's really good one. You're basically putting on shows with cast members that are, it's a deck of like 100 and something cards, maybe 150 of various cast members that are good in certain shows, right? Like any cast member can be in any show, but you really want to try to find the cast members that are really good in each show, like stars. And it's not drafting, but you basically
it's a sliding market. You pay less.
Yeah, it's an open market. Yeah. And you can once you run your show, you can leverage the show and get money, take loans off the show. You score less points, but you get more money back. It's interesting. It's really interesting. I put Sleuth as a deduction game. I think I might change that because I think there's better deduction games now. But this was one of the ones from 1971. This is another Sid Saxon game. Really cool.
Question for you. How about, and this is a game that I forgot. I was like, I don't think I played this game. Lords of Vegas.
Yes.
I love that game. I really like it.
Yeah, it's all right.
Is that still in print?
They think
They
they
just did a Kickstarter reprint.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, with an expansion, I think.
I'm familiar with Lords of Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay, there, buddy.
Well, I am. I'm familiar with the game.
Okay.
All right, almost
All
done.
right.
Number 77 is Taj Mahal.
Look at Rado, is he half asleep?
I know, I'm putting on sleep. These are all boring games. These are
I'm so very droll, right, Richard?
number 78, Take It Easy. I'll just go to the ones that you think you might like. Through the Desert is number 81, which is really great.
The Camels.
I think he's done it.
That is correct.
Hey, you just made me think of something. How does somebody get the golden camel or whatever showing up as a micro badge?
Oh wow, this was just funded in May.
Yeah.
Scooter.
Wow.
Answer my question.
I don't know.
It's Loan Shark.
I don't know anything about the golden camel.
Yes, you do. It's your website.
I don't know anything about the golden. I really don't know about the golden camel.
Yes, you do.
I did not
you have
make
to.
it. Yes, I know, but I didn't make it.
Yeah, but how does somebody get the golden camel?
Tichu is number 82.
Why are you?
Yeah,
No. You can't just skip over what I'm saying.
I have no answer for you, Lance. There's no rhyme or reason to the golden camel.
Well, then give me one.
It's not that easy.
Well, there's no rhyme or reason. I don't need a rhyme nor reason to get the
Tigers
golden
and
camel.
Euphrates. Tigers and Euphrates. Best game ever of all time. Number 84.
No, absolutely not. I want the
Is
golden
it
camel.
still your number one, Scott?
Yeah. No, I played it recently. It still does the same feelings for me.
And not the newer something.
I like the
something
newer
else?
one. I like the newer one too, but I think I like the older one better.
Here we go.
Things.
Here you go. The mysterious golden camel identifies the select members of the exclusive Golden Camel Coterie. Aside from denoting the Illuminati who belong to the Order of the Golden Camel, the exact purpose of this highly coveted micro badge is considered classified information and is closely guarded secret. Even some of the owners claim to not know what it is for. For more details and discussions, see the super secret Golden Camel Society geek list and also Scarlet O's quest for the Golden Camel.
That's all I'm saying.
No.
Torres. Let me finish this list. Torres. You play that one? That's awesome.
No.
You build up and you build your castle wide and get your stuff up to the top of it.
Yeah. 3D game. Neat.
I guess like Ginkopolis is a lot like
but it doesn't have cool plastic buildings.
Yeah, Torres is a lot simpler. Torres is a lot.
So bad.
Transamerica, number 86.
Oh yeah, that's a good game.
Turf Master, number 88. I'm skipping number 87 because I don't think you can get it. Trios. Turf Master is a really cool horse racing game where you bet. Twilight Struggle, number 89. Union Pacific, number 90.
I was wondering.
Verater, number 91, which I don't know if you can get that anymore either.
You can't get Union Pacific either unless you get it in like a foreign language, but you can get Airlines of Europe. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Airline of Europe. Yeah.
I'm glad Pete's not here. Oh no, that was Airlines.
Vinci, number 92, which is basically Small World, but a little more.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce. A little less silly.
Yeah. It's ancient. Small World is better in every way.
It's ancient war. Small World.
Yeah, I thought Small World was better in every way, though.
Wallenstein, I have so many Queen games. What is going on? Wallenstein, number 93.
Yeah, what is going on?
Web of Power, 94. Well, Queen was making the best games.
Yeah, back then. Yeah.
Whoa, hello, he's in the room.
Blocka.
Wildlife Adventure, I think is really fantastic, and I don't know if you can get that one anymore either. You're hunting for animals. From 1985.
That's the one with the arrows?
The Kramer game. Yeah, the little arrows.
Yeah, like I got 1 million of them rethemed if you want it in my warehouse. It's called Famous Explorers.
It didn't go so well?
It was the first game I actually did as a publisher. And it was actually an 8th Summit title, but That was the first game I actually did, was a retheme of that. It's basically the same game, only it's, explorers and not animals.
Okay.
But it's a good game. I mean, there's nothing.
Nothing wrong with it. I mean, I liked it.
Yeah, there was a National Geographic version of Expedition, right?
Yeah.
Didn't that win the Spiel too?
Yeah, I believe so.
We had that game at one point too, so there's another Queen game.
Oh, did you? Oh, that's right. You guys did call Expedition. Actually, did it win the Spiel? I don't know if it won. Might have been nominated.
Okay.
Let's see. Quandary. If you got to find the Quandary game, it's another little tile bidding game from Reiner.
That's a great game.
Winner Circle, another Reiner game from horse racing game. And 99 is Zendo. I don't have 100. Weird.
That's strange.
There you go.
And I can imagine if you would publish that list like on the Geek, Scott.
Oh, I'll get lit.
Oh yeah.
I'll get lit up.
There'd also be a mad scramble for people trying to grab all the games that weren't in print that didn't have a license or anything. Because
Well, it's questionable. Like Rado said, it's like there's a lot of these games that have been superseded by a lot better games.
Yeah. Is Roma still around, Travis?
We may have some copies in Germany. I don't have any here. I mean, if you message me and remind me, I'll check. I know we have some arenas, which is Roma 2. So I know we have some of those. So
And that's just as good. It's just as good. Actually, if I recall correctly, Roma 2 was like a little bit less cutthroat, right?
And you can
trying to remember.
And you can mix them, yeah.
Yeah, you can play them together. Yeah, message me, Jeremy, and I'll check.
Okay. I'm like literally in the buying.
These are all before 2005, by the way.
I'm destroying my collection right now.
Message me. You should take Shane up on a copy of his version of Expedition. That's a great game.
So hold on,
He's got
Scott.
a few, it sounds like.
You're saying all these games are from 2005 or
Everything's
before,
pre-2005, yeah.
and you made this list 5 years ago?
Yeah.
So everything since then sucked, or just not high enough?
No, it's. I think everybody
a 10-year
should.
gap there,
It fills you in as a gamer. Like there are so many new people that have come into the thing and they like don't understand it. I mean, is it a fuddy-duddy thing? Is it old ways of thinking that you don't?
I think it might.
If you want to be a real knowledgeable person in the board game world, like, and you can see.
I just feel like someone like myself who does have like somewhat of a little chance of some career stuff going on there. Like you still have to have like the beginning. Right. You still have to have some knowledge of the beginning.
If some designer comes and pitches to you Quandary type game, you can be like, well, that was made by it was made in 2002. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't know otherwise, right? But that doesn't matter maybe in the board game world. Like,
Aldi, can I suggest a number 100 for you? Or I don't believe you mentioned Fjords.
I never played Fjords.
What?
Never played Fjords.
Did I play Fjords?
You got to get right on out of this.
I don't even know. I don't even remember that game. I know I remember seeing it, but I never played.
I would go on a limb and say Fjords is a little bit overrated for what it is.
Oh, you're a bad man.
Oh, it's
Fjords got incredibly overrated because it was so rare and tough to find.
So
you guys think?
Plus, you have to find 2 so you can play Mega Fjords.
Okay. Do you guys think a gamer coming in like right now would even have the patience to learn them games? I mean, you had a fight.
I don't know, and maybe it's just old thinking. Like, maybe I'm just
some of them. I think they would
get off my lawn type.
So here's the deal.
And all that.
Here's the deal. I don't own Ticket to Ride. I've played Ticket to Ride. I think I've had the smaller versions, the little tiny ones like the London whatever. I don't care about that. I want a Ticket to Ride. Do I get the base Ticket to Ride, or is there a version of Ticket to Ride? You're like, this is actually
Europe is the best.
Yeah.
Markland.
Europe has a little something more to it that makes.
Can you get Markland anymore? That was kind of tough for a while.
I don't know. Markland,
so Scott, I was a little disturbed that you didn't have Kog.
Oh, I hate that game.
All right.
What?
Yes, I literally hate that game. It was one of the worst games I ever played.
Are you insane?
Yeah, take that, Lance. Your opinions.
Coggy, it's so hard.
What
it is? It is
so hard
what fucking
to play
game?
that game. I felt like I was working. My brain.
It looks like Lance put that box together himself.
What? Are you showing
It's a handmade.
me?
It's a handmade. They only sold handmade versions of that game.
I think it's only
dice
handmade.
expansion.
Would somebody type the game name, please?
Coggy. Kogge.
Kogge.
Oh, okay. No.
There's a dice expansion for Ticket to Ride. What is this?
Nobody wants to see all that.
Yeah,
Lance.
it's like
Oh, there's all sorts of
Wait,
expansions for
remind me how it plays. I can't remember. Do you remember how it plays?
I haven't played it in about a year or so, but so Kogi is a game of Baltic sea trading. It definitely is a mean game, and I mean these are not the. I mean I actually like for the. Oh Jesus, I probably break that one. Hold on. I mean for its time. I mean like look at these big honking boats. I mean, for its time, it was actually it's an Andrea Stedding game, which I think he's one of like the unknown, like forgotten designers. Like he's actually really quite good.
What else did he do? I'm gonna
exactly.
So another game that I don't own, and I actually have never actually played the game. I played the two version, the two player. No, it's what's his name? I have not played Hansa Tacon.
Hansa Tacon.
I've watched people play it. I've sat there and had somebody walk through the rules, and I had to leave.
Agricola.
So it's I just bought Agricola and what's his name? And Converna.
Hansa is one of the most dry games ever. Or Hansa Taconic.
Seven Wonders. Now I've played games. That do what Seven Wonders does, just like I've played like 50 games that do what Splinter does, and I don't own Splinter or haven't played Splinter. Like I want to play. I'm wondering, do I need to play Seven Wonders? Because I've played a lot of Seven Wonders games.
Three-player game.
Like,
Play a three-player game of Seven Wonders.
Yeah.
Even I have Seven Wonders.
It is
like it.
Holy
scandalous that you have not played Seven Wonders.
You have to play it.
The thing is that I play so many games that have
like what?
Like when I
it doesn't matter.
I'm like this
none
is
of them are as good.
But what's the
Jeremy? At one time, Seven Wonders was this.
That's like saying I played a lot of deck builders, so I shouldn't play Dominion.
That's not what I'm just saying. Like, yeah, but then.
Well, I played a lot of deck builders, so I hate my life. Should be the
you're a silly man.
One of the great things about Seven Wonders scales very well too. Lance says it plays great with three, but it scales very well all the way up to 7.
No, my problem.
I was going to say okay. Hold on.
My problem.
I'll tell you what.
You shut up. Just my problem with playing. My problem with playing with more than 3 people, Seven Wonders, is that inevitably there's some idiot who's just like, ooh, blue cards, and they're just handing the person to their left all the science cards in the world, and you're going to see them growing this giant tableau of points. And you're like, stop giving them the green cards.
I feel like that's maybe just because you're playing with the wrong people.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
He just dropped some knowledge. Thank you so much for coming through.
Actually socially engage with others.
Lance is always playing with the wrong people.
So
it's really a shame that Cassandra won't be back.
Richard, I think you and I like this game a lot. It's called Paper Tales.
Yes, Paper Tales is great too. Seven Wonders is better.
Is it better, huh?
Yes.
Oh, is it a drafting game?
I really love
Paper Tales is great.
Yeah,
it's a great game.
It is. But Seven Wonders still wins.
How many games are there, Richard?
Because that was the game that actually made me decide that I didn't need to get Seven Wonders. I was like, this is exactly the same game in a sense. Like, I like this better from what I hear, but like, because Paper Tales with that expansion is absolutely ridiculous.
Do you construct a wonder in Paper Tales? Do you
just construct your own village?
Right. Well, in Paper Tales, I would say the thing that Seven Wonders does better than Paper Tales, and really what Seven Wonders does more than any other. I mean, they're all offshoots of it. Seven Wonders has so many different options. I mean, are there 7 different scoring types of cards in the game? I wouldn't be surprised if there are, between the military, the science, and all of that. And I mean, Paper Tales is great, but Paper Tales is more focused on one thing. Getting those people in their rows and the back and forth between players. Whereas that's just one of something similar to that is one of many things that are happening in Seven Wonders.
Yeah.
Right.
So Richard, what did you think?
Do I need dual too? Do I need dual too, or do I just do?
Two players.
That was what I played. The first time I played is what I played was dual. So I don't know. I didn't.
They're very different games. They're thematically the same, but they're gameplay wise, they're very different.
Yeah.
Richard, what did you think of Hadara?
I think Hadara is very, very cool. I hated the stupid memory element that kind of ruined it. That for when Jen and I were playing it, we felt obligated, right. Okay. I know I discarded this card in that pile. I think there's 2 cards on top of it. So I got, that kind of really took it down for us.
Did you play it thinking that you were going to get back the card you discarded, or you wanted to?
As a 2-player game, you can, and you have to play that way because there's only one other person seeding those decks. And so it just became a slog. And if cards were discarded face up, it would have been one of the best games of the year. But instead, they're discarded face down to force a memory element in a game that doesn't warrant it, and it kind of ruined it for us.
I don't think that exists if you play more than 2, though, right? That's not a problem.
Multiplayer doesn't matter. Yeah.
What's that?
In multiplayer, it doesn't. You would never be expected to get your card back.
Yep. And so once again, it shows most publishers don't give a fuck about 2-player gaming.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Or they just make a duel game.
That's a tough 2-player game.
Or they just strip everything out of it and just call it a duel.
Because you get everything, and I would suspect in a 2-player game. Whereas in a multiplayer game, you kind of have to focus on one thing.
Well, it's greedy with the publishers. They'll just slap that 2-player on there or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, don't get me wrong.
2 to 5,
it's okay,
but not really.
But it's it becomes a different thing, and I think they really should have addressed that, and they didn't. So I don't know. I've got a chip on my shoulder about publishers that I get the impression don't really pay attention to 2-player. So one of the reasons Feld is my favorite designer because I know he does.
Who's publishing his games these days?
Good people. Yeah. Wherever they are, whoever they might be.
Good people across the world. Party people we know of. Party people that we know of.
Except for that Strasbourg. What the fuck was up with that 3-player minimum? Come on, Stefan. Jeez.
But at least he said that it was a 3-player minimum. They didn't.
Yes, and you're very good point. Good on him for that. Unlike Rum and Pirates. Okay, come on, Stefan. You should have put the 3-player minimum on that one.
Okay, so dice placement. Marco Polo, yes or no?
No. Yes, big thumbs up for me.
Marco Polo 2 or Marco Polo?
I haven't played that one.
If you're only going to get one. 2 is not. 2 is, well, I mean, it depends. 2 is much more generous. 1 makes you work hard to get anything done.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, people just have like little nitpicks at 1 that make me worry. I'm like, I don't know.
Well, no, I mean, 1 is a very challenging game that really puts you through the ringer. And I mean, and it's fair enough. For some people, that's not enjoyable.
Yeah, because I heard like 2, everybody's like, seems like overpowered. Like everybody's overpowered. And he's like,
well, yeah, that's the case
like,
for both of them.
Yeah, he's like, well, the first one, he's like, some people sort of feel like this one. He's like, no, the second one, everybody's just like ridiculous. Like, you're like, I want that. I want to do that. So I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm like, is it worth 1 or 2?
If it were me, I would take 1, but I totally understand why. I know why Tom Vassell prefers 2 because it's just more easygoing. You don't have to work quite as hard to be successful.
Okay, so I like Rajas of the Ganges. I don't like Coimbra. Do I even need Marco Polo? Or does that equation not even make sense?
Wow, that's odd. What's your problem with Coimbra?
I can't stand Coimbra. I'm just like, there's only really one way to win. Just get up the track. Like I watched you play the game. Mm-hmm. I watched you play exactly the only way you should play the game.
All right. Well, when you come up, we'll have to play, and I'll be sure not to play that way.
Yeah, I'm literally watching. I'm like, I watching this game, and I'm like, the 3 times I watched somebody play, I'm like, that's exactly how you win the game. Like that's it. It's just like Architects of the West Kingdom. It's like, yeah, you just go that way. You just do this track thing right here and ignore the rest. All right. Yeah, like fun games.
Marco Polo is one of my favorite games. It's definitely in my top.
Well, yeah, I mean, and again, the thing that I think makes Marco Polo stand aside from those ones you mentioned is it is brutal.
Yeah.
It is a game of very narrow margins where you have to really plan hard to achieve anything. In spite of the fact that you end up getting a very powerful character that seems like he breaks all the rules. And yet then once you start playing, he's like, Jesus Christ, how can I get one more fucking camel? Fuck! That goes through your mind a lot while you're playing. Fucking camel!
Yeah, there's definitely characters in that game that you feel like this breaks the game.
That's what I like.
Even with, although I think one of those characters really does break the game, maybe.
Maybe
I've played it enough.
What I've heard. That's exactly what
it's
I've
the
been
one
told.
character
I
that
don't
can
like
set
that.
his dice. The character can change the dice to whatever. They don't roll. You just set your dice.
Oh, right, yeah.
But I forget what the drawback is, if any. I don't even think there is any.
I haven't played it for a while.
Because I think I have like all the modern stuff down. I got all the nice.
But if you,
modern
I
ones
mean,
that I'm
obviously, if
excited
you
about, but
care about experiencing the full breadth and width and historical background, then you got to go play Kingsburg and Alien Frontiers.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm buying Alien Frontiers with all the stuff. I already got it. I got a deal worked out for that one already.
Kingsburg necessary? I felt like Kingsburg, you just roll sixes and you win.
I think Alien Frontiers is like, that game's.
Oh, I'm not saying
it's old school amazing. I was like, this game is like when I played, I was just like, I want all of this right away. That game's awesome. Yeah, that game's awesome.
Have you played Stone Age?
Yes. Yeah, I played that one. That was one that I bought right away because I bought this is funny. I bought my first Stone Age. And my son liked it so much that I bought Stone Age. My son liked it so much I bought Stone Age. So that was a very interesting one because back when I first was starting to play, I was playing with Ryan Messer. We played every week together. So he was like trying to acclimate me to all these games, like all these new games. But we had like two groups in the same house, so it was like I may have been playing like Mombasa. Meanwhile, upstairs, somebody's playing Stone Age. I was playing, like one thing and somebody was playing the other. So I didn't get to play all the, classics that everybody got to play all the time. I was at one or the other, or I got to play the new hot game and somebody else is playing the classic upstairs. So I didn't get to play all these awesome games that some people are talking about.
When did you get into the hobby, Jeremy?
So I came back into the hobby in like 15. And then I started creating content in 17. So I just kind of hit the ground running. Until then, like I had taken a huge break away from board games, unless they were educational. Like of course I played Carcassonne like back then because I was doing D&D back then, but like in 2000, early 2000, and I was just playing stuff like Blockus. Like I love abstract games. I love abstract games.
So you're the one.
I love abstract games.
You're the one that keep making them damn things.
Yeah, like Quirto, like Avalon, Blockus. Like I really love abstract games.
You got to track down those JIP project games then.
Yeah. Well, Scott, we really appreciate you telling us all about the Golden Camel. That was cool.
What's that? Yeah, I was with Rob. I was over Rob Geislinger's.
I said it too soon. I blew it.
And he had what was it, Yiddish or whatever it is? Yiddish. That game's amazing. I was like, oh my god, this game's amazing. I love that. But I really do love abstract. So that was kind of where, when I came back, I went in so hardcore with like Mage Knight and like Shadows of Brimstone. I was kind of dungeon crawling. But then I started to get back into like real like hobby and stuff after that. So yeah, my knowledge is all over the place now, but it's 2015, like 2015 forward, and except for like Snowdonia and like I said, Snowdonia, Mage Knight, a couple other Stone Age, but still, when I look at my collection, it's very recent, so.
Yeah,
honestly,
I don't think you need to own things, right? Like,
no, you don't. I just need to experience. I need to play them. Yeah. But there are certain games that I feel like
I wish I could dump you in the middle of my collection.
It's so like
crazy.
When I go to people's houses, like your houses, I don't play anything brand new. I want to play, I'm like, pick a game that you love. Like I'll even tell people, I'm like, pick a game that you love. Like you want to show it to me.
Why would you want to subject it to that garbage?
Yeah.
Well, there's a game that was that should have been on that list. I think Brass.
Yeah, so I was like wondering why there wasn't any.
Brass is 2007, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't. It might be too late for my.
Yeah, I think. Late. Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, I think it was. That's why he has Age of Steam.
No, it was hard, man.
Age of Steam. Yeah.
I wanted to put a lot more stuff on there. Maybe I need to do an update.
Yeah. Well, your 2005 line is pretty harsh because the industry exploded right after you drew that line.
Exactly, because it doesn't have pandemic.
Yeah.
And 05.
And
What about-
Or Dominion.
06.
What about
06.
Battle Line?
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't have any of
Yeah.
that. Like
Hey,
really,
you're
really
Battle Line. There you go.
That-
You mean Shot
That's
and
what?
Tot?
That's
Totten
2000.
Totten.
2000.
Oh, you're right. Okay, you had John Totten. Yeah.
Do I have that on? I wasn't a fan of that. I don't know.
Battle
Maybe
Line. I
Totten
had
Totten
Battle
was-
for Souls. I thought that was pretty good. Yeah, I thought it was right.
What game?
It's called Battle of Soul, Battle for Souls. I think that was Battle Line. I think
No.
that's what it was.
No,
Battle for Souls is not the
That's a
same.
different-
It's not the
different
same?
game. Yeah.
Different
I'll
game.
get on that again.
If I'm thinking of the right game you're talking about.
Yeah, Battle
Oh, it
Line's
was
a
2000,
two-player
okay.
game.
You know, I never played the Battle Line. I played Shot and Top,
Battle Line's
Okay.
so
which I didn't
good.
find that amazing. But
Oh, they did a newer version of that one, right?
yeah,
They did a newer version. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about.
that's-
Sorry. That's what I'm talking about.
whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. They
That's
did
the-
a newer version of it. Yeah.
There's a game out, there's a Defenders of the Realm card game out that's really similar to that too. It's like a mix between Battle Line and Blood Bowl Manager.
Huh.
Well, who needs Battle Line when you've got Roma or Arena Roma 2?
There you go.
Blood Bowl Team Manager was a really good card game. I was kind of annoyed that it's. Yeah, you can't. I'm missing an expansion for it, and I keep trying to find.
that
And-
expansion, and it's unobtainium.
Yeah, I mean, no, you'd have to buy. You have to buy the complete game from somebody that has the expansion inside of it.
Somebody who doesn't know that it's
No,
going.
another one that is missing from that list that I do believe is pre 2000, or maybe it's 2006, would be Runebound second edition. I mean, that is so the precursor to what that's so the
We played
precursor
a lot
to
of
Moon.
Runebound.
And I'm sure Runebound first edition is older. I'm not sure when second edition came out though.
Hey, have you played this game?
05.
This I'm sure Lance, you've seen this game. It's called Thunder Road.
Oh yeah.
Dude, we played this game. It was so damn fun. It was ridiculous. This game needs to be remade. If you're publishing games, I don't know who's out there. Somebody needs to take this game. And I swear to you, if you just update it, if Restoration Games takes this game and updates it just a little bit,
I'm sure they've looked at it.
I'm serious. I'm like, you have to buy this game. It is like if you bought Downforce, how could you not buy this game and make it a better game? Like, I mean, when we were playing the game, basically it's a race, and you are, like kind of Mad Max cars. And you have cards that are different sizes or different dice numbers that you have to roll to knock them out. You can bump them, you can knock them off. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to knock all three of all their vehicles out, and also move past the board. So what happens is as you race and you get to the second board, the backboard goes away, and people can be left out of the race, like knocked out of the race by being left, or they can become rubble. And you also have this helicopter that you can pull out once per board to come in and like possibly roll and take out somebody's car as well. It's super, super smart. And you can even shoot people and whatnot. It's super, super easy. Of course, it takes forever to end because it's an old school 80s game. It takes forever to end. It's like down to dice rolls every time. Like, how many times can I roll these dice to miss 4? How many times can I roll this dice to miss 6? But I was just thinking to myself, like, if somebody could take this game and just add small little tweaks to it, it would sell like hotcakes. And of course, with the Mad Max look to it, it would kill. But I can't find the game. That's the hardest part, is finding the game. It's an old 80s game.
It's an eBay. That's an eBay find.
It's an eBay find.
Or a thrift store find, but
yeah,
probably eBay.
So Scott, I'm kind of surprised that other than sort of Robo Rally, you didn't have any Avalon Hill stuff on there, really, right?
It's Euros. It's Euro games. And some American classics, but I don't think I would put any Avalon Hill games on there. Actually, I don't think anybody. I don't think they should play Titan.
Robo Rally is an Avalon Hill game, right? I mean, now.
I mean, yeah, technically, but not really. Not Avalon Hill proper.
Right.
Maybe.
I played a lot of King. I played an awful lot of Kingmaker back in the day.
Kingmaker, that's a classic.
Up front.
Yeah, I played a lot of
would be the Avalon Hill game I would choose.
Yeah, up front's good.
Up front is
Did you ever play? Did you not play Kingmaker?
Nope, never played it.
Yeah, I played a lot of that.
Advanced Civilization should be on there. but that's an 8 to 9 hour game, which I can't. I don't know. I'd
Yeah,
rather
that's the
do it
game
if I play it.
you talk about. Oh, I've got a copy of, but you never play.
Oh,
There's a lot of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. So
I mean, it
Kabuki,
has some of the
Kabuki
greatest.
said, yeah,
It has some of the greatest gameplay in it, though. Like the trading round in that game is amazing.
Yeah.
Like if you could just distill that part of the game out into its own game without the 8 hours of civilization nonsense, like that.
Are they
that was
still trying to crank out? Are they still playing Mega Civ? Are they trying to do that every year at the Gathering still?
I don't think so.
I think a big resurgence of that when they did that.
Mega Civ was run by a different person who's no longer in the board game industry.
Will they ever?
Yeah,
Will they ever manage to get their copies of Upfront?
No.
So I'm in a definitive list of trick taking games. Now, my favorite trick taking game of all time is a newer game. It is called Tournament of Camelot. It is the most cutthroat, destructive, disruptive.
Yep, that is a fantastic game.
It is a fantastic game. It is violent. It is violent. I love it. I don't think there's any game like it, but I do like another game. By the way, Lance, if you want a good suggestion, you haven't played this game. I know you haven't. It's called Pirate Tricks. You should check it out, man. You should check it out because it has hand by hand. It has goals for the type of cards you have in your trick, the amount of tricks you may have, and then you like bet on certain things you can do while you're playing as well. So it's got like a little bit of.
I gotta hold on.
Yeah.
You should check out that Moo.
What's that?
Moo, the Mew, the one I call in my list.
What is it called?
It's just MU. It's a U umlaut. It's called Mew, and it's Mew and More is the game, the box.
Mew. Okay.
It has Mew in it, plus a whole bunch of other games, which I've not played any of the other games.
Yeah.
But Mew is fantastic. Basically, you can play 3-player.
No, seriously, dude. Skull King is very good. Skull King's very good, Steve. But man, Tournament of Camelot is just the faces that people make when they see when their health goes down by 100 points in a round. They're like, "Oh my god, this is ridiculous." Yeah, it's a very good cutthroat game. I never thought I'd play a game like that.
3 to 6 players. Is it partnership?
What's that? Tournament?
Yeah.
No. It's yeah, and then you get like abilities in between rounds because you get blessings for doing so well and stuff like that. It's actually like one of the most complex trick taking games you'll ever play, but absolutely awesome. Just an awesome game. I don't hear people who do know about it, it's usually their favorite trick taking game, and Skull King is right there. But I love trick taking games. That's a big one for me. Trick taking games.
There's also a game called Vostik from the guy who designed Democker. Let me see if it's got an English version.
I'm gonna head out, guys.
1993. Hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
See you next time.
The crew was somebody said the crew is okay. The crew is okay. I thought crew was okay. It was fun for a night. How about that?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's a good for a night or two.
Who just
Which I'm fine with that too. Which I'm fine with that too.
Did the reprint of Democker?
Stronghold. Spielworks. Yeah, Spielworks.
Stronghold too.
Stronghold. Yeah.
So Vostik from 1993. WA is Vostik. Sticht. I don't know how you pronounce it. German. Check it out. Maybe a little bit hard to find, but it's gettable.
Spoiled children find whatever the fuck they want. All right.
I played a lot of that back in the day. It may not hold up to something complex as Camelot, but it's different.
No, I don't need complexity, man. Fun is simple to me. I have to have simple fun before anything. That's the problem, man. I don't like fun to get too complicated, just for being complicated. So as I tell people, like, what would you take with you on a desert island? I'm like, a fucking deck of cards, like just a deck of cards. I could play all kinds of games. You got to be kidding me. A ball and a jack and some ball, a super ball and some freaking deck of cards. I'll have games to play all day. You won't. You know, so
Jackson, the Super Bowl, the deserted island. How's it going to bounce off the sand?
I'll figure that out, man. I got all the fucking time in the world.
Oh, you got a point. You got a point.
I got all the time in the world, baby.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I like some complex games just to stretch a different muscle. Yeah.
Man, I love heavy games. I love heavy games. But
Yeah.
I like co-op games. I like dexterity games. I like games where we just slap things at each other. You know, whatever. I like the Viking bowling game that came out last year. It was freaking awesome. Like I don't have limits. It's fun. Like what's fun? It can be fun, you know. And there's different types of fun. So I like negotiation, you know, that kind of stuff. It just I'm looking for different kinds of fun, but I'm also looking for classical, like these classic ones that kind of where it all started, or there's still that hole. Like, wow, this is really innovative. Like, you should still check this out. Like, you got to check this out.
I think right around when I got in, it's either 2012 or 13.
Yeah.
There was like a big heyday then. There was.
Yeah, you were really in the core
bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you like that like my buddy said that he was like, if you started right when Snowdonia and Mage Knight came, he's like, you have been right in the wheelhouse of like the beginning of this big swell of just, he was like, the swell of just, he's like, every year there was just like these awesome titles. He's like, not a lot though, but it just all the games were awesome. He was like, they were just
you could buy them all in a year.
He was like, you could buy them all and you would have almost all awesome games. So just debatable on whether you thought they were, but he's like, there was just so many that were just awesome. Yeah.
I think it's great that you're going. I think it's great you're going back and looking to play all those. I mean, one of the things I always tell people is if you were to look at the rankings on BGG, you would think that, 8 of the 10 best games ever made were made in the last 4 or 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Which that's just not true, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Go look at the ones with the most ratings. Those are the ones.
Well, I don't know, Scott. How?
Well, I just had that argument
now than you did. You know.
So I just had this argument because one of my favorite games of all time is Kingdom Death Monster. It only has 9,000 ratings or so. And I was explaining to people to the guy he was making fun. He was just trolling me. But I was saying, some games are lifestyle games. And what people don't log? They don't log lifestyle games. Yeah. Like Gloomhaven is the rare game where everybody logged their game. Every single person logged their game. Yeah. But like generally that game would never be logged.
Yeah, like Magic.
It would never be logged.
Yeah,
like it just wouldn't be logged. Yeah, it just certain games just don't like it. But I get
I didn't know you like Kingdom Death Monster. I need to finish it. I got to the Phoenix, but I need to. That's probably only like 10 weeks in.
Yeah, it's only 10 weeks.
Finish it.
Yeah, you haven't had.
I haven't seen all the.
Yeah, you haven't had enough. There's a battle that comes up. Well, the Phoenix is pretty defining, but there's the next battle after that. It will test your ability to even continue.
Is it the
It'll just test you're like it's the butcher. I think the butcher.
Oh, the butcher. Yeah, the butcher.
I mean, you're just
the butcher.
Like when you get to this point of the game, you're going into the hunt, and then after the hunt, you're like, I don't know if I want to do this shit. Like you actually get like a little angry. Like
it's hard to explain to people how interesting that game is and the things it covers and the things it does.
I explain to people it is the most thematic, like dense game because you just get into it. You're into it, and I
don't think
that's why I tell people like I was like, you don't get it. I was like, it is such a you build your world, you build it because you start from nothing. That the story even says like 4 things just came from nowhere and picked up these shards, and then a lion came, and then you fight the lion. Like that's it. Like and it doesn't even say it's a lion. It just says this beast appears, which the lion is like
human hands.
Yeah, with human hands. All right. And if you die, you just die, but a settlement starts. So it's kind of it's just such an interesting game.
I'm thinking back now. I want to play it because I only saw probably, I don't even know how much more stuff there is.
Some of the things you could go to a battle and come back and the villagers are fighting. They're fighting because they feel like somebody has killed somebody. So you've lost members of your village already while you're gone.
and they'll be like, hey, there was a murder, and we think that your greatest warrior murdered everybody. They murdered them because they're the best one. And you're like, wait, hold on now. And if your people are not developed enough, like they're not developed in language and stuff like that, like language and technology, like they're kind of idiots. You have to roll to figure out whether they're going to sacrifice your best warrior or not. And you're like, hey, hold on, man. Like, this is down to a damn dice roll? Like,
yes.
You got to be fucking kidding me. And
That's the crazy thing about that.
You know, it's like they put so much pressure on you.
Don't get attached to anything.
Yeah, and then like, you know, you fight a lion, you fight this lion, the lion smacks off your genitals. Your best warrior can't reproduce.
No, it does some crazy shit.
It does some stuff to you.
Expressed about.
I wish I could explain that to people, but I'm like, I understand. You just see the art, you know, you see some of the things on the outside. You don't see like just the game. It does things to you. It's brutal. It's great. It's great.
You play.
Guys, Lance, thanks for having me. I got to go. It's 3:00, so
it is
kind of like you're escaping the game of Talisman at this point.
Just remember, we ended this pod with mangled testicles. King of Death Monster. Check it out.
Oh, Scott, have you brewed the love potion from the lion testicles?
Yeah.
Scott, I've been working on something for a couple months. I took some liberties with your logo. Okay.
Oh. Wow.
For machining purposes. It wasn't. Okay, so imagine this in this wood. Okay.
Okay. To make a stamp.
And then imagine him decapitated in this wood.
Okay.
And then the two like facing each other. You know,
oh, that'd be cool.
like this. And then I'm gonna put it on his, you know.
Right.
Because I realized it was 20 years since he started BGG.
January. Yeah.
In January.
That was.
But it takes me a minimum of 3 weeks to do any project because I gotta wait for wood movement and all that. But this is the skill level of my hands. You know.
Yeah.
It'll be done in a few weeks.
That's cool. Can't wait to see it.
So if it's fucked up because it's machining, it's not I purposely did it.
All right, fellas. Good
all right,
good
Travis.
time.
See you, Travis.
Guys.
All right, Travis, take care.
Thanks.
So yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Apparently everybody's dropping out.
I guess everybody's
Just us hardcores.
just us
Just us suckers.
chickens.
I went and looked at the like I went and looked at the thing where like we brought up front or whatever, and then I was thinking about that, and so I went and looked, and it was like, yep, just still people in that comment section, still commenting, still wishing evil death upon Rick Fulch, and then also handing out like wishing of death to Phil Sauer, the guy that like sued them to basically stop the
people wishing death upon the other people over a board game.
oh yeah, just just like, I hope you die in a fiery, painful death, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, I don't know what I want to say, but basically my mom dying has made me think a lot about mortality.
Yeah,
it does.
It's a real, it's a totally that's a real thing, obviously.
And wishing death upon people has connotations that I think people don't realize.
Yeah,
what they say.
We tend to have the mentality of what's the looking word here? We tend to think that nobody gets out of here alive, and we make jokes and everything like that. But it's in that late night when like you're lying awake or you're still up and you have to think about it, and actually think about the fact that there will come a time when you no longer will be here, and what happens after the fact kind of thing. And yeah, man, it's a tough real thing, right? And it's just like, and when you deal with the fact that one of the people that, the reason why you're here, right, is no longer here. I mean, that's
yeah. No, I mean it's definitely the hardest thing I've ever dealt with in my life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is.
It was weird because when my grandparents, I don't know if this is appropriate for the stream,
but I can turn off the stream if you'd rather.
No, because I already had this conversation with you. I don't know if I want to say it.
Here.
No, I mean
everybody. That's fine.
I'm not gonna retell you the story if you turn it off. So if you want to talk about something else before we sign off, then.
No, I mean, no, but I think what you're talking about is like, yeah, I mean, it's just like when I hear, I'll tell a story. So I can remember, my mom's dad was my first grandparent that passed away, and it was early. He was in his 60s. He worked as like he was asbestos. He never smoked in his life. He got lung cancer, and he didn't have the adequate safety stuff for when, like, construction and things like that. That's I mean, it could have just been bad luck or whatever. But the bottom line is that he started not feeling well. He went to the doctor, and they basically were like, yeah, you've got lung cancer. And I mean, and it was in such a late stage, much like your mom. It was such a late stage that there was really not much they could do for him. They tried to do what they could, but, and I can still remember, I knew he was sick. I was in summer school. I was taking some computer class in summer school or something. And I remember my sister came to pick me up early. And I remember, when she came to pick me up, I was like, oh, my grandpa died. I mean, I just knew there'd be no other reason why my sister would be there to pick me up, because she was, 16 and I was like 13. And so, yeah, I mean, and I remember being really sad. I mean, just like, that just like completely crushed me. It's just like, oh, so my grandpa's not here anymore. It's like, you don't really think about it until it's a thing. Right. Yep. And, but it didn't even compare. I mean, and my stepfather, who, everybody's like, oh yeah, that's the one thing that sucked when it was my stepfather passed away. It was like, I would say, oh, it was my stepfather. And they'd be like, oh, well, that's too bad. And then I'd have to you have to explain, it's like, yeah, my parents got divorced when I was 3 or 4 years old. He came into the picture about a year later, and I basically had 2 dads my entire life. Almost all my memories are being raised by 2 separate dads that just were amazing, and just absolutely. And so he was like a second dad to me. I was extremely fortunate, extremely lucky that he was in my life. And it was like, he was really a parent. There's a lot of step parents that come in and are just shitty, or they just, they feel like there's a barrier there. They can't really step in or whatever. But I remember I was, it's completely different, right? I mean, it's just like, that's a person that like kind of helped form you and make you into the person you are. And it's like somebody that's part of your life every single day, whether you talk to them or not. That just sucks.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm dealing with it. I mean, yeah, now it's all turned into bureaucratic
paperwork.
Yeah.
Did somebody live in the house she was in, or?
No, she lived by herself.
So you got to deal with that.
Yeah, and it's in the middle of a neighborhood that's an adult community, so you have to work around all that.
Luckily, I didn't have to deal with that with my. We could wait on that. And my grandma.
And I think it's interesting, like, you learn about all this stuff after the fact, but if certain things had been done, you can avoid probate, which is.
Yeah, I mean, the whole process, right? Of.
But I mean, that's another thing you don't learn until people die, right? You don't want to.
Yeah. I pissed my brother off with that when I went through this neck surgery. there's a chance I could die. There was a small chance. They covered their age.
Yeah, you probably needed a will.
Yeah, and I didn't have one. So I've talked to Jen about what I have to have happen and what I want. And then this came along, and I brought my brother and sister, and I laid it down for all of them. Who's in charge, blah 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 blah. And this kind of pissed him off. He's like, "Well, why are you talking about this? You're going to survive this." I'm like, "You don't know that, right? I mean,
don't know that. What
I
world
can
do you
never
live
wake up from the anesthesia, or
anytime. I mean, no.
But talking about this shit is tough. I mean,
I think I broached the subject with my mom like 10 years ago, and she basically didn't want to talk about it, so I just gave up.
Yeah, my mom didn't want to talk about it until right before, like 2-3 weeks before the end.
Anyway, it was nice to go down there. It was a long drive. It was 3 days down, 3 days back. Eating food in the car the whole time. Like we never went in a restaurant. But we're fucked as a country, I think, with this coronavirus until there's a cure, because nobody's fucking wearing masks. Basically,
nobody does. Nobody does.
We were in Alabama. We were in Florida.
Yeah.
And
They're finally starting to crack down here. Like Jen was saying, it's mandatory to wear a mask now to go in the store. So that just happened within a week.
The whole country has to do it, though, Barry.
Yeah.
Right. We have
so they're starting to crack down.
Borders. States can't block people from coming in. I mean, they could. They could start. Like, if a state has mandatory masks and it's an open border, then like one person with coronavirus comes in and screws it all up.
Did you see Notre Dame?
Well, we don't even need people coming in, Scott. I mean, come on. We got people here.
I know. I'm just saying, like, without a mandatory mask mandate of mask wearing, or some kind of sheltering at home, without.
I don't think that'll happen. That won't happen until after the election.
Yeah, we're going to be living with this for a while.
And I think that's part of the problem. It's an election year that unfortunately this happened.
It's interesting. So we were in Mississippi. No, I can't remember which state we were in. Mississippi, I think. I can't remember. But we pulled up and we ate at Outback, which I have not had in like 20 years. Have you guys eaten at Outback?
Outback steak house.
We're talking like, oh yeah, we like that chicken that they have there, not the steak.
The blooming onion, baby.
No, don't eat the blooming. Well, yeah, I mean, I love the blooming onion, but have you ever looked at the calorie count of the blooming onion?
Who looks at when you go to a place like that? Do you really think about calories?
The blooming onion, yes.
I mean, if you go out in general to any restaurant, not necessarily out there, do you really think?
No. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. But for sure, the blooming onion. Once I saw how much calories that was, but because we would eat this. But we pull into the curbside pickup, and we're waiting for food, and the guy comes up in a pickup truck, and he's got no shirt on, the windows down, no mask, and he gets out of the car and he's like strutting around, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is not what I'm used to. Like, there's people in the country.
Well, okay, so I'll say again. Did you see with Notre Dame?
Oh, the school. Yes.
Yeah.
They shut down after a day or a couple days.
After 8 days, 152 students and one. That was at that time. It's probably more now. 152 students and one professor, all corona. So they after 8 days they just said, and we're doing online classes for the rest of the semester.
What did your school board come to? Like,
they followed to the letter what Minnesota told them to do, which is basically varying amounts on a county to county basis, depending upon the infection rate, percentage of cases to population. There's different levels of what they could do. So like, if my kids were to go back to grade school, they would be in class wearing a mask all day. They'd have lunch in their room, and that would be how it was. And then my daughter would be doing hybrid learning, which would be like 2 days on, 2 days off, 2 days on, 2 days off, kind of back and forth like that.
At the school?
Like 2 days at school, then 2 days at home, 2 days at school, 2 days at home. And then, or we had the option, if we wanted to, was just to immediately sign them up to let's call it, because it's Moorhead Spuds. We're like that's our mascot is the Spuds. You know, like potatoes.
Taters.
Yeah, because we have a lot of potato crops here, but
Oh.
so it's like, so we had the option of signing them up for Spuds Academy, which would just be distance learning.
Academy.
Yep, Spuds Academy, which was
Like
distance
Spuds.
learning for
What
the
was
first
that?
semester.
Budweiser dogs. Spuds McKenzie.
Spuds McKenzie, yeah. So my wife and I, after a great deal of discussion and options, we both agreed that, you know, and the kids were also like, you know, we just would feel safer if we were just at home. So they're gonna be in Spuds Academy first semester. They're not going to school. So
I don't understand. This should be a no-brainer. I mean, kids are going to, and they're not going to follow rules, you know, especially when you get into high school with the hormones and shit. I don't understand why this is even an issue. You know, there's no way you're going to prevent kids from, you know, not wearing a mask or interacting with each other.
It's unfortunately become a political issue.
Yeah, it's
an issue.
but it's different now. It's almost like a sentence.
Infringed upon issue.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
When we went to the hotel, we got temperature taken. Yeah,
Jen's
good
been,
deal.
They've been doing that at Jen's for months and months.
Every day. Yeah, so that was, I mean, that it was only that hotel. It was the motels we stayed at. Well, there were hotels on the road were not so. I mean, they all did the social in the hotel. They did. I don't know, man, but we weren't that far apart from each other. But there was a glass panel or whatever it was between us. You know, when I picked up the keys.
Yeah, we're just not.
But all of the observances at the at everything else, restaurants, gas stations, there's very little masks. Very, very, very little.
I have said, oh, excuse me, I have said repeatedly, I hope I'm wrong. I hope like all the kids that go to school, like nobody ever gets sick. They never get diagnosed. They never.
Well, it's already.
Well, I know, but I'm talking about for my area. I hope.
Oh, in your area?
Like, I hope me choosing to not send like the kids or whatever. You know, because you know, I hope I'm absolutely wrong. Like, oh, my kids would have like, you know,
fine.
Yeah, would have learned.
Pretty unlikely.
Yeah.
You have to really beat the odds, I think.
Unfortunately, some kids don't have a choice. But as far as inner city kids, you know, they depend.
I talked to a guy who got corona, when I was in Florida, dealing with mom stuff. Yeah, I was kind of joking around with him, but he didn't take it very well. I was like, "Oh, that must be fun." He goes, "No, it's not." I'm like, I'm being sarcastic. Like, yeah, okay, I'll stop talking now.
Yeah, because it's touchy.
So, yeah, but I mean, I'm just like reflecting on my life of like hardships, and I haven't had that many. Pretty lucky.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So this is like the first challenge I think I've had as far as like a depression type thing I have to deal with.
It's rough with your mom. I mean,
oh yeah, I'm not expecting it to go away anytime soon, and I don't know if it ever will. But you know, it's definitely my first time in my life I've not been waking up happy every day. I pretty much wake up happy every day. There's occasions when I'm mad about something, whatever, but like usually I have pretty good attitude.
That'll take some time.
I luckily have gotten that somewhere, maybe from her. I don't ever remember her being super depressed about anything.
You, I mean, you know, I mean, you'll carry. I can't speak to anybody, but I mean, you carry it with you. But I mean, all I can tell you is that it just gets easier. I mean, it's one of those things where you.
Oh, yeah. It'll fade away, I guess, as time goes on. I mean, exactly. I think I told you last, but I was pretty distant with my mom. Like we weren't close, at least in the past 20 years. Like grew apart.
Yeah.
So
that's something I struggle with.
But not that that's affected me in any way, because it was waterworks the entire time I was home. I was the worst one. She was telling me stop crying. I'm like, okay, mom, I'll stop crying. But anyway.
Well, my heart goes out to you, man. I just
And thanks for doing the initials tonight. That was fun.
yeah. Well, I just the least I could do, as they say, the absolute least I could do. And you know, who knows, whatever you believe in or whatever. But I you know, I do think she was very proud of you. So, you know, and that's pretty much the most we can ask for, is that we just, you know, we create our kids and we throw them out into the world, and we just hope we didn't load them up with too much of our own baggage, you know, and don't screw them up, and you just, I mean, I remember it was drunk talk, but it was on a fishing trip, and I finally just said, Dad, I asked my dad, I said, Dad, I can't remember you ever telling me that you were proud of me in any way. I was like, he's like, are you? And he just looked at me, he goes, yeah. And I was like, why? He's like, well, you're the best parent I know. And I was like, oh, thanks. Yeah, I was just like, and that was like one of the nicest things my dad's ever said to me ever, you know. And it's just like, and he does not. So I mean, like, that's just a big thing too. It's just like, you got a chance to talk to her, and you know, you have the conversations and be able to say what you have to say.
It wasn't much. I mean, she's pretty far gone by the time we got there. I mean, there was lucidity and some thoughtful talk, but basically it was pretty rough on her. I mean, like I said, I would not wish this on anyone. It's a bad deal, and it frustrates me that the world of medicine is so far behind everything else in the world that you can't do anything about it. And that's I got opinions on that, but I don't know if I will share them on the air.
That's fair. All right, well, it's getting late, and I just so just yeah, just it was a good chat. We had a ton of people on tonight. That was good.
Yep.
If you're watching this, go back Arcana Rising, please. Make some money for my boss. And if you backed it already, go back it again.